This story was created in the relationship advice subreddit by user letok7529. The post is titled, "My fiance's grandma, 75F, made a wild accusation against me, 27M, considering removing her from our wedding guest list." This past weekend, we had my fiance's family visit and it was an overall disaster. I have known her family since 2015. We recently bought a house and had an old college roommate move in to help out since we have spare bedrooms. My fiance and her sister had a small argument over her sister's behavior. They made up and I assumed everything was fine. I was in the bathroom during the argument. With everything settled, we planned to go to dinner. My roommate and I drove her grandparents while my fiancé drove with the rest of the family. We split up like this because we are the only two who know the parking lot, my fiancé and I. Her grandma was silent the entire drive. When we arrived at the restaurant, her grandma started glaring at all of us. She eventually refused to order and went to sit outside. We assumed she wasn't feeling well, had returned to the hotel, or was still upset about the argument. The following day, she refused to come to a family dinner I had been preparing all week. We figured she was still upset. We were annoyed by the rudeness and blatant disregard for all the work we put in, but we still had fun. She ended up staying at the hotel for the remainder of the trip. The rest of her family continued to visit with us and the trip ended on a happy note. The next day, I noticed that her grandma had blocked my entire family on Facebook. We spoke to my future mother-in-law and got the real story. Apparently, on the way to dinner, her grandma thought that our roommate and I were getting too friendly. She is somehow convinced that I'm going to leave my fiancé for our roommate, steal our house, and have my family help. My fiancé was shocked to the point of being speechless. When she was sitting outside the restaurant, she was nearly storming back in and accusing us in front of the entire restaurant. She has not spoken to us since and is apparently acting like everything is normal now that she's home. My fiance's family has all been apologizing and assuring us that none of them believes that is what's happening. I guess what really upsets me is the lack of care for the planning I put into the dinner and that she thinks so lowly of me. I've never done anything to suggest that those are my intentions and have been nothing but excellent to her granddaughter. What also upsets me is that my grandma was so excited to see her grandma. My grandma is not doing well health-wise and we don't know how much longer she'll be around. The disappointment on my grandma's face hurt me, knowing she wouldn't be able to visit with someone she hadn't seen in years. My fiancé and I have talked and do not believe we've done anything wrong. We're currently holding her wedding invitation. I still really care for her other family members until we get some kind of apology. If it were up to me, I'd cut all ties, but I am willing to get over that for a day if my fiancé really wants her grandmother there. She's never been anything but kind to me, so this sudden shift is shocking. TLDR, my fiance's grandma said I'm cheating on their granddaughter with no evidence. User Jamie Cam said maybe she is beginning to suffer some cognitive issues. If she hasn't behaved like this in the past, then don't cut her off just because of one incident. Your fiance should speak to her parents about any concerns and figure out together what needs to be done if anything. Do not push her to cut ties with the grandmother. Under this comment, a user named SmoothAD4859 said, "My mother's aunt accused me of stealing her jewelry while staying in her house during college. We understood something was wrong and she was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. I was living in a dormitory and hadn't seen her since high school." Under that same comment, OP said, "Possible. She's getting checked for it next month. Ultimately, it's more her say than mine as to our next move." User ManBearBoar said, "OP, I know you've said your Emma Mill is having her screened at her next follow-up. She needs a psychiatrist or a neurologist or both. A dramatic shift in behavior coupled with the fear and anger you're describing here is a classic and common sign of Alzheimer's that fits with her age range. I am so sorry you're going through this and I know it's incredibly hurtful. I know it's difficult, but I would suggest dropping it aside from advocating for her medical care. The real and devastating effects of Alzheimer's on the brain essentially mean she is no longer herself in those moments. It is not the person you know doing those things. Have someone assigned as a grandma minder at the wedding to keep her behavior in check and remove her if she is beginning to have an outburst. Best of luck." User Reverend Vader said, "Someone of this age losing the plot is not uncommon. You just have to work as a team and let it slide, I'm afraid. It's like getting angry over what a toddler says and does, and some elderly adults revert to that level of maturity and behavior. I never had it in my family, but my ex-wife had a few over 70 that just lost their grip on reality. The key is to not take anything seriously. When you get married, you need to have a clear plan and person to run point and prevent them for playing up at the ceremony, as it's just part of older family members losing their faculties. My ex-wife's grandma got dementia at 65 and lived another 30 years. Family gatherings were interesting to say the least, but it was waved off like you would with a young child who knew no better. Forget the apology. In her reality, it will all be true. You just need to make sure she has a handler for the actual wedding unless the family decides to leave her home. User GlassHedgehog3940 said, "Is it possible that grandma is slipping into dementia? If her behavior is out of the ordinary, I would be concerned about her mental state. My dad had Alzheimer's that started slowly with stuff like this. He would confront me about things that never happened. He also had to start calling his co-workers to ask for directions to get back to his shop, on the same grounds as the company. Maybe hold off on your anger because her mind could be slipping. Sorry, you're having grandma issues. It's difficult and it sucks. Best of luck with your wedding. Grandma will probably need a babysitter to keep an eye on her. I hope you don't exclude her." User EatonRD said, "I understand this is upsetting, but I don't think you're being rational about this. She's an elderly woman and this indicates there's some type of cognition problem. It shouldn't upset you what she thinks about you because she's not thinking logically. It can be upsetting to have family members who have these types of issues, but a lot of people deal with it as relative age. You need to be the bigger person here and the kinder person and have some compassion." I pretty much agree with all of the comments I just went over. Being 75, it's very likely that the grandmother is having issues with her health. This becomes even more likely since OP mentioned that she has never really lashed out like this in the past. While this sort of thing can be infuriating, getting overly angry will just drain you. It's best to wait for the checkups on the grandmother before making any rash decisions. If it turns out that she is totally sane, then you can make more serious decisions. The last thing you want to do is freak out on someone with dementia or Alzheimer's. Then you'll be looked at as the one with issues. Just under 2 weeks later, OP gave us an update. "Hey all, so I made this post 2 weeks ago about my fiance's grandma accusing me of wanting to cheat on my future wife with our roommate. Since then, things have developed quite rapidly. She finally called my fiance last night. The call lasted all of 3 minutes and was lots of awkward silence and 'this wasn't meant to hurt you, my fiance not me, and I'm still afraid for you.' The call ended and my fiance didn't change her feelings about this situation. Not being satisfied, my fiance called her back the following morning and explained she didn't like how the call went. Her grandma burst into a fit and called our roommate a dog that needs to move out. My fiance was also told to protect your home and evict her. I was offended by 'you are expecting too much of him.' Me. You work nights and leave those two home alone. He is no saint." She cited a previous relationship between my fiance's aunt and a man. They were engaged and he cheated on her. This aunt has said several times that this situation is nowhere near alike and that I am not like that man. Her grandma has doubled down on her theories and has not apologized. She is also convinced I'm the one who removed her from the guest list. I have voiced my opinion but have left the ultimate final choice up to my fiance, who seems pretty set on her not being invited. I know a lot of replies mention dementia, but based on what my future Mill has said, this has happened before. I'm wondering if she's just expecting to get away with it because she always has. With all of these recent developments, would it be bad to leave her off the guest list? I'm worried it will cause a fight or she will say something and ruin our big day. TLDR, fiance's grandma has doubled down on her insane theories, and we think not inviting her to our wedding may be best. User GoldenDragon001 said, "Since you are the innocent party here where your in-laws and your fiance believed in you, you should leave the decision to your fiance to invite her grandma or not. Because of your post, it seems that her grandma's accusation has no ground, and she's stating nonsense due to seeing her own daughter's betrayal. Her family knows their grandma best and they can make the decision regarding her, because it will be a heavier burden for them later on whether they will regret or rejoice in having her presence. And if they want their grandma present while you don't, you may cause tension as well. You can avoid the confusion, hurt, and mistake by allowing your fiancé to make this decision and just abiding and following through with her." User DV Moonbeam said, "Frankly, I'd be afraid of her making a scene at the wedding, like standing up and screaming objections in the middle of the ceremony." User Cthulhu Almighty said, "This is the way a lot of older, especially religious people are. I have 2 female cousins that are like sisters to me and they consider me their little brother. About 20 years ago, they were living together in a house in a major college town in the South. The older one got married and moved with her husband across the country. I was living about a 1,000 miles away at the time going to college, but my roommate was moving out and I was looking for something new. My cousin and I started talking about me moving down and transferring schools. Her parents got wind of it and cried out, "What would people think?" We were both puzzled as we had no idea what they were talking about. Turns out, they thought people would think that since we are a man and a woman living together even in separate rooms, that people would get the wrong idea. We just laughed and said, "This isn't Alabama or West Virginia." User JessMiles89 said, "I feel like older generations/grandparents hold grudges for a long time. My grandma was extremely wary of my husband for a while. He is Chinese and I am white. It comes from my aunt being engaged at one point to a Vietnamese guy whose family forced him to break up with her. She thought my husband's family would do the same, but she learned how much they love me." The problem with the fiance's grandma is clearly she will not let it go even if the case is clearly different. The fact that she is still pressing it, despite what your fiance and her aunt have said, means that it will not end anytime soon. I would have a long talk with your fiance because my biggest concern is how she will act on the actual wedding day. That was the final update we got from OP regarding this situation. He did make a post talking about his fiance's wedding dress, but nothing specifically about this situation. It also seems that the grandmother hasn't seen any doctors yet. If she is still adamant about the accusation, then I agree it's probably best to not invite her, just on the off chance that she creates a scene at the actual event. If she were to yell out that OP is cheating on his fiance, it would just create unnecessary drama and spread toxic rumors amongst the other guests. It just sounds like a headache that can and should be avoided entirely. This next post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by user OKPin1617. The post was made just over a week ago and is titled, "I slept with my sister's husband after she passed away. My older sister passed away 7 months ago. It was an accident, so it was totally unexpected, and I still don't believe she's actually gone most of the time. It feels unreal. Our family still hasn't recovered, and I don't know when or if we ever will. My sister was 10 years older than me. I'm 22 and she would be 32 now. She and her husband have 2 kids, both under 5 years old. My family has been helping him with the kids. He's a good dad, but understandably, to suddenly become a single parent to 2 very young kids while needing to maintain his job and deal with the grief of losing his wife, he needs help. He moved here because my sister wanted to be near us, her family. She wanted to raise her kids where we're from, where she grew up. He's originally from another state, but he agreed to settle down here when they got married because it was so important to my sister. I think we're all nervous he'll move away now that he has no reason to stay, and we won't get to see the kids often. I just graduated college in the spring. This past year, I was helping out with my niece and nephew a lot. I often picked them up from daycare and did things like that because I have a flexible schedule compared to everyone else. I've always gotten along with my brother-in-law really well. He's always been nice to me and treated me like a little sister. I can't tell you how many times I've gone to him for advice, especially regarding guys and things like that. It's easier to talk to him about certain things because he gives me more honest, unbiased advice than my parents or sister. I really thought my sister was so lucky, and he was the type of guy everyone wants to marry. Good looking, has a good job, a great dad, really personable, responsible. Just the definition of the complete package. My sister had been with him since they were both freshmen in college, and we all knew she was going to marry him the first time we met him. Even I, as a little kid, knew he was the one. I slept with my brother-in-law this weekend. I was over there on Friday. I picked the kids up from daycare, which I do every Friday since I only work a half day. I made dinner over there. I had no intention of having sex with him or trying to have sex with him. I hadn't been aiming for this to happen. He initiated it. I didn't say no. It started with kissing, then he started taking my top off, and I let him do it. To be very clear, he didn't force me. He's never done anything that I'd consider inappropriate with me or toward me. At the time, I enjoyed it. It made me feel good that he wanted me, but at the same time, I kept thinking, this is wrong, this is wrong. I sort of just laid there. It was very much about him getting off. I think he just needed it to feel comforted or something. Afterward, we got dressed and didn't say anything. Then he said he was really sorry and that we shouldn't have done it. I told him it was okay. He said he'd prefer if we didn't tell anyone about it. I didn't plan to. I feel so dirty about it. It was so wrong. I feel like a little kid who has done something that they're going to get punished for, and I'm convinced somebody is going to find out. Other than in terms of morality, there isn't anything wrong with this. But again, that's only when morals are thrown out. I think OP and her brother-in-law both understand deep down that this was quote-unquote wrong. That's evident in the fact that they both said nothing to each other afterward, other than that this should stay between the two of them. I don't necessarily think it's fair to shove blame on anyone in particular here. I understand that the guy is under immense stress, but to make advances on his deceased wife's sister is definitely very weird, and it's equally as uncomfortable for OP to reciprocate those feelings. And looking back at my opening statement where I said this is only wrong in terms of morals, I'm now starting to backtrack on that a little bit. I think an argument can be made that this is wrong in every facet of the word, but it just feels so dirty, just as OP said. User Valde Reads said, bet that post-nut clarity hit like an atom bomb. Under this comment, another user said, yeah, he's definitely moving out of state now. User Happy for You 1998 said, do you look like your sister? As a sister myself, I understand why you feel guilty. It was wrong in my opinion, but you are both grieving and that makes people do weird things. So beating yourself up about it isn't necessary. I do have a question though. If he wanted more, if he didn't say it was a mistake and instead wanted a relationship with you, would that have been something you wanted? Are you in love with him? To this, OP made the following response. Our faces are pretty similar, but we have totally different hair colors. Anyone can look at us and tell we're sisters though. We're sisters. I still don't like to use past tense when talking about her. I can't imagine he'd want to be in an actual relationship with me. Dating your dead wife's 10-year younger sister, not a good look, and I'm sure he knows that. I think he sees me as a kid still, in the sense that he'd never see me as a serious partner. I've had crushes on him off and on since I was 8 years old. Under OP's response, user SnooWords 4839 said, think of this as just some sex. Do not romanticize it. Don't fall down the replacement for your sister trap. Next time, tell him no. Remind him he didn't want anyone to know about the last time and you don't want to be used. Under this same thread, user Imaginary List 174 said, you need to have an honest conversation with him about this. You can't just go on and pretend it didn't happen because that will for sure cause issues no matter how hard everyone tries to pretend things are fine. If I were you, I would explain to him that you aren't upset or regretting what happened and that you understand and are not blaming him. Help him understand grief is a messed up thing sometimes. But then you need to explain that even though what happened wasn't necessarily wrong, it can't ever happen in the future again. That you want to go back to the way things were and just kind of move on from this. That you appreciate him and his guidance in your life and that the old relationship is the type of relationship you want, not a one. If you try to explain your feelings in a way that aren't blaming him, hopefully he will hear you and understand. Another comment under this thread made by user Rach5585 said, OP, I'm a big sister, and if my sister weren't married and I died and saw this happen in heaven, I'd not be angry at my little sister. I'd be a little irritated by my husband, but grief makes people do things they regret. My husband has done some things during grief that I have had to just chalk up to him not being himself. I don't recommend repeating the behavior, mainly because it increases the odds of the kids finding out. But as a big sister, there's not much my siblings have ever done that I would not or could not forgive. Let it go, but don't let it happen again without both of you seeing a therapist separately, and wait at least a year so you know you're not just being reactionary. User Difference Many said, reading your post, it is clear you have a long-term crush on your bill, and that's where the problem lies if you don't let this go immediately. Let it be a one-off and don't do it again. For your sake, for his sake, the sake of the children and the rest of your family. Just move on from this and perhaps don't stay for dinner at his place or anything like that. User Happy Cabbage 9013 said, first, I'm so sorry for both of your losses. Second, grief is a common but not often discussed behavior between two people who are both sharing the loss of a loved one. It's okay to recognize that it happened, that it won't be happening again, and to also extend yourselves grace in the situation to not beat yourselves up too badly about it. He misses his wife, you've been helping him grieve the loss and navigate his new normal and remind him of her. He and his kids are your connection to your sister and a place of comfort / familiarity. It's especially common for this phenomenon to occur around the 6+ month mark of having a partner gone. I do think it's worth a conversation between the two of you so that shame doesn't take root and new boundaries can be discussed moving forward. User Dumbo R Elephant said, yeah, you'll do it again. Under this comment, another user said, 100%. I can understand the grief makes you do weird shit, but at the same time, the tone feels very, oh my god, I don't know what I was doing. Don't want to sound like an insensitive prick, but sounds like it can turn into a kink real fast. User NiamHS Average Life said, everyone here is being very kind and using grief as an excuse, but in reality, how do you move on from this? How do you look at him? Look at your nieces/nephews now. How did you visit your sister's grave/ashes? Was it in her bed? 7 months? Damn, I hope she's haunting you both for life. User Sunday T said, I bet money they will continue this relationship. She had been wanting that man, but her sister's passing just gave her the opportunity to act on her desires. And it's disgusting how you lot are coddling her. And I wish the husband could step forward too so we can drag him too for sleeping with him. 7 months, that's all it took, and you two are skipping over the fact he watched her grow up and she has also liked him. They also did it unprotected and he finished in her. They knew what they were doing, she knew what she was doing, and they both enjoyed every bit of it. I'm willing to bet if it isn't already happening right now, they'll be doing it again. So while I'm sorry for her loss, no, I'm not going to feel sorry for her or her situation because it's f***ed up. User Zamin Pesma said, sorry, I don't mean to offend anyone, but maybe it's because I'm from a different culture and background, but I find it so disturbing that it's not so uncommon in the USA that siblings sleep with their deceased sibling's widow/widower in the months after the death of a sibling. Why do people always have to think of or do the act with their deceased sibling's partner? Why can't they still respect the relationship even if the sibling is no longer there? I'm not from the USA and this is very inappropriate and disrespectful where I come from. User The ID Kid said, discuss it with him. I suddenly lost a spouse in my early 30s and it was the worst experience of my life. All of my family was in another state, we had kids to take care of, and I had only the people she was close to help out. I could barely function. Then about 5 months after she died, I had a similar situation occur with her cousin/best friend. It wasn't something either of us intended to do. We were watching a movie and I absently put my hand down on hers for a second. It was a complete accident. When I realized and yanked my hand away, she grabbed onto it and said it was okay. It went from there. Neither of us was really into it, and when it was done, we said an awkward goodbye, and she left. We didn't speak again for a few weeks. I felt awful about it. It felt wrong, like I had just cheated on my wife with her best friend. That sent me from despair and grief into deep depression and regret. When we finally talked about it, she felt just as bad as I did. We agreed it was a mistake and we were able to go on from there without things continuing to be weird. I know at the time I had no desire for sex, but I constantly wanted to be held, to be touched in a loving way because it was so unbearably lonely. I was desperate for human contact. I know she sensed that because she said so, and I know we were both missing the intimacy of the relationship we had lost. Being young and inexperienced with loss, we tried to replace that with intimacy, and we both immediately knew it had been a mistake. That was nearly 20 years ago, but looking back now, I'm glad we were mature enough to talk about it at the time. Had we not worked through that when it happened, the additional unresolved guilt and the loss of a second relationship on top of what was already happening emotionally would have been terrible for both of us. And we both would have lost the one person who most understood what we were going through at that moment. In the years since it happened, I've spoken to a lot of people who have lost a spouse, and I've been through a lot of therapy. Apparently, this isn't an uncommon situation. We all want to be close to someone in a time of grief, and sex is often how people attempt to address that. I think it's the result of a culture that says men aren't allowed to be vulnerable and to say they simply want to be held. So they learn to fulfill that need through sex. And women will often go along with that because they want to comfort the person who is in pain. We are all vulnerable to making mistakes when we are grieving. Don't let what happened become something that festers into chronic guilt. About 4 days later, OP made an update. The post is titled, I slept with my sister's husband after she passed away. Now he wants to avoid me. A week ago, I slept with my sister's husband. She passed away 7 months ago. Since then, we haven't been in touch, but I had to see him today because Friday is the day I always pick my niece and nephew up from daycare and babysit them for a few hours before he gets home. He got home late tonight. He said he had a late meeting, but I sensed he was just avoiding me, which might have just been my own paranoia, I don't know. By the time he got home, it was only about an hour before the kids' bedtime. He asked if I could stay and talk after they went to bed. He barely talked to me after that, and he did their bedtime routine with them. I sensed that he didn't want my help, so I just sort of waited around. He told me he was really sorry about what happened, the sex, and that he never should have done that. He didn't plan for it to happen, and he didn't want me to think that he had been thinking of me that way or trying to take advantage of me. He said he just misses my sister so much and he doesn't know what happened the other night. He wasn't thinking of her during it. He just needed somebody, and it felt like the right thing in the moment, but he never should have acted on the feeling with me. He said it didn't feel right at all afterward, and he's worried he led me on, and he's sorry. He thinks she would hate him for what he did, and he takes responsibility for initiating it. He started crying, talking about how much he missed her and how lonely he was. I don't know how to handle people crying. I cry all the time, but when other people cry, I just freeze up or say the wrong thing. I told him it was okay and that I didn't blame him for anything. Whatever feeling he had in that moment, I felt it too, and I wanted it too. I told him that I could give that to him for now if he wants, and I'll understand that that's all it is, nothing more. We don't have to tell anyone, and I won't expect anything like a relationship. I guess I would just rather it be me than him being with another woman. If he's with another woman, a stranger, it means my sister is really gone. It's really selfish, but I don't want him to move on. I don't want another woman to take my sister's place. He said he can't do that, not after I said I loved him. He said it wouldn't be fair for him to take advantage of me that way, and he'd be hurting me. I told him that I just meant I loved him as my brother-in-law or as a friend, a person. I started to undo his pants, and it seemed like he was going to let me, and it seemed like he wanted it for a minute, but then he grabbed my hands and said he was really sorry, but he couldn't do that with me again because I'm like a sister to him, and he wants to go back to me just being like a sister. I felt so embarrassed. I cried my whole drive home. I made a fool of myself. I made myself seem like a desperate person trying to be with my sister's husband. I feel even more embarrassed now than I did after we actually had sex. I texted him and told him I was sorry and that I wanted to go back to being like his sister too. I told him we can forget anything happened and that I really just don't want him to take the kids far away. He said he's not taking them away, but maybe I should take a break from picking them up on Fridays. He appreciates everything I've done and I can still be their aunt, but I need to get back to my own life so he can learn how to live his new reality on his own without me doing so much of what she did. So now he wants to avoid me and for me not to be over at his house. I don't know how I'll ever face him again at this rate. I hope with time this can somehow all just become a thing of the past, and we can go back to how things used to be, but I think it's going to be awkward for a very long time. This update was a big what the f moment for me. Good on OP's brother-in-law for pushing her away. I feel that was the best choice in this situation. Like with many of the comments under the first post, I understand that OP is going through a lot of grief, but initiating and pursuing sex this second time is just so wrong. Her willingness to just be a outlet for her brother-in-law is just so strange to me. It seems like the husband is slowly moving on, but if anything, OP is in even more trauma. She really needs therapy. And I don't know if you saw, but this post has literally 0 upvotes, which just goes to show how controversial a decision this was. User SmoothTrust8481 said, "This is just outrageous. You were quick to undo his pants and try and start something. Honestly, OP, this isn't healthy. I'm not going to judge you, but I will just say that you have to let this man grieve, not try and give him hope or lead him on with the whole, I look like my sister, be with me and not a stranger, or else my sister would be really gone. Please let this man go and seek professional help because even now, you still haven't grieved for your sister if you're willing to do this to her husband while he's mourning for her." User Pleasant Welder 8595 said, "I read your last post and it's funny you talk about your sister like you love her so much. Everything reminds me of her, even birth control. Did you think of her when you fucked her husband in her house where her children live? Probably in her bed. Comments are kind and use grief as excuses, but you really should feel bad for what you did. I hope your sister haunts you both." User Haunting Band 4675 said, "Not gonna lie, I know OP is her own person and her fuck up is her own, but I feel like a lot of commenters in the last post making excuses for OP and BL have emboldened OP to act a fool in this update. You all just can't chalk it all up to grief. You have that as some blanket excuse and this update has shown that. OP needs to stay away and get some serious therapy, and Bill needs to focus on his kids and get therapy." User Observe First 13 said, "That's very true. I was so disgusted by everyone telling her what she did was okay. It was bullshit. So I guess she thought she had a pass to try and have a full-on sexual relationship with her sister's husband. Was even so bold to try to undress him and touch his private area after he made it clear he didn't want her. If that was a man, people would be calling it assault if he grabbed the woman and tried to undress her after she already told him no. So yes, OP is a disgusting, heartless backstabber, but I do believe those comments are what made her think she could go any further. Again, I can't believe anyone was telling her what she did was okay. She was claiming to feel bad, and I honestly couldn't believe it when I read she was trying to f him again over and over. User lowlock8987 said, impossible. You just want your sister's husband for yourself. You yourself said you had a crush on him since childhood. That's why you don't want him with another woman. Because you want to be his woman. Your dram-form childhood. You are just using your nephew and niece as an excuse to replace your sister. You aren't their parent to pick them up from daycare. No. You are just hurt that he rejected you. In your first post, you were all acting. I feel bad for sleeping with him. No, you had felt bad because he told you it was a mistake. You are just a hoe. Sorry to say, why would you try to force him to have sex with you again? Your sister must be crying seeing the snake she has for a sister. User OK page 303 said, you're actually so messed up. How are you going to try to use your sister's death as an excuse to sleep with him? I didn't want him to move on with another woman because that would seem like she's gone. Girl, don't use your sister as an excuse for your behavior. You're another woman too, and your statement makes absolutely no sense. You love him and you're taking his grieving as an opportunity for yourself. That's so selfish of you. You couldn't care less about your sister at that moment. I've lost a lot of people in my life and I work at a mental hospital where I see a lot of people grieve too. I understand everyone has a different way of grieving, but I've also seen people use grieving as an excuse for behavior that is completely wrong. You do it the first time might have been a grieving response, but to go back a second time is up from you. I hope you get help and stay away from him cause clearly you do not care about your sister. Otherwise you would not betray her. Like this over and over again. Honestly, your sister deserves better. User Donut after 6356 said, I get the impression you are a people pleaser based on your significant interest in wanting to help and your prior relationships with men who wouldn't meet your needs emotionally or physically, the man you gave a BJ to who didn't want to date, the ex who never considered your pleasure. Even in this situation, you are martyring yourself to your sister's husband. You aren't asking for pleasure, you want him to use you. It gives the impression that you see yourself as selfless, trying to keep him around, trying to ensure your family stays together, and keeping your parents happy with their grandkids, and you close to a brother-in-law and kids you love. You are trying to fix this absolute tragedy in the only way you know how at your younger age, through people-pleasing and sex. It's part of dealing with your own trauma in losing your sister and no doubt also losing pieces of your parents and others who lost a part of themselves in your sister's death. There may also be a part of you that wants to feel as loved, wanted, and special as a woman who was beautiful, a model, a perfect mother, because it must hurt to feel like you are not as good or don't have as much as she had. She had those things because she was older and worked on them. She made the connection with her husband and created that life on her own. You can't force it. It would be ugly and hell in the long term. It also appears that you truly harbor romantic and physical feelings for your brother-in-law and you have been trying to endear yourself to him through helping out as a guilt-free way of being around him more, hoping maybe he will love and want you more. There is a very good chance he slept with you not just out of mutual grief, loss, and comfort, but also because he undoubtedly knew you wanted him and he wanted to give you what you wanted in a way but felt guilty. Please understand that although I know you probably are not a bad person, this incident is poison. He tainted the last place he got to lay with his loving wife by sleeping with her baby sister. He tainted the life he built and the connections with in-laws by causing this awkward mess. It could never be no strings attached. You are related through his kids, his wife, his bereavement. You can't fix the holes in you by being this for him. You only ruin a possible future because he will be scared you'll tell a future girlfriend/wife or your parents or the kids. So if he's not sleazy, he will avoid you to avoid the shame. By the wording you used, you were undoubtedly hurt when he was ashamed and didn't want you to tell. You have an inappropriate relationship with him. You have tried to have inappropriate talks with him in the past. You don't talk about with your brother as a young teen or older teen or ask to let him use you if you see him as family. I am not scolding, I just need you to see that this is all something you need to come to terms with. You need therapy. You need to be okay with him moving on. You need to not fantasize about the what ifs. Yes, you'll be a wonderful mother, wife, and have a wonderful husband, but you'll never have any of those things in the shadow of your sister's life. You will always be a loving, amazing aunt. Give this man space no matter how much you hurt. If you linger, it will keep happening, and if he's a good man, he will internally destroy himself with guilt and could end up worse off. Please give him space. Don't be in his home for months. You can see the kids, but don't be alone with him in a vehicle or home. You'll be putting out signals if you do. You are not a desperate person. You aren't evil. It's okay to have a crush. Fantasies make sense, but you can't do that here. You are making him a bad person, treating yourself without value, and neither of you deserves it. You are young and recently graduated. You will have an amazing life. It will be okay. I promise you will figure it out. But you need to give your brother-in-law space. You wouldn't let your dad or sister be with you out of grief and comfort if you lost your mom, right? There are more motivations than you are recognizing. It will be okay. Good luck. I hope you get through it unscathed. This story was created in the pro-revenge subreddit by a user named Crazy Mastiff. The post is titled TIFU by being an AH on the internet and causing a stranger to get divorced. I'm cross-posting this from TIFU. I'm really not a mean person, and I genuinely felt terrible for destroying a marriage. However, the lovely users thought I should post here even though I didn't mean for the revenge to escalate to this level by any means. I don't even know if I meant for revenge at all, but here we are. I-42-F-TIFU big time. 2 weeks ago, on a random Thursday morning at around 1 a.m., someone started shooting off fireworks in my neighborhood. I've been having bouts of insomnia and had finally managed to get to sleep, only to wake up at 4 a.m. for a meeting 2 hours away that I needed to be at by 8 a.m. I was furious, and so were my dogs. I love fireworks, but I believe there's a time and a place for them. Thursday morning at 1 a.m. is not it. I posted to the neighborhood Facebook group a few hours later during a coffee break about the people who set off fireworks at 1 a.m. in the middle of the week. After I made the long drive home, I checked my Facebook. Some guy commented that I can't sleep because I'm a fat pig. Now, I'm chubby, but not sloppy fat. Plus, I just lost the equivalent of a fully grown male wombat or 54 North American gray squirrels. So I feel fantastic about myself. This is where I may have really messed up. I responded to the guy, who was maybe 30 or 40 something, about the same age group as me. I wrote in a comment beneath his, "Listen, I'm sorry I had to end things, but I just didn't have the same feelings. What you're saying now is just hurtful and mean. Please stop sending me messages and commenting on my Facebook posts. It's just a pathetic way to contact me. I've told you a dozen times already, we are done. It's over." The following day, I had to get to the airport for an out-of-country vacation that required me to wake up early and leave at the crack of dawn. So I didn't check my Facebook during all the craziness, also because I'm only on it sparingly. I don't live on my phone, and when I'm on it, I'm usually on Reddit or TikTok rather than Facebook. I couldn't check my Facebook even if I wanted to. I was on a cruise, not paying $25 a day for internet, and the country we visited didn't really have the greatest internet. Besides, I was having a blast leaving the chaos of the world behind. I signed on Monday night, and wow, apparently people took this seriously and told his wife. She was freaking out, pleading for information and sending me messages. Her friends and his friends were messaging me. He was messaging me. It was bad. The last message was from the guy calling me a total cunt because I refused to tell the truth and had just destroyed his life. I immediately messaged both him and his wife explaining what happened. I even sent pictures of me on vacation, time-stamped. Apparently, he is a serial cheater, and when I exposed our affair, another woman exposed her affair with the husband to the wife because the affair partner was jealous that he had yet another side chick. This was the straw that broke the camel's back, not only because of the multiple affairs, but also because he humiliated her with how public it was, especially since it was in a neighborhood group. So there's my accidental pro-revenge. TLDR, someone tried to hurt my feelings after I posted about fireworks being set off early in the morning, and I pretended to publicly address our breakup. His wife and affair partner were not pleased. User, she who loves to draw, said, "If he was a serial cheater, then you did nothing wrong. It wasn't your intention to out him as a cheater by accidentally exposing him with your attempts to just annoy him. But in the end, his wife will be better off with knowing that he was in fact having an affair on the side with another woman. Don't beat yourself up over this. He's the cheater and clearly an asshole if he thinks it's perfectly acceptable to set off fireworks at 1 a.m. and then respond to you with nasty insults. User Cockamamie Amy said, honestly, at best, you caused the truth to come to light, and no matter who that sucks for, it was the right thing and should have come out way sooner. Don't look at it as destroying a marriage, look at it as exposing a toxic man to his spouse, who deserves to know who she's married to. He wasn't honest and his shit caught up with him. You were just the catalyst. I'm sure you probably feel guilty over this, but you shouldn't. Unless you did have an affair with him, you've got things to feel bad about. Don't take responsibility for his actions. And if the wife is mad at you, it's likely displaced anger and she will eventually be thankful this happened. As for him, he's got no accountability, so who cares if he's pissed? He should be pissed just at himself. User Universal Love 369 said, this went differently than expected. If he had been innocent, you would have been the AH. However, this guy was actually guilty of the offense and deserves every ounce of hate he got. Being ugly on the internet unprovoked was his last mistake. He is the AH user Mob Meal, said, you did not cause their divorce. His cheating ass did. You may have been the catalyst that set things into motion, but that was gonna happen anyway. You actually probably did the woman a favor by not letting her get strung along for a longer period of time. User MelonLord13 said, going to go against the grain from the other commenters and say, yeah, I think you messed up just a bit by doing that. Mainly because we've seen the absolute damage one rumor can do to an otherwise stable and normal marriage or career. I think it's absolutely hilarious that it ended up this way, and hope that piece of trash lies awake at night wondering how the hell you knew. So yeah, you got lucky it blew up in his face, and hopefully the ex can move on and any kids can too. No hard feelings from me, and I hope you don't beat yourself up over it either. Take it as both a learning moment and definitely a win. This next story was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Temp Throwaway 6 months ago. The post is titled, I broke my wife and I don't think it's fixable. This happened 6 months ago, and I only chose to talk about it now because I don't see any improvement in sight, and I feel hopeless. We were at a party, my friend is single, and we started talking about love and relationships. My wife and I have been happily married for 7 years, and we have 3 beautiful children. She is the love of my life. When I was talking to my friend, I felt like we were on different levels of thinking. His complaints were mostly superficial, focused on how the people he dated looked. I was a bit drunk at that point and said something like, you don't fall in love with looks. Look at me and my wife. I love her more than anything compared to my ex, who was just looks. Everyone went silent and my damage control was worse, so I ended up shutting the hell up. I couldn't get my point across, but even I thought that maybe these thoughts had been in my head and only came out when I was drunk. My wife was shocked. For the first week, she was so angry and wanted to understand what I meant, but nothing I said was good enough. I was drunk. I love her. I think she's the most beautiful woman. She thought being drunk made me reveal my true feelings. Then one morning, she just said, you know, I have never felt as ugly as I have felt this past week. I have always thought I was beautiful. She didn't cry this time, but she hasn't been happy since. I started crying and apologizing, but she was emotionless. It was the last time she looked at me too. She has become taciturn and distant, but only with me. She has lost 20 pounds and works out 6 to 7 days a week. She never has free time with me. If she's not with the children or her family and friends, she's immersed in some book or has her headphones on. She's always fully clothed now, even in bed. She locks the bathroom door when she takes a shower. She is more active on social media too. She shares many pictures of herself and thanks everyone who gives her a compliment. Before it was just pictures with our children and pets, but now it's all about her, working out in sports bras and tights. I broke her and I don't know how to fix it. User Serendipity Lurking said, what you said was your ex is hotter and your wife has personality. Since you are not saying what your damage control was, it must have been awful if you're not even willing to share it under the anonymity of Reddit. Subconsciously or not, you had the thought of my ex was hotter and that can break a person. I don't think you can fix it because I am assuming that is what you actually think. No one is saying you don't love your wife, but physical attraction is important in a partnership, and you basically said that physically you are more attracted to your ex. How you say things, when you say things, who you say them to, it's all important. Edit. Saying that your buddy should get a 6 like you and be happy is not damage control. User Icy Organization 338 said, you don't ruin a marriage with one sentence. This is straw that broke the camel's back stuff. Yes, this would have been incredibly hurtful and embarrassing for her, but in a happy and healthy relationship, you would have been able to apologize, grovel, explain yourself better, and fix it. It was bad and this was her final straw. That's why you broke her. User NJ Bell 1029 said, unfortunately for you, you might think this is a one-statement mistake, but chances are your actions as a husband to her leading up to this public humiliation was pushing her in this direction first. What kind of husband have you been before this? Did you prioritize your marriage separate from the parental side? Have you been a 50-50 partner? Did you grow complacent as a lover in romance, desire, and intimacy? This switch she has turned is serious, and not allowing you to properly apologize for it means she's likely been down the dead ends before. Self-evaluate not just this moment, but all the moments. 6 months is a long time it takes to get your life in the place you want it to be before pulling the plug for something new. User Substantial Youth 9106 said, OP, it's been 6 months since the incident, and it's not too late to fix things. However, having a negative mindset won't help you. You haven't mentioned any proactive ways you've made your wife feel loved, appreciated, and valued since the situation. Instead, you've only mentioned her negative, in your eyes, behaviors such as not looking at you, sleeping fully clothed, working out, and using social media on her own terms. It's absurd that you haven't suggested marriage counseling yet, especially because you shattered your wife's confidence. You aren't taking any accountability for your actions, nor putting in the work needed to make things better. Where is the fight in you and the light at the end of the tunnel mindset? You can't be upset at the outcome when your wife makes her final decision and if you don't try your hardest. This next post was also made in the True Off My Chest subreddit. It was created just 5 days ago by a user named BurnerTR004. The post is titled, My Best Friend Told Me What He Does to My Pictures. I don't even know what to say about this, but I'm 19F and my best friend, 19M, told me that sometimes when we FaceTime, he takes FaceTime pictures of me when I'm not looking. I said, gross, I hate that. I wish that was all, but he made it worse. He then said that sometimes he uses those pictures to pleasure himself. And then he showed me the pictures he took secretly, the ones he looks at when he touches himself. There was a picture of me doing my makeup and wearing a sports bra, and it was cold, so my nipples were hard, as happens to humans. Then there was a picture of me sleeping. Like, what the hell? And then another picture of me in a sports bra and some shorts, which was weird because I wear that every time I'm home, every time we FaceTime. I told him that was gross and he needed to stop. After I was kind of off for a few days, he said it was just a joke, but he literally showed me the pictures. I don't know if I believe he was joking. Why would you even joke about that? It just made me feel so weird, and I don't know what to think about it. I feel icky and gross, and I wish he had never told me because I truly believe ignorance is bliss. Now I feel like I can't show my body or even my face on FaceTime with him anymore because he's going to take a picture and use it to masturbate. Edit. I don't know why so many people saw this, but I'm glad most of you were as disgusted as I am. I am not planning on being friends with this person anymore. I think I may have tried to convince myself he was just overly horny and it wasn't deep, or he was just joking, but no, it was creepy and it's been bothering me for weeks. I can't continue acting like that was okay. I was going to tell his girlfriend, but I found out she has me blocked on Instagram. I am not surprised. I know she didn't like him having a female friend, and I'm sure this is exactly why, but thank you all. Also, to all the people messaging me or commenting saying I should be flattered or turned on or saying my sports bra was the issue, I hope you grow up someday. A user named Vanetis said it was a poor attempt at flirting and probably testing the waters if you are DTF. Since you reacted negatively, I guess this friendship will not be worth maintaining. User Cryptid Me said, I'd be less worried about not showing face or whatever on FaceTime and instead stop being friends with this person. I mean, there are only 2 reactions to this. Feel flattered or grossed out. Clearly, the second one is how you feel. So choose friends who respect boundaries. User Destructicus Dawn said, this guy isn't your friend. A friend doesn't beat off to pictures they took of you without permission and then show you. He probably thought you'd be flattered or would reciprocate his feelings. That was him shooting his shot. This person is less interested in platonic friendship than you are. User Ellie Star said that people will argue all day about whether men and women can be platonic friends. But it's this kind of constant, ridiculous bullshit that fuels the no they can't side. He is into you. He is pretending to be your friend. Once it is extremely clear that you are not actually into him, he will no longer be your friend. This could take 1 day or 1 century. He was never your friend. User Mipson said, that guy inherits some next level social incompetence. He's into you and communicated that in the worst way possible. I mean, people can get pretty weird in well-established friendships, but that is something different. I still remember when I took a step too far when one time one of my female friends asked what I was doing and I just sent her a picture of the turd I had just unloaded into my toilet. Could have ended the friendship, but that father mucker just sent one back, and from that day on, we somehow kept running a turd pick competition. Conclusion, some people test the waters in very idiotic ways. Take it with humor, slap him in the face, and tell him to quit the bullshit. This story was created in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Able19985. The post is titled AITAH because I call my psycho ex's unrelated child my nodder, buckle up. 15 years ago, I was 25 and finishing my contract, and my then GF of 3 years, Natalie, was acting increasingly strange. I came back from a 2-month assignment and was prepared to break up with Natalie. She came by and gave me the good news. She was pregnant. I asked how far along she was. She said 5 weeks, so I broke it off with her and told her she needed to do better at math. She refused the breakup and insisted the baby was mine, so I told her the following. 1. Paternity test, and 2. If the child was mine, we can talk about financial support and custody arrangements with lawyers. She refused both and told everyone we both knew that I was a deadbeat for knocking her up and leaving her. I told everyone I was on a 2-month assignment when she conceived, but a few insisted for the sake of decency, I house her and give her limited support. I consulted a lawyer about this mess, and the lawyer made it very clear that any overt support I give could be seen as me taking responsibility. So I told these friends that, and most dropped it except one guy who again insisted that charity couldn't be used as a legal cudgel like that. I asked him if he believed that he could house her. He agreed to drop it after that. The child was born and not even going to do the whole she didn't look like me because most babies are born with squished faces. And all I saw were the pics she sent me with messages like, Emma wants to know where daddy is and shit. She still refused to take any paternity tests, but her constantly showing up with that baby got to the point where I filed an RO. Fun fact, in my state, a permanent RO is not in fact permanent. It is 2 years long. The only way to get it longer is if there was a violent crime associated, and apparently bugging someone with a baby that's not theirs is not a violent crime. So my life for the last 14 years has been me renewing the RO every 2 years because once it clears, Natalie shows up again with my not child. I did eventually find a nice girl, get married, and now I have 9-year-old son, Henry. My wife Kim is well aware of Natalie and Emma. When the cycle begins again, I always say the same thing. 1. Paternity test. 2. Once paternity is proven, I will take custody and get financial support set up. Natalie always refuses and says both are insulting. Recently, the cycle started again, and this time Emma showed up first. She approached my son during a school event, a visit to the zoo, and said, "Hi, I'm your big sister, Emma." Henry knows about stranger danger and ran away to a teacher. I had to have a very, very painful talk to the teachers and parents that were at the event about my relationship with Emma and Natalie and how Emma was never my daughter. I even called her my nodder once or twice in the conversation. After the group disbanded, one of the mothers confronted me and said that while Natalie was in the wrong telling this poor child I was her father, calling her my nodder was mocking this situation. I kind of get where she's coming from, just I can't help this child. And the honest truth is playing light of the 2-year cycles is the closest I can get to finding peace in the situation. Edit. To answer the repeated question in my state, the mother has to start the petition for the father to be established and the test to start. There is no instance where a father can start the petition. There was a chance to do this when Emma was born, but the window was exactly 1 month, and I was much too focused on the RO, not thinking the paternity angle would bite me in the butt. One last time. To everyone saying, just ask for custody. That'll force DNA test. Literally can't be done. I have been through this enough with a lawyer and have consulted with other lawyers. There are laws protecting children, and a lot of them exist for good reason. I'll explain it the way my lawyer explained it. Imagine there's a woman who ran from an abusive ex. She finds out after she escapes she's pregnant. She gives birth, never puts the ex on the birth certificate, and never tries to file for support because she wants to get as far away from him as possible. He finds out years later and tries to rope her back in using the child as leverage. She can just say no, and the state has to let it go. There is, however, a provision if the father was involved enough to know when the birth was, that he could submit his DNA to the state within 31 days of birth as a potential father, but that time has long passed. The law is designed this way on purpose. In the eyes of the family court, I am a random person, and I was never claimed to Emma. If you think the state wants all children to be claimed by fathers and will gladly submit any DNA test whenever any potential father shows up, find a random single mom, call the family court, and say you want to claim her child. I am tired of everyone acting like all I needed to do was fill out one sheet of paper and this nightmare would end. Please just call a lawyer for a free consultation or post on legal advice and ask them. It doesn't work that way. User Shay2202 said, have you considered reporting your ex to CPS? She is emotionally abusing her daughter. She is telling her that you are her father and don't want her, and she dropped her off at the zoo to find your son and tell him that she is his sister. If you report this along with the constant restraining orders, surely CPS would intervene and at least interview her daughter to find out what else she is being brainwashed with and interview your ex as a potential danger to both her daughter and your son. The fact that she is following your son should be enough to take further measures. User DappledTurnoff0A said NTA. I can understand why someone would think that this is callous, but it's your business and you've every right to use humor to try to deal with it. Don't say that to Emma. Considering that she believes your mom, that would be pretty rude. Now, the burning question, how did she find Henry while he was on a field trip? Under this comment, OP said the following. We suspect Natalie befriended a mom at the school and got a class schedule, then dropped Emma off at the zoo to be with her brother. Since we are unrelated, I have no idea what school Emma goes to or who Natalie's friends are. We are being very reactive to the situation, but because there are children involved, my lawyer said that that's the best we can do, and any type of investigation into Natalie beyond where to send legal paperwork could make it seem like mutual contact and hurt any future ROs. User DestinyKane48 said, look, it's time to tell that child that you have been willing to do a paternity test since she was born. Tell her you are absolutely willing to get tested and have always been willing to be in her life if she's yours. Let her ask her mother why she has refused the test and thus denied her a relationship with her father. Her garbage mother has lied her entire life. It's time the poor girl finds out you aren't her father. Then maybe she'll be able to find her real dad and get away from her horrible mother. User Beck2010 said, why haven't you sued her for slander and or defamation? You have an attorney. You've had to get multiple protection orders. You've had to call law enforcement to remove her from your property. And now she's dropping a child alone at a zoo to find you. All the while, she's telling people you're a deadbeat. For crying out loud, end it now. I would imagine there's more than enough evidence to file a suit and demand a paternity test within the complaint. OP said the following under this user's comment. I have a lawyer on retainer just for this and we have gone through all options. Before the child was born, there was a good chance I was the father due to the fact we had a relationship. If Natalie believed it to be true at the time, it was not slander. This continued until the first RO. After the first RO expired, permanent RO needs its name changed, she phrased it as, don't you want to be her father? The second RO was the last time she posted anything online, and again, it was so close to the birth that it was muddy. After that, whenever the cycle started again, she always was very careful with her words in public and rarely put anything in writing. And again, the paternity test is pretty much a dead end. I have tried to push for it, but if Natalie didn't legally state I was the father or asked for any support, the court's attitude is to not force the test. Just 2 days after the first post, we got an update. I got off the phone with my attorney. We have a preliminary hearing on the new restraining order this week. We will most likely be issued a temporary RO, and then after that, there will be another hearing for the permanent RO. Child Protective Services is investigating Natalie and Emma's living situation. The teacher's report held a lot of weight, and my lawyer thinks that this might actually be a way to end the madness now. In family court for minors, there exists something like a temporary court-appointed guardian. I think the term is guardian ad litem, who is only a guardian for legal purposes, procedures, and decisions, including medical ones. If the family court appoints such a guardian for Emma, we can ask this temporary guardian for the DNA test and finally put this issue to rest. The madness might actually have an ending in sight. Adding here, I feel like I need to explain the relationship I had with Natalie all those years ago. When I got back from my 2-month assignment, I was already dead set on breaking up with her. Her "oh wait, I'm pregnant" was never going to make me marry her. In fact, I doubted she was pregnant for several weeks. In the last year of our relationship, several red flags appeared in her behavior, ranging from demanding that I check in with her while at work, only hanging out with friends with her present, and experiencing extreme bouts of jealousy if I ever seemed too friendly with women, including waitresses. I was in a line of work that required me to be away for long periods, which she hated, but it also kept me out of her reach for extended periods. I think it was halfway through that last year that I realized when I was away, I did not miss her. In fact, I was relieved to plop into a cot and fall asleep after long hours of work without thinking about her. When the pregnancy turned out to be real, I made it clear that with a paternity test, I would pay support, split custody, and be a co-parent and nothing more. She wanted me to be her husband, no questions asked. No test, just pure blind faith and devotion to her and the child. The test, she insisted, was insulting. There was never going to be a relationship, and there was no relationship to salvage with Natalie. On the advice of the first attorney I hired, the deal was no test, no contact. User The Crown and Anchor said, "That poor girl, she'll grow up either believing OP to a deadbeat dad, or she'll grow up knowing the truth and knowing that her mom is trying to game the system and get money from a guy who is not the father of her child. Either way, she's gonna have a lot of stuff to work out in therapy one day." Frankly, I can't believe OP does not have any legal recourse to force a paternity test. You'd think there'd be one judge who was so annoyed with the constant restraining orders that he would have ordered a paternity test to rid the court system of this bullshit. User Not a Doormat No More said, "That last line. I didn't realize I was holding my breath until I read that last line and I was relieved. Can't imagine how you feel." Congrats on using all the legal tools as they were intended. I hope the next update is you are not the father, surprising no one, and the RO is permanent, if that's even possible. I'm not sure how they work. OP's ex is so infuriating. It's one thing to try and mess with OP's life by dragging him back into a situation that he was not involved in. It is an entirely different thing when she is involving her daughter in these kinds of situations. Like how many people already said in the comments, the child is the one who is suffering the most from all of this drama. Another 2 days later, we got another update from OP. The preliminary hearing on the new RO went well. Emma and Natalie were there, and we discovered that Emma is currently living with her great-grandmother and has a guardian ad litem, court-appointed guardian on legal matters. My lawyer thinks this means whatever was found in Natalie's home situation warranted removing Emma and was potentially severe enough that the great-grandmother only has physical custody, necessitating the appointment of a guardian ad litem. During the hearing, we went through the whole song and dance, the past ROs, the whole deal. My lawyer turned to Emma's representative and said we were willing to submit to a DNA test and put this to bed. Natalie looked like she was having a conniption at that, and her own lawyer urged her to shush. Emma's representative accepted, and we were cheek swabbed in the courthouse. A temporary order is now in place, while a second hearing is scheduled in the upcoming weeks for the permanent 2-year order. The order covers immediate family on both sides, and as I've detailed in the past, Natalie is actually good with following court orders, oddly. We have about 4 weeks before we have the definitive test results back, but I am not too worried either way. P.S. There were some people who thought the court couldn't use Charity as a cudgel was the father. Well, that's Jim. I haven't talked to Jim in 10 years, but Jim is gay and hated Natalie. He just also happened to be a give the shirt off his back kind of dude, and as long as I knew him, he volunteered at a food pantry. His protest came mostly from naivety, not self-interest. After about a month, OP gave us another update. We got the results in late last week, as did Emma's party. I am not the father. Natalie had a major blow-up when she heard the news from her grandmother Sylvia. Emma's currently living at Sylvia's and is out of Natalie's custody. This blow-up included a major tantrum on my front lawn, which also violated the temporary RO. Natalie has been arrested and Sylvia hasn't bailed her out. Sylvia has communicated to my lawyer that she wanted to give her apologies for bankrolling Natalie's life for the past 15 years. I only met Sylvia a few times when I was dating Natalie, and I know Natalie grew up with her and Sylvia had money, but was never really told the extent of that. Sylvia has communicated via my lawyer, which is technically allowed with the RO in place, that both she and Emma want to send me an apology via a letter. I told my lawyer they were free to write whatever letters they wanted as long as this was the last communication we had with them. The permanent RO is certainly going to be granted now, with the emergency one violated. We still don't know what caused Emma to be removed from Natalie's care, or if Natalie has any underlying issues. If we do get the letters, I will post them. After another 6 days, OP gave us the most recent update thus far. I received the letters on Friday after my lawyer read them and deemed them acceptable. Sylvia's letter detailed that Natalie had a rough family life, which I already knew about. Natalie's father ran out, then her mother, leaving Sylvia to raise her. There was a lot of "I did my best with what I had." Sylvia mentioned that she and Emma will be okay. She still has some money, not you money, but enough for Emma to have a very decent jumpstart in life when she turns 18. Sylvia housed Natalie and Emma in a house she owned in the city, while Sylvia lived about an hour north, out in the country. She sent Natalie money monthly for expenses and saw them about 4 times a year: birthday, Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas. Regarding Emma's living situation, the only thing Sylvia said was that the photos she saw of the city house broke her heart. Needless to say, Sylvia pledged not to enable Natalie anymore. Emma's letter was much sadder. It started with "Father who is not my father," which I found strange. She explained how Natalie told her that if she behaved, I would accept her. My acceptance of her hinged entirely on Emma doing as she was told. Emma said Sylvia has her in therapy and that Natalie told them both that I was dodging the test using legal loopholes. She said seeing me suggest the test in person made her feel like Natalie was right, that I was able to accept her. She felt happy and hopeful. When the results came in, she said it was worse than not knowing at all. She apologized for scaring my son, brother who is not my brother, as she said in the letter. There is a strange tone to her letter, and I feel like she is coming to terms with things. The letter was painful to read, but both of them pledged not to interact with us anymore. Natalie is still in jail. Maybe it's finally over. User Brisa Takul said, "This is heartbreaking for Emma. This poor girl has been lied to and led to believe her behavior was why you didn't accept her. Her mother obviously had her extremely convinced that there was no other option. It seems clear she only wanted a connection with her father, and now she's found herself without one and no knowledge of whom he may be. Never mind the fact her mother has lied to her for her entire life. Thankfully, it sounds like she is with someone who will do what they can to make sure she heals from this as much as possible. Hopefully, therapy will be effective for her. She sounds to have a sense of humor about it though. The father that is not my father and brother that is not my brother is a bit funny. That's a coping mechanism. I hope she does well, and I'm glad to hear you should at least be done with worrying about Emma contacting you again, hopefully. Natalie will probably still be a problem, but hopefully the next 2 years will give her time to think about her actions and maybe be more concerned about her daughter than dragging you into her drama." User Fionagain Feisty Paws said, "For what it's worth, father who is not my father sounds like a child who has believed their whole life that you were her father, but you're not, and she has to figure out how to know that, but overcome all the baggage she was given around you. Same with your son. She lost out on a father, which is true, but speaking from experience, realizing the depth of the lies and bullshit your abusive parent fed you your whole life is rough. She lost the image of who she thought her mother was too. I'm sorry this happened to you. I'm sorry this happened to Emma. You were both victims in this, and I hope you're both able to heal and move on." User Similar Afternoon 427 said, "I'm so sorry about all of this. On the bright side, Emma is going to have great lore. The way she describes you as father who is not my father and your son as brother who is not my brother means that she's trying to cope. She's going to be a very funny girl. I'm happy she's going to therapy. Maybe she'll learn better coping mechanisms than just being funny and joking, trying to be unserious in very serious situations. I understand this to some level because I'm like that. If anyone here is reading my comment, listen to me for a second. Let's have a real talk. Making jokes and being unserious will only be helpful for a short period of time. You'll end up stuck in a place where you want to make others laugh and be happy because nothing makes you happy anymore. I get it. I'm 16 and I'm that kid. If you don't have a therapist to help, Emma is very lucky to have one. Then listen to me. Find a song that makes you want to dance around, one that genuinely makes you happy when you listen to it. It's probably one of those old songs. I promise you that will help your mental state more than destroying yourself trying to make others happy. I'm telling you, this helps. Or maybe it's my autistic brain that gets happy at silly songs like that when I'm in a rut. I hope this helps whoever reads this." User Noah Sawyer 95 said, "It's not over. Natalie has nothing left to lose by harassing you. Before all this, she was worried about her daughter being taken away, but now there is no real consequence for her. I may be interpreting things wrong, but she does not seem like the kind of person mentally capable of viewing jail or prison as a punishment, as it is a less tangible penalty than having her child taken away. She probably views jail or prison as just another location where she does not have her daughter. I highly suggest you move. Natalie may escalate this to violence, and there is a very real chance that she will direct her anger at your son, the child you loved when you didn't love her daughter. She may also be in the mindset that if she can't have her child, why should you have yours? An RO is just a piece of paper, not a magic shield. It only works if the person it's against is afraid of the penalties they will face if it is violated. Someone who breaks a restraining order once will likely do it again. Keep your family safe." User HuskyMom0810 said, "My heart really goes out to Emma. The poor kid didn't deserve any of this, and neither did you, but she's just a poor kid who was misled and manipulated by her mother. As a single mother whose ex isn't on the birth certificate, he wanted a paternity test. In my state, it's super easy to get one because they like nailing balls to the wall for child support, but the father has to petition. I told him such, and he never did. This actually really hurts. I hope Sylvia and Emma can locate her actual father. Maybe he can give her some actual closure or even guidance if he wants a relationship. As for you, I'm glad that this is over and that you, your wife, and your kid are safe. I would definitely suggest moving and or relocating to a different area if it's feasible. I know historically Natalie was really good with restraining orders, but the arrest and losing Emma have me concerned because now she has very little to lose to violate the restraining order going forward. If moving addresses or relocating are not options, then I would recommend a security system." I really liked how that one user put it. Not only did Emma get confirmation in losing a father, but she also lost her biological mother in a way as well. She gaslighted Emma into truly believing that OP was her dad. Something even worse than knowing your dad is not in your life is having the hope that perhaps you know who your biological dad is, just to realize that it was all a lie. As Emma gets older, she's going to come to understand that not only was she fed a lie, but she was being used as a means for her mother to lock down OP. Truly a disgusting person. This next post was also made in the AITAH subreddit. It was made by a user named Downtown Aspect 3873 and is titled AITAH for reporting a woman to HR who misunderstood my comment and getting her fired. Throwaway account. I, 32M, have been with my girlfriend for 7 years and we're really happy together. My girlfriend works in the service industry and I was raised with 3 sisters by a single mom. I'm all too aware of the creeps that women have to deal with on a daily basis, and I try to be vocal when other guys cross the line and stand up for them like I would for my sisters. I work in a specialized industry where reputation is everything, and I have built a pretty good one over the years. 3 months ago, a new woman, 24F, I'll call her Kristen, started working in our central office. She made it uncomfortably clear that she was interested in me by always standing too close and finding reasons to touch me often. I observed how she interacted with other people to be sure this wasn't in my head. It wasn't. She was always touching my arm, picking something off my shirt, etc. I made a point of talking about my girlfriend frequently and showed no affection in return. I could tell she was disappointed when I finally said I needed a little more personal space and started to keep my distance. I didn't talk about it at work, but I updated my girlfriend daily. Kristen was always lurking around my cubicle, trying to listen in on my conversations, but when she tried to insert herself into our discussions, I found reasons to walk away. Kristen cornered me a little over a month ago in the break room and told me in front of 2 other women that I made her very uncomfortable the day before. She claimed she overheard me insulting her and other women's appearances while talking with other guys from the office. I had no idea what she was talking about, and the other women who have known me for a long time kind of laughed it off. It was really awkward. I walked out after telling her I had never said anything like that. I was shocked and just wanted to get out of there. One of the women approached me after this and told me what Kristen shared with them after I left. She said that I and the other guys were complaining that it wasn't fair they had to work with her while the other women were so much hotter. After some confusion, I thought about it and understood. The day before, a group of us, men and women, were discussing how one side of the office was getting a bigger air conditioner when the other side, which was in front of the larger windows with direct sunlight, was much hotter. It wasn't fair that one side was much hotter, and it is. I really felt terrible because even though she was eavesdropping and misunderstood, that would be a hurtful thing to overhear. I immediately went over to her desk and explained what happened. She looked angry and said, "Whatever you say," while shuffling papers around. Later that day, I saw her speaking quietly to a woman near her and staring daggers at me. The woman she was talking to looked surprised and watched me. That night, after discussing it with my girlfriend, she told me I needed to go to HR. I didn't want to at first because I didn't want any record of me doing something I didn't, but she convinced me that things like this don't go away and it could blow up my reputation. The next day, I talked with HR and asked them to facilitate a conversation between me and Kristen. When HR asked about how we work together, I hesitated and tried to talk around it. After some coaxing, I did mention some of her behaviors towards me, but made sure to say she had never crossed the line. At the end of the day, HR called me in to follow up and said they appreciated that I was proactive because the situation was resolved positively. They told me to let them know if anything else came up and mentioned they didn't think there would be any more issues. I didn't get any more details than that. I thought everything was okay until later that night when I got a call from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail and listened to the message. It was Kristen screaming at me for trying to gaslight her and make her out to be the problem. She said she knew all my guy friends would cover for me and that I might have everyone else fooled, but she knew who I really was. My girlfriend and I talked about it and agreed that she had some real issues and that I should send the message to HR that night and avoid her the next day. I got to work later in the day after a morning consult outside the office and walked in on Kristen angrily talking to a few people about the meeting with HR she had that morning, saying I was immature and a creep. I turned around and walked away. She realized I heard her and followed me, begging me not to tell HR she was just talking about the meeting. She said she wasn't supposed to talk about it. She begged me and cried, saying she needed the job and had no power in the situation and it wasn't fair. She begged me to do the right thing. That did give me pause because I realized she really believed she heard me say things about her. It also occurred to me she might be reacting to someone who did this to her in the past. I just ignored her and called my girlfriend. She agreed that there were probably some deeper issues going on, but she said I had to report it. It was not going to stop and she was damaging my reputation. I sat down at my desk, recorded every detail of what I heard her say, and asked for support to resolve this. Kristen was let go that night. She sobbed on her way out. It was all around terrible. I found out later that after HR first spoke to Kristen, they had immediately called in a few people to ask about the original conversation about one side of the office not being hot. They spoke to both men and women. They had a clear picture of what happened, explained it to Kristen, and warned her not to malign my reputation with gossip that was not true. They also warned her against contacting me before she sent the first voicemail. They thought she understood it was a misunderstanding and were very surprised and angry that she called me. The night she was let go, she yelled at everyone and told them I was a pervert and probably a There's one woman who was Kristen's friend at work who thinks I'm a huge asshole. She says Kristen was young and vulnerable, and I ruined her life instead of just letting it go after apologizing. Apparently, Kristen can't even get a job interview in our field in the area because everyone knows about this. Gossip spreads fast. Everyone else in the office is glad she's gone. I guess there were some other uncomfortable things she was doing with other people. I don't know all of the details, and at first I thought we all dodged a bullet, but this one woman will not stop trying to make me feel guilty, and it's working. She says I'm denying responsibility by saying I talked with my girlfriend. She talks about male privilege, and the thing is, she's right that males do have much more privilege and women really aren't believed enough. I agree with her about all that, but I really didn't say these things. She says every man says that. She brings it up every time I see her. Did I make a big deal out of nothing and ruin some young person's career? Am I part of the real problem I claim to fight against? Update. For everyone suggesting I report her friend, I really don't want to. I think she genuinely believes she's speaking up for her friend and is in the right, and I don't want to be known as the guy who runs to HR whenever there's a disagreement. I think people know she's wrong, so I'm less worried about that. I didn't want to see anyone get fired. I was sort of relieved, but when she left crying, she looked really desperate, and I just sat there blankly. I didn't feel vindicated. It's upsetting to think someone is going to go through her whole life thinking of me as a bad guy. User Virtual Choir Boy said NTA, you do realize you're going to have to go to HR about Kristen's friend, right? Start documenting your interactions with her because this will snowball quickly if you're not careful. As for dealing with Kristen, you did exactly what you needed to do to protect your reputation and, in turn, protect your value as an employee to the company. It seems almost as if Kristen suffers from main character syndrome and has now, unfortunately, discovered the fact that nothing could be further from the truth. Under this comment, user PlentyTaro8375 said, you're still being harassed, albeit differently, but Kristen still has BS spouting. I think it's part and parcel of your original complaint, just via a different person. Notify HR and let the chips fall before these people manipulate you anymore and you're the one out of a job. This stuff gets sticky fast. Then user Bloody Hell Harry said the following under the comment. Her friend's position is only valid from the perspective that OP did say those things and he is in the wrong. He is like, maybe she genuinely believes that. Okay, well, she is genuinely wrong. Take her to a meeting with HR. Ask her in that meeting if she is to assume for a moment that what you're saying is true and you did not in fact say what Kristen claims you said, how would she suggest you handle someone spreading vicious lies about you in the workplace? How would she expect you to handle a coworker sending you threatening and harassing messages despite being warned not to? How would she expect you to handle being called a racist and a pervert if that is not true? Let her object to your very reasonable actions in front of HR. User Frozen Introvert said, NTA, you did the right thing. She was damaging your reputation, and as your GF said, likely wouldn't have stopped. You had to get out in front of it. Maybe she was mad you weren't interested in her, maybe she's just toxic, but you aren't at fault in any way. The one person in the office who was her buddy and is mad at you is wrong, but you can't make everyone happy. Move on with your life. User Brave Letterhead 6291 said NTA. She did not act professionally. If she wants to be taken seriously and excel in her field, she needs to act accordingly. She didn't respect your boundaries and she gossiped and spread rumors about you that weren't true. She is reaping what she sowed. Hopefully, she has learned her lesson now and can change her behavior while she's still young. User Necessary Mood said NTA. She refused to respect your boundaries, eavesdropped on your conversations, violated the terms given by HR, disrespected you, accused you of rape, and she could have ruined your entire career as you said it's based on reputation. She had the chance to change her actions and she decided that she wanted to keep trash talking you because you're in a relationship and refuted her advances. Don't feel bad because she dug the hole for you and was upset when she had to lay in it. User ShadeFX1 said, Kristen was told that both men and women confirmed the conversation was about ambient temperature. She said harassed you, kept pursuing you every time you walked away. When you rebuffed her, she spread malicious false rumors about you. When HR explained it was a misunderstanding, she left an unhinged voicemail on your phone after HR told her not to contact you. Then she spread even more gossip about you just before another HR meeting. After she was fired, she got her friend to continue the harassment. What male privilege do you have? Do you have any idea how lucky you are that women were part of the conversation about how hot the office was next to the window? Kristen said your male co-workers would cover for you. If it was a group of men's word against Kristen's, you'd be destroyed. If you didn't have that voicemail, no one would have believed you. She yelled that you were a on her way out. What's next? A false police report against you? You'd better have a witness and an alibi for every minute of the day from now on. She was determined to ruin your reputation and perhaps get you fired because you didn't want to date her. This is more than immaturity. She received many warnings and repeated chances and threw them all away but blamed you. She still doesn't get it. Be prepared that she's out there setting your reputation on fire. User ConstantHost3212 said NTA. You did not make a big deal out of nothing. You ignored her creepy, harassing type behavior. You tried to resolve a misunderstanding directly with her, but she would not allow this, so you had to protect yourself and go to HR. You didn't ruin Kristen's career. Kristen did. HR investigated, corroborated your account, explained this to Kristen, and cautioned her not to spread gossip about you. Kristen could have let it go at that point. Instead, she doubled down, going against HR instructions by calling you and making it clear she was not letting it go. Then she tripled down by calling you a creep after she had a second HR meeting. Kristen ruined Kristen's career with your company. Kristen's friend is misguided and needs to be shut down. Male privilege is real, but does not require that men tolerate misbehavior in the workplace from women. Source: a woman retired after a successful career. User Maximum Dealer 6208 said, "You didn't do anything wrong where Kristen is concerned. HR checked that your conversation was about the room temperature and explained it to her. They also told her not to contact you. She still had a job. All she had to do was stop bad-mouthing you and leave you alone. She didn't. She went so far as to hunt down your phone number to scream at you. That's why she's unemployed now. And why is she screaming at you when she knows that you didn't do anything wrong? Because you rejected her and she couldn't handle it. She's too immature to work with adults. You do need to tell HR about her friend. Maybe HR can explain to her that Kristen is at fault and she is in danger of making the same mistakes, and maybe she should be more focused on her work instead of OP. I don't think OP did anything wrong here. Above all else, you need to protect yourself in these public settings, such as your job. And just like how someone else said, OP should also inform HR about Kristen's friend. The fact that this woman thought that spreading lies and threatening people would pass is insane. These kinds of people have never been humbled before in their life. OP is doing the world a favor by indirectly getting her fired. If she never gets pushed down, she will just continue to be an asshole to everyone she encounters in her life. This story was created in the marriage subreddit in 2023 by a user named Don't Be a Dumbbell. The post is titled, "Wife of 17 years has basically ghosted us for the last 3 days. I'm pretty lost with my current situation and looking for any sort of insight. My wife, 39F, and I, 40M, have been married for 17 years, as mentioned. We have 3 daughters, 15, 13, 11. We're high school sweethearts and have been together for about 23 years now. I know almost nothing, but here's the only information I have. My wife came home 3 days ago from work. She had to work on the 4th. Frantic and emotional. She hastily packed an overnight bag and left. I only know this because our oldest daughter was home at the time and watched her. She tried talking to her, but my wife was just crying, distraught, and didn't speak. She seemed almost in a panic. She's not responding to any of our texts or calls. I contacted her parents right away and they eventually responded, saying that my wife is safe with them and to please be patient and understanding. That's it. I tried contacting her sister, her brother, and one of her close work friends. Her brother said he knew nothing and her work friend said she was at work in the morning but gone by lunch 3 days ago. That's all she knew. That's it. 3 days now, no contact from my wife, not even with the kids. Nothing. No one is telling us anything, and here I am with my 3 girls trying to manage without her. The kids keep asking me what's going on, asking what happened with mom, and all I can say is that she's at grandma and grandpa's, and we're supposed to be patient and understanding. I have an overwhelming urge to just pack up the kids quickly and drive over there without warning. It's only 3 hours away, and sitting here in limbo is awful. The kids think we had a huge fight and are divorcing, but that's the farthest from the truth. We never fight. The kids know this. I don't know what's going on, but can someone provide some clarity from a logical perspective? My current emotional state has me thinking in circles while I try to manage everything without her. If someone passed away, wouldn't your spouse or family be the first person you'd tell? Maybe some past trauma was brought to life. But again, if it were me, my wife would be the first person I'd come to for support. We know nothing. Nothing makes sense. I don't know what to do, and I just sit here in limbo with the girls. We all know nothing, and no one is telling us anything. It has me worried, scared, angry, and feeling just about any emotion one can feel in this situation. Can anyone come up with something reasonable? Why would you ghost your family like this? User CricketWars42 said, "OP, look, I'm a lawyer, and although this is not legal advice, I want to point out a couple of uncomfortable truths here. You do not actually know she's there. You do not actually know she's okay. You do not actually know she's alive. At first, I was in support of the head over their plan and made a comment above asking you to get your head right. But now that I've read more about your comms with the in-laws, I've changed my mind. Dramatically. Their word is not first-hand knowledge. It's just not. Anything they represent to you as coming from her is not first-hand knowledge. Your wife of 17 years is gone. She packed a bag in distress in front of your child and vanished. She's not answering her phone or texts. Your in-laws are claiming she's there, but you haven't spoken with her or seen any proof of that. Do not wait for your father-in-law's call. Do not pack up your kids and go there. Sit down right now and call the police. Immediately. Your wife could be in trouble. She could be gone. You have no idea, and you are going to, at some point, have to explain why you waited this long if things go south. They may already have, and you just don't know it yet. You do not owe your in-laws any privacy at this point. You don't owe your wife the chance not to be embarrassed. You owe your kids answers now. If she's in distress, then she needs qualified help, not her parents, unless I miss somewhere that they work at a hospital or a psych ward. If she's just embarrassed and ashamed, well, that's too damn bad. She's a mother with 3 kids, and she doesn't get to do this to her kids to save herself some pain, exposure, or shame. Perhaps you're waiting on someone to give you permission to violate that unspoken rule that most families have, that you solve family business without the powers that be. You know, the no cops, no ambulances, no police, no EMS, no mental hospital rule that saves everyone from so-called embarrassment. Forget that rule. Call the cops immediately. Tell them your wife has disappeared, and when she did, she was in clear and very visible distress. Tell them you're extremely worried and that it's been 3 days and you haven't spoken to her and she won't answer you. Tell them your in-laws claim she's there but won't let you speak to her and your kids are out of their minds. Demand they go find out if she's there and if she's okay. User Willing Inspection 2 said, normally I am just a lurker, but this post hit me in my heart straight on. I am 59 years old, and when I was 8 years of age, my father suddenly stopped coming over to my house and his phone was disconnected. Within 1 week, I went from a happy, healthy, beautiful young girl to a depressed, sad shell of myself. Now, at 59, I am still depressed as my dad passed away when I was 12 and my mom tried to hide it from me. We never got a chance to reunite in our lives. Please tell your wife's parents not to destroy your daughter's lives. They are at a vulnerable age, and this stress can cause anxiety, depression, and more, from someone who knows firsthand. User Partial Necessity said, I'd be calling her work. See if she lost her job or something. This next part, you're not gonna like much, and I'm sorry. How about an affair? Maybe her partner wants to tell you. Or maybe her partner's partner found out, and it's only a matter of time till you do now. We also had a young lady who did almost the same thing. Turns out she was sexting with a sextortion scammer. She and this guy sexted for months and suddenly he turned around and threatened to send her photos to everyone on her friends list unless she paid thousands. She basically went into hiding from her husband and daughters for a couple of days and contemplated suicide. Things worked out, but this does seem a little familiar. A deleted user said, you're in a really tough position that the rest of us haven't found ourselves in, but this is what I think I would do. I would call her parents again, I would talk to her dad, I would remind her dad that I am her husband and appeal to him how he would react given the same situation with his wife. I would tell him that I needed to speak with her directly and that I would be giving her 24 hours to call me. I wouldn't bring the children into it as it would only cause more trauma for them and possibly for your wife as well. After 24 HRs, if she hasn't called, I would drive up alone to sit down with her and figure out what is going on. But also 3 days with my husband missing, I don't know if I'd be able to stomach another 24 hours. So after 3 days, I'd probably give her the 3 hours it takes to drive there and then tell them I'm getting in my car and won't turn around if I don't hear from her. User Nightmare and Souffle said, at this point, it matters less what it is, although it cannot be good, than that she is not communicating with you and your kids. She needs to talk to you, face to face, and you both need to talk to your kids. No matter what else is going on, they are innocent here and need to hear from both of you. When you go talk to her, be calm and appeal to that. Under this comment, OP said the following, yes, you're exactly right about this. I left a message with my FIL and he responded not long after with a text. He's going to call me tonight and then we'll see. User Diligent Persimmon 3 said, it definitely seems like she's been going through some type of crisis. Her folks called and informed you that she's with them. The kid said she was very distraught when she packed up her bag and left. Personally, I would call her dad and get information on what's wrong. If it turns out that she just needs to calm down and rest and she's not in any kind of physical pain, I'd let her take some time off and convalesce. It sounds like a mental health crisis. As long as she's with her folks and they assured you she was alright, I'd hold back until I received more information or she was ready to see the family. Stay calm. I'm sure things will work themselves out. Okay. This is definitely a very strange situation. I've heard way too many stories about one side of a relationship ghosting the other and it turning out to be an affair. But based on the fact that OP's wife was in a panic, that may not be the case here. We don't have much information, but the fact that she is not answering any calls or texts is very suspicious. To be honest, I would just drive over and take a look. Either that or inform police. This is not normal behavior. My instinct would say that something traumatic had occurred, something like losing a loved one, but that doesn't explain the ghosting. Some users suggested that OP's wife may be having an affair. I do think that this is possible, but even this wouldn't really explain the franticness. The very next day, OP gave us an update. The update is titled, "Everyone was correct, it was an affair." I'm not very familiar with Reddit yet, apologies. There's not much to post and I don't know how to link my last post. I'm just not 100% sure how to do that. It was a long night last night, I didn't sleep. Forgive me for the short update. I don't anticipate spending much time on the computer today, but I did read every post yesterday and into the night, and I will eventually read responses today. I'll just say what I know and leave it at that. My father-in-law didn't call me last night, so I eventually ended up contacting the police, and they did a wellness check as many of you suggested. This caused a storm of issues that I won't get into, but my wife has been having an affair for at least 2 years now, likely longer. Everyone was correct. The other man apparently had a heart attack on Tuesday and eventually passed away that night. For certain, my mother-in-law and it sounds like probably my sister-in-law have known about it and have been covering for her. Still, there has been no contact from my wife, neither to me nor to the girls. I'm trying to keep this from them for now. Honestly, I have no idea what to do from here. That's all I know, and that's enough to just about be the end of me. Thank you for all of the help and advice. I'm not sure how to move on from this news, but that's it. If you pray, please pray for me and us. Wow, so that was a pretty crazy turn of events. I did say that I thought the franticness may have suggested that she lost a loved one, and I guess that is technically what happened. But what I didn't see coming was that OP's wife's mom and sister would cover for her. We actually covered a very similar story not too long ago where a woman was helping her sister cheat. These kinds of stories just piss me off so much. OP's wife is a sack of shit, her sister is a sack of shit, and f her mom too. I say get a divorce immediately. Let that woman sulk in despair all alone. She deserves it. The third post in this story is titled The Depression and the Anger. I've been recommended this sub by a few others. I just joined and have been reading through many posts when I have time, mostly at night when the chaos of the day ends. Of course, then the brain takes over and I go through these fits of depression, followed by raging anger, and sometimes both at the same time. Sleeping is nearly impossible and I wander through the day like a zombie. I'm trying to learn all of the acronyms. I guess D-Day for me was Friday. My wife was having what I initially thought was a 2-year affair, but now it seems very likely it was longer, and the man she cheated with, AP, was someone she'd known for a while. He tragically passed away from a heart attack, which triggered the revelation. I'm still digging for information with the help of my oldest daughter. There are lots of things I'm not ready to post about. I really had no plans of continuing to make posts about my situation, but so many people have offered so much help and advice that it's almost become therapeutic. It hurts to know so many other people have suffered or are suffering through this kind of pain. For that, I am so sorry. I met with 2 different lawyers both yesterday and today to discuss options. I contacted several places regarding therapy too, but there are very long waits where I live. I'm trying to adhere to many suggestions others have made. Avoid alcohol, but I don't drink and never have. Practice self-care, work out, etc. I'd consider myself in very good shape for someone my age, but it's hard to find the energy to work out right now. I know many of you will ask me for details, the who's, what's, when's, why's and such, but please understand that I'm just not ready to get into all of that yet. Every day it seems like a new bomb has exploded and I'm just looking for advice on one thing so I can maybe start sleeping a little. The title of my post. My wife was everything to me, my best friend since high school and the mother of my 3 beautiful daughters. We have inside jokes and secret handshakes. Now it's all gone. Everything is just all gone. I think about all of our years together, every milestone, every laugh, and now I just get so very depressed. It's crippling. It's as though it all meant nothing to her, and now my future will be without her. And then, of course, the how could you creeps in, and I get overcome with this unquenchable raging anger. I scream into my pillow and punch the mattress until my arms cramp. It's a horrible cycle. I only sleep out of pure exhaustion, then I'll wake up suddenly and the mind games begin anew. Any energy I do have, I dedicate to my girls who've been trying to take care of me like they're the parents. It's not fair to them. How did you all sleep after you found out about the affair? How did you manage the silence and the emptiness at night with only your thoughts? I've decided that outside of my daughters, sleep needs to be my one priority in all of this, but I just can't, so I'm hoping you can help. Thank you all. User AngelFire314156 said, I've been following your story closely. You're very early in the recovery process. I think you mentioned something about your mom coming to stay with you. How is your social circle? Do you have a church group? Journaling can be very helpful, and talking to others also helps. Sometimes just explaining things to people can help put things into perspective, and you have made some Reddit friends here that are rooting for you and your daughters. Whatever you do, don't turn to alcohol. That will only make things worse. I don't normally pray for people on Reddit, but I would like you to know that you and your daughters are in my and my husband's prayers. Edit. It's also important to make sure you eat properly and stay hydrated. Going for walks can also help. Under this comment, OP said the following. Yes, my mom is here staying with me and the girls for the week. She's doing all of the miscellaneous things that I've been neglecting. Cooking, cleaning laundry, etc. She's a mom, so of course she forces me to eat and hydrate. Ironically, she forced me to go on walks with her yesterday. Thank you for reaching out. User Harold the Trash Panda said, exercise my man. A tired body helps quiet the mind. Look after your diet too. The stress is unimaginable for you. Measure the blood pressure and find people to vent to. The sleeplessness can last a few weeks. Take advantage of the books in this sub. Leave a cheater, gaining a life will help. Move on to codependency books, start detaching. User Big Impress 1351 said, it takes a while, but the sleep returns. It gets bad, but sleep deficit can be really bad physiologically. For your own sake and that of your girls, make it your #1 priority. Be disciplined with sleep and do things to tire you out. Read books or exercise before bed. Turn your phone off, leave it with your daughters, etc. But gain your sleep back. The lack of sleep was so bad for my mental health during the day. Talk to your doctor about antidepressants if it gets bad. Search for online talk therapy. I've had online sessions for the past 6 months and it's been just as good as in-person sessions. My best wishes. This is a sad place to be in and I'm sorry you've joined us. User Rage Sadness all in one. Healing takes a long time. And it's hard to do alone. I needed others to lean on, and honestly, sleep was horrible for a while. I wanted it because I wanted a respite from the hell that was now my life. But then when I slept, the dreams, nightmares about the cheating came. I got in with my doctor and got an RX to deal with the anxiety, depression, and panic attacks, and something really gentle for the insomnia. I was not going to try Ambien. It was the best thing I ever did. I then found a counselor to talk with. It was helpful to have a third party where I could really let out every thought I had, things I was too embarrassed to share or talk through and admit with my family or friends. It was hard to choose someone though. I felt like I needed someone closer to my age that I could relate to, who wasn't younger than me, I couldn't do a therapist younger than me, and I needed someone my same gender as well for comfortability's sake. I gave it a lot of thought in choosing someone, so I knew I'd be sure to open up to them in a way that would make it worth the time and effort. I hope you get help for yourself and your daughters. Beyond just a lawyer, mental health help. You are all going to need it for the massive betrayal and grief trauma you are experiencing around the loss of your family unit and the loss of the woman you thought you knew. I'm so sorry you are all going through this. A deleted user said, the worst detail of all is her mother and sister covering for her and the bullshit line they gave you. It could be possible to recover your marriage with a lot of radical changes, and the biggest one would be cutting her mother and sister out of your lives completely, as they were accomplices in destroying your marriage and family. I would guess she did the typical wayward thing and painted as poor a picture as she could make others believe about your marriage to get her on your side. Under this comment, OP said the following, so as it turns out, only my SEL knew about the affair during its duration. MIL found out when her AP passed away and was obviously worried about my wife, so tried to cover for her in the short term. Doesn't make it any better, but I think my mill was doing damage control and trying to be there for my wife first. I refused to talk to her, so I haven't heard her side at all. After over 4 days of reflection and many of the other details I've since learned, there will be no reconciliation. I've told no one about this yet, but I know in my heart that I can't accept the marriage that would lie ahead, given the marriage that is behind me. It really really hurts to say that, but I'm sorry to say that I will eventually file for divorce. User Meatable888 said, I frequently have the same questions about a situation like this. 2 years is a very long affair. Usually they are a matter of months, even weeks. Why did she do this? Does she have any explanation for this? Over 2 years is not an affair. It's a parallel relationship. Why didn't she just leave you for this man? She does not love you if she could do this. She may have love for you as for a brother or a cousin or friend, but not as a husband. She could not do this if she did. No one who loves their spouse could have a parallel relationship like this. I would be out of my mind with rage over something like this level of betrayal, this length of time. Please don't squelch, deny, or try to suppress your very righteous anger over this. You have an absolute right to be through the roof over this and beyond. You may say, well, what good does it do? But anger actually serves a lot of useful functions, including getting things done like a divorce. Its primary purpose, in my opinion, is to help us defend ourselves when we have been attacked, which you have been. So don't suppress this or feel bad that you are so angry. You are absolutely right to be enraged by this. You have been treated abominably and disrespectfully by the person you loved, treasured, trusted, cherished, and protected most in the world, while she cavorted with this man for, well, 2 years plus. That's appalling. Also, don't say this person's death was tragic. You should not have one jot of compassion for this man who engaged in this treachery with your wife against you and your family. What I would advise you to do concretely at this point is to take a vacation right now if you possibly can, without your wife, of course. Go someplace you like and enjoy, take one or more kids with you or a friend if you want, but get away from this. It will help you to relax because this is extremely traumatizing. It's like losing an arm. Don't underestimate this and its effect on you. You need to take care of yourself physically, whatever that means. Eat, drink, sleep. I'd try to get away for a few days and relax and possibly have some fun. Something restorative, and maybe you will also be able to think more clearly when you get back. When you get back, at minimum, go for a lengthy separation. I would just go straight for a divorce with something like this, but that's me. Short of that, you really need to separate for a lengthy period of time, several months at least, so you can start to heal on your own without the constant irritant of having her around. Because if she's not now, that is what she will be in the coming months. As bad as you feel now, you're probably going to feel worse if you don't separate for some time. You need to heal without her constant presence, even if you do nothing during that time. And she needs to understand what life would be like without you. She needs consequences, and separation is a minimum one. Sometimes people who reconcile, which I personally would not do here, but it's up to you, need to create a whole new relationship or marriage, and that is best done after separation. I don't recommend it here not only because of her really heinous betrayal, but mainly because she doesn't love you. That's the bottom line repeatedly. She's not in love with you. She couldn't do this to you if she was. You shouldn't stay married to someone who doesn't love you. It's just a pretense no matter how well you can pull it off. And if she does say she loves you, she's got a hell of a job awaiting her trying to make that seem convincing. Talk to a lawyer and find out what divorce looks like for you. File if you want to, but if you don't, at least set up a lengthy separation and have as little contact during it as possible except for the kids. Tell your kids the truth about what happened. You don't have to give gory details. I don't know how old they are, but they should know that she was cheating on you for a long period. It is their right to know that and develop a relationship with her, as yours must be. Now based on the truth of what she is, what she's like, what she's done, and how it affects others. Then go on a short vacation, or a long one if you can, and get some rest and relaxation. When you come back, separate. I think it's best to have practical solutions, mechanical things to go through, rather than trying to understand wavering feelings in a time of chaos. Your feelings are going to be up and down and sideways. Hers might too, but I don't care about her. As you pull out of the shock of this time and into a calmer routine, your feelings will stabilize, and you will be able to understand more clearly what permanent course of action you want to take based on what is best for you. She already had whatever it was she thought she needed. Now it's your turn to understand what is best for you. 5 days later, OP gave us another update, this one being titled, Surprise Visit from My WW's Parents. It's been just over a week since my D-Day, and since that day, I've learned my wife's affair was well over 4 years long. Still, no exact timeline. It's very likely it started emotionally and then turned physical. I'm curious how the pandemic and lockdowns played into this too, questions I may or may not get the answers to. Anyway, yesterday, my in-laws made an impromptu visit to see their grandkids. My wife has been staying at their house since this nightmare began, which is complete and total nonsense, of course, as they spent all of 15 minutes greeting the girls. My wife and I have 3 daughters before asking to speak with me in private. It was a long conversation, as you might expect, one which I don't want to detail in its entirety in this post. But long story short, my wife wants to come home, but she fears the backlash of her actions and is afraid to face what she's done. Her parents also tried very hard to determine whether or not I planned on divorcing and spent considerable time trying to sway me toward forgiving my wife and trying to rebuild the marriage. It was clear they were very ashamed and embarrassed, but also clear they wanted my wife out of their house. It was a very civil and respectful exchange. I admit I lied and told them I wasn't sure what my future plans were, as I fully plan on divorcing, but I feel if I reveal this, I'll never get the truth from my wife. I may never get it, but I want her to sit in front of me and explain it all if possible. Over 17 years of marriage and being together since high school, 3 kids, countless memories, and all that we've shared, I want her to look me in the eyes and tell me everything. I also want my kids to know that I gave her a chance to explain herself and that I gave her the opportunity to apologize and handle things together as mature adults. I keep trying to choose the path that will set the best example for my kids. I don't know, maybe I'm doing it wrong. Legally, I cannot keep my wife out of our home. My lawyer made that very clear. So if my wife is going to come home, I can't stop her, though I absolutely do not want this right now. My girls and I have actually started to settle into a nice routine, so I made a demand that I felt would be unachievable for a while. I said my wife could come home if and when she sat down with me in person, looked me in the eyes, and revealed everything about her affair from start to finish, answering any and all of my questions without hesitation or further deceit. She would also need to sit down with the girls, apologize in person, and answer their questions too. I figured since they already know, it's only fair. Again, she can legally come home whenever she wants and doesn't have to adhere to any demands, but if she's afraid to face us, maybe I could use that to our advantage. Is that wrong? I'm not trying to be devious or deceptive here. I just really don't want to start cohabitating yet if I can delay it. There is a mandatory 90-day waiting period in our state before divorce can happen anyway. Her coming home is inevitable. We'll both have to go back to work eventually, and life will go on regardless of this mess. I'd just like to prolong it so I can plan and get into a better state of mental and emotional health. My wife has been texting the girls, and she claims that she doesn't want a divorce and keeps apologizing to them repeatedly. They've shown me the texts. She asks about me daily, and the reality of what she's done to all of us is hitting her hard, especially in the last couple of days. How do I manage this? Was my demand foolish? It sounds like my wife is going to be coming home sooner rather than later anyway. I feel confident in my path forward right now. I'm not rattled by this, as I knew it would happen eventually. I just want to make the best decision for my daughters and then myself as we move forward. Thank you to each and every one who has been offering encouragement, advice, and support. The line about how OP's wife doesn't want to face the consequences of her affair is so funny and infuriating at the same time. Maybe I'm in the minority and just being emotional, but f these parents. How dare they approach this situation as a group project when it comes to quote-unquote repairing the relationship. OP's wife should be on her hands and knees groveling in front of OP to stay with her. I'm petty as f, so that's what I would want. And then after I string her along for a while, then I'll say fuck you and totally dip with the kids. This woman made her decision. Now it's time for OP to make his. If I'm remembering correctly, the wife's dad doesn't really have anything to do with this affair, but it's tough to believe that he knew absolutely nothing. Regardless, I have secondhand embarrassment for the mom to show up to OP's home, knowing that she contributed to this affair, and beg OP to stay. Absolute clown fest. User, plan to live forever, so far so good, said, when your WW comes back, she will likely try to salvage the situation any way she can, including trying to love bomb you. Please remember that none of this is your fault. It is her choice and decision. It was not a mistake. It's her choice to destroy your life and her daughter's life. You want to trick your WW into giving you details, but you may not want to go down that path for too long. Aside from that, because you have decided to D her, there's no need to engage with her or argue with her. Whenever she tells you, you never did this, you always did that, I felt alone, unappreciated, etc., the only good answer is, I'm sorry you feel that way, but I'm not ready to talk about our marriage. No need for arguments, no need to convince her that she was wrong. Your objective is to detach from her, heal, and move on. Not to a place where you hate her, but to a place where she is just your ex. Because you are her, there's no need for you to have any more interaction with your W family, especially not the SIL and MIL. As an adult, you are responsible for cutting toxic people from your life, and they are toxic. Now, this may be unpopular advice, but your daughter might be a good PI, but it might be time for her to stop investigating the affair. They have a right to know, but as you are going through a divorce, you should try to talk about your ex-WW in a neutral way for their sake. I agree with another comment you made about this being a teaching moment for your children. You stay firm, but no drama. You will get through this, just give it time, one day at a time. Under this comment, OP said the following: yes, no doubt you're correct on several fronts. I've already asked my daughter to stop her digging, I've made her hang out with some friends and try to resume her normal life as much as possible. She's going to the beach today with some high school friends, which is great. This may prove futile when the time comes, but as I sit here now, I have no qualms or worries about my pending confrontation with my wife. I'm compiling a list of questions, and when I get angry/emotional, I walk away, calm down, and then resume making my list. I won't be manipulated or gaslighted. The situation is what it is now. I'm sure it will get emotional, but there is just zero chance I can resume any type of moderately healthy relationship with my wife after all these years of lies and deceit. I just don't know how people reconcile that. User Sterling McDonald said, "Friend, I know you feel absolutely awful right now, the worst you've ever felt, and very likely the worst you ever will. I remember those emotions well: grief, horror, rage, sorrow, confusion, humiliation, despair, bewilderment, the sleepless nights, and terrible nightmares whenever I did manage to sleep. I was with my ex-wife for 12 years and also had 3 kids together, though the timeline for the youngest is questionable. So take this for what it's worth. You're coping remarkably well under the circumstances. Better than most of us did, honestly. It's good that you've settled into a routine with the girls. They're going to need as much stability as you can give them to get through this. They are certainly going through some trauma and difficulties of their own, and your wife's betrayal is certainly going to haunt them too. Stay strong in your resolve to end the marriage. It is absolutely the correct choice here. I made the mistake of falling for her tears and begging and spent an extra 5 years in pure hell before coming home from work early one day and finding her with another of my supposed closest friends. That's an extra 5 years of healing I could have under my belt now if I'd just taken the advice I was given and done the smart thing right away. I think your stipulations are completely reasonable, though you should be prepared for the fact that you likely are never going to be satisfied that you have the whole truth from her, and knowing more of the truth isn't going to help you as much as it feels like it should. I definitely recommend you get a new bed and move back into the master bedroom before she returns. Make it clear that if she's going to stay there, it will be in the guest bedroom. Honestly, I'm shocked that you allowed your mother-in-law in the house at all. The fact that she knew and covered for the affair is horrendous. Please, for their own good, make sure your daughters know about who participated in their mother's betrayal. They deserve to know if their grandmother is as untrustworthy as their mother is. I know you're not actually considering reconciliation, but it's worth noting here that a non-negotiable step for reconciliation is permanently eliminating from your lives anyone who was complicit in the affair, which in this case includes her mother. The woman is not a friend to you, your marriage, or your girls. During my 5 years of reconciliation, my mental health deteriorated dramatically. By the last year, I was struggling with suicidal thoughts constantly throughout the day, sometimes spending 2 to 3 hours sitting in my car crying and contemplating ending myself, eventually convincing myself that if I could just get through today, I would let myself end things tomorrow. I did that every day for almost a year, sometimes multiple times in a day. I did not start to heal until we finally separated. Even then, it was probably about 18 months and more than a year of therapy before I stopped having daily ideations and finally began to see some of the results of my healing. All of that said, it does get better eventually, much better. I am 4 years out from separation now, and my life is so much better. Perhaps the best of my adult life, honestly. I still have bad days sometimes when I'm forced to interact with her for co-parenting, but those bad days don't come as frequently as they used to. The depression has become much more manageable, and I'm able to snap back out of them much faster. Stay the course, friend. You're in the middle of the swamp now, and the only way out is through, but you will be out of it eventually. Good luck with everything, and feel free to reach out if you have questions or need support or someone to whom you can vent. Under this comment, OP said the following: "Thank you for reaching out." The first day or two after D-Day, I was really on the fence about divorce, but obviously the emotional storm clouded any rational thoughts. Once I started to remember some of the lies, the girls' weekend trips, and the nights she'd be late because of traffic, the days she had to travel for work and such. There's just a flood of deception that is so beyond me. Every day, I remember a new set of lies intended for the sole purpose of deceiving me and the girls to be with this other man. No offense intended to you in any way. Everyone has to make their own choices, but there's just no way I can reconcile this, and I don't know how anyone can. Maybe a one-night stand with deep remorse, maybe a quick fling with a younger guy that she cuts off and confesses immediately. Even then, I'm probably lying to myself and would still divorce. But given this lengthy affair going on right behind all of our backs, there's just zero chance I can ever look at her the way I used to. No possible way. It's so overwhelmingly sad. I mean, crippling sad if I sit and stew over it long enough. She was my world, my everything, my every hope dream came true with her. And now I can't even bear the thought of her. She's a villain now. It's awful. Just awful. User DD4L1 said, "OP, you are most likely right that your cheating wife will eventually come back into your house, but do not become intimate with her in any way, shape, or form. Put a lock on your bedroom door and remove all of her things from that bedroom. From now on, where she sleeps, in the spare bedroom, on the couch, or even on the floor like a dog, is of no concern to you. Also, read up on the 180 and gray rock techniques. You'll need to distance yourself emotionally from her, as I guarantee she will do absolutely anything or use any manipulation, including your children, to get you to change your mind while still sleeping with her AP. Move forward with finding an excellent divorce attorney, even if later on you decide to reconcile. Hire one who is an expert in family law and husband/father's rights, then follow every bit of advice they give you. Divorce court judges are not generally known for their sense of humor. Tell the attorney you want to immediately and legally separate your finances, especially all joint lines of credit you have with her. Also, change the beneficiary payouts for insurance policies, retirement funds, etc. that currently list her to your children's names with someone you trust as their executor." 1 week later, we got another update. This one is titled, "WW finally came home. I asked for a divorce." This will be rather anticlimactic, but I apologize for the length. I just need to get this out. It was a terrible weekend. My wife came home yesterday, and there was a decent amount of build-up to it as the week went on. Any prior time she'd first enter the doorway, I'd give her a hug and kiss, but this time there was just this horribly uncomfortable awkwardness between us. She actually came to me and tried to give me a hug before saying anything, but I turned away, unreal, just as if nothing had happened. After she settled, I naturally asked her to tell me everything, and she again reiterated that she's not ready. We had spoken on the phone earlier in the week with the same result. I insisted that the only condition of her moving back home was that she loved the family enough to explain why she'd been absent for going on 3 weeks, but she just repeated that she wasn't ready for that. It took a lot not to scream at her, but I took a couple of deep breaths and tried to compose myself. I failed, and after the first of many very long pauses, I just blurted out that she'd been having an affair for over 4 years with this coworker of hers, planned on leaving me for this other man, ghosted her whole family, and now walks through the door without fulfilling the one single condition that I had asked for, and that I wanted a divorce. I guess this is when things got weird. Her body language and facial expression made it obvious she had no idea how much I knew about her affair. She glanced at me wide-eyed, then just stood there in the kitchen staring at the floor, said nothing, just stoic. I was expecting anything and everything but this. Maybe an emotional tirade, maybe a teary-eyed confession, maybe she'd start screaming at me, blaming the affair on me, maybe a serious-toned, "Okay, let's sit down and talk this out." But not this reaction. We honestly must have stood in the kitchen for 5 minutes in absolute silence. It was just the strangest moment I've ever experienced. She clearly didn't know what to say, and neither did I. I had read all of your comments and advice on my situation. I even took notes. I sat in front of a mirror and prepared myself for all possible scenarios that this confrontation might present, except this one. So I eventually decided right then and there to map out everything I knew about her affair. Maybe dumb of me. I proceeded to tell her everything that I knew, admittedly adding in my own assumptions about several things. How she met AP, her sister's involvement, what went on during COVID, etc. She just stared at the floor the entire time. I got angrier as I went along because she said / did nothing, but I did everything I could not to raise my voice or get obscene. I finally composed myself. Then there was another lengthy awkward silence. Then anger switched to sadness at the realization of everything. I then softly asked her what I did to push her away. Did she ever love me, and was he worth it? She said nothing, didn't budge, didn't move, just nothing from her at all. No tears, no apology, no yelling, no explanation. Just stood there with her head down. Nothing. This hurt. This hurt may be worse than D-Day did. I stood there staring at her, not sure I would have moved, but then things got worse. Of course, our girls were eavesdropping on the entire encounter. I'm just so incredibly stupid. I'd been dedicating so much energy to putting them first and their needs over the past couple of weeks, but I got emotional and didn't give a single thought to their whereabouts once I confronted my wife. So our oldest daughter stormed downstairs and lashed out, a lot of pent-up anger on her part. My wife quickly just ran upstairs and locked the bedroom door. That's where we're at now. I heard my wife crying most of the night last night until I fell asleep. Only our youngest has tried talking to her. The rest of us have avoided her. If I can get the courage up, I'm going to suggest she stay with her sister until we're able to finalize the divorce, but this is still her home too. It's just going to be miserable if we all have to cohabitate with her. I was wrong about my wife, and all of you were correct. I was wrong about all of our years together, wrong about all of the memories, the life-changing moments. I was convinced she'd drop to her knees and beg forgiveness. I was so convinced that she would repent of everything from the last 4 years and unload the truth to absolve her guilt. This woman literally drove back to a farmer's market once when she realized she'd been given $10 too much in change, but we're not worth it to her. I'm not worth it to her. Maybe I never was. Now what? Today was so uncomfortable at home. The girls and I tried to carry on as we had for the past 2 weeks, but obviously that's not possible. I just want to fast forward past all this, past the divorce, past the awkward conversations, past the inevitable arguments and fights, past the drama. To those who have had to cohabitate with their WS, how did you manage that, especially with kids? I know this is just the beginning. I keep reading all of the posts that promise it gets better, but I'm so far away from that. There's not a single moment when I don't want to scream or sob right now. I'm trying very, very hard to maintain a stable mind for the girls, of course, but don't know if I can keep it up for 3 months. School will start well before all of this is over too. I guess this is my life now. Thank you all for taking such a vested interest in me. I don't know if the worst is ahead or behind us, but I appreciate any and all you can offer to get me through the next phase. Not going to lie, I did not see this coming. Just like how OP reacted, if I were in his shoes with the wife not saying anything or even crying at that exact moment, I would have felt pretty defeated. At least if she started crying in front of me and proceeded with the begging, I would have felt like I had the upper hand. Or something to that extent. But this reaction sort of makes me feel like she doesn't really regret her decisions. However, OP said that she was crying in her room, so perhaps she does. User Air12 said she likely can't reconcile her own selfishness and cowardice with her core self. She broke herself with this affair and will be trying to reconcile who she thinks she is with what she's actually done. She's had 3 weeks by herself to mourn her imaginary future while you are left alone with your girls to deal with the fallout. This speaks to her character and what you will likely continue to experience as you navigate the next several months. You should try to get counseling for yourself and your daughters to help you grieve the very real disintegration of your nuclear family. I can't imagine the pain of trying to mourn the loss of your spouse while she's actively wandering through your house. What a nightmare. Stay strong, my friend. You deserve happiness too. User Independent Shaman 504 said, "You can maintain, dude. The amount of stress, burden, and grief. Just shit. The amount of shit people can put up with is unreal. You can maintain this, man. I have faith in you. Your wife didn't freeze like that for any particular reason. Her flight or fight response is just skewed towards flight. Likely, she has never been in such a life-altering situation. She will repent before all of this is over. Her lover is dead. She will repent because it costs her nothing to do so and potentially gains her a lot. When she repents, what you do is entirely up to you, but don't let your love for this woman override your logic. You need to look at yourself and your kids. You have my condolences, man. User Microterrace Dolomieu said she lied to herself for a very long time about her A. So long, in fact, that she began to believe her own BS. That's likely why she acted like she did this evening. You've cracked the shell as evidenced by the afternoon/evening crying in a bedroom. Hopefully not the master bedroom, that's yours. She's beginning to realize what this will cost her. Too bad, so sad. You've deserved so much better for the past 4+ years that if your give a damn is busted, no one would blame you. She may eventually become remorseful, but she's nowhere near it now. If this plays out like a few others I've read, she'll probably confess her undying love 3 to 5 years from now on the weekend you plan to marry your younger, prettier fiancé. Hang in there, friend. User Red Crane Lives said, wow, just wow, she couldn't even give you the smallest amount of respect. So you found out she was planning on leaving you for him. It sounds like her being there will not be good for the kids since she's not communicating with them anyway. Sounds like you know what needs to be done. Best wishes. User Hayek School said, gut-wrenching, man. So many of us have been following your story, and it's heartbreaking to read what happened yesterday to both you and your children. You did about as well as could have been expected. You aren't the only one surprised. Standing stoic with her head down and not a tear shed wasn't on any of our bingo cards. That lack of empathy towards her own family is unfathomable. You could never have seen that coming. Truth be told, while still plenty of bad days ahead, it does slowly begin to get better. Until yesterday, deep down, you had that small glimmer of hope that some miracle would happen that would begin to repair the damage. Now you know there is no miracle coming. Consider what happened yesterday, her most honest form of closure. She couldn't even look you in the eyes after 3 weeks. There will eventually be theatrics and she may open up in some form. But yesterday was her most honest truth. A stationary, empty void while you were looking for any lifeline to grab onto. Godspeed, sir. Hug your children tight this evening. Your family is in our prayers. User Livid Owl 1273 said, I'm sorry that you have finally gotten past this particular event. Anticipation of the confrontation and keeping it from the kids weighs on you, and you will soon feel how much of that weight has been lifted. Just breathe. Take your time. Keep doing what you have been doing, taking care of your kids and yourself. Practice the steps of the 180 and gray rock here when you have to speak. Treat her as she is, the source of your trauma. You need to limit exposure to her. Take some long walks. Find a place where you can scream, feel your feelings, let them out somewhere safe. The punching bag at the gym is just hanging out, waiting for you. Don't give her anything, not even your anger. She isn't even worthy of that. The next post in this story is titled Moment of Weakness, and I finally lost it. I'm in a bad way and have been in a bad way since my WW came home and since I learned of her affair. I've been trying to fake it as best as possible for my daughters. I try to say the right things and think the right things, but tonight I have to admit the truth. As many of you post daily, it comes in waves, but I was hit with a big one tonight and lost my composure a bit. Divorce is filed, but my WW still has yet to hire a lawyer, and again, I'm trying to be as patient and delicate in this regard as possible, as I'm starting to see hope for an uncontested divorce that we mainly handle ourselves. But after tonight, I don't know. We've been cohabitating during the week, and WW goes to her sister's Friday nights and returns home Sunday nights as she works very close to our family home. But her sister is an hour away if there's no traffic. For the past couple of weeks, it's been this routine of mostly avoidance as I and the girls are trying to carry on normally while WW kind of just stays to herself, though there are casual interactions every evening, except that my oldest daughter and my WW aren't speaking after a couple of bad blow-ups. It's for the best right now. Lately, I've been heeding much of all of your advice along with things I've read. I work very hard on my self-discipline around my wife, and though it takes all my strength and willpower, I've been short and indifferent toward her when we briefly talk, though always polite and respectful, until tonight. The last couple of Fridays, she's come home from work, gotten a few things together, and taken off for her sister's for the weekend before I'm even home from work. But not tonight. She was waiting in the kitchen for me when I got home tonight. I tried to just walk past, but she lightly grabbed me by the hand and asked me if this was how I was going to treat her just because she's not ready to talk to me about her affair, which, by the way, is the very first time she so much as mentioned a single word about her cheating since this all blew up almost a month ago. I promise you, I tried to just bite my tongue and walk away, but our daughters weren't home at the time and rage built up in me, and then I unloaded my every vice, every pain, every hurt, ache, rage, misery. I unloaded everything on her. I can't even tell you how long I went on. I lost all concept of time. I did raise my voice at times and got a little animated and loud. I just broke down and told her how broken I am and the agony that I'm in every day. Everything I've been holding back, everything that's been tormenting me. I mean, I could make this post 4,000 words long if I tried to recount everything I said. Once I started, I wasn't going to stop. Of course, I cried and got emotional again. I was so freaking angry at myself afterward. I'd been doing so well. Damn it. She got to me. I let her get to me. I knew it would happen. I knew it. It's been building for a while and there's only so much I can vent into the weight room. Well, also, for the first time, WW actually broke down and got emotional. Surprisingly, she started sobbing uncontrollably. Regrettably, this made me happy to see her hurting in the same way that I was. I wish that I didn't care, but there was some satisfaction in seeing her break down finally, like there is actually someone in there with an ounce of compassion. Also, surprisingly, she mumbled apologies repeatedly during my explosion. She was kind of ugly crying, and that's all she would say is, "I'm so sorry." But in the end, I left the kitchen before she could compose herself enough to say anything else and told her to please leave me alone. So that happened. She lingered around the kitchen for a while before leaving again for her sister's house. The girls got home about a half hour later and knew something had happened. Hard to hide it, but I wasn't ready to talk about anything, and I don't think they need to know about this, do they? The two youngest have been doing much better, and I don't want to hinder their progress. Telling my oldest about this would just add more fuel to her fire, which I also don't want. I hate this so much. I hate it. I should have held it together. I should have just given my WW the cold shoulder and walked right past her. I don't know. Now, thinking back, it feels like she was just trying to start a conversation about her affair, but didn't know how, and obviously didn't get very far because I exploded. I've started to actually worry about her. I know many of you will criticize me for this, but I don't want her to come to any harm. She's been isolated and alone with her thoughts, with nearly everyone turning their back on her. You can say she deserves it, and that's true, but she's still a human being and the mother of my kids. What a setback for me, really disappointed in myself. Sorry for another long rant. I called my brother and ranted to him too. Man, I'll try to start again on Monday. I'm only human. It actually felt good to vent to her. But now, of course, the regret is hitting me. Should I text my wife or just leave it be? I'm such a mess, but thanks for listening. Thanks for offering me the support I need to get through all of this, and thank you for all of the advice in the midst of the chaos. We have all started therapy, so that's something, but this is so incredibly hard. Just so hard. User tall_3180 said, "You were a pressure cooker. She cut off the lines of communication when she stood silent in your kitchen after you confronted her, and every moment since then, this has probably been building. I don't think you should feel regret. You're human. You have the right to be angry, and I think you have the right to express that to the person who hurt you. She denied you that by avoiding it. And I'm not even talking about the last week. I'm talking about since she disappeared from you a month ago. You need to give yourself some grace. You're trying to hold your family together in the absence of your wife. You're doing a great job, and I think you needed this release of pent-up anger and hurt. Personally, I think she deserved to see just how badly she destroyed you. Let her carry that with her for the rest of her life. Every day, you will build yourself up some more. Brick by brick, even if it's a small brick. You will be strong and whole again. I also understand your worry for her. Despite the betrayal, you still have love for the mother of your children. You still love the woman you thought she was a month ago. You can't just turn that off. I'm sure it's a conflicting feeling that way, but having compassion for someone, even someone who wronged you, is not a bad trait to have. You just can't let it rule your decisions. All I'm trying to say is I don't think it was a setback. I think it was a step forward in your healing process. User Ground2724 said, I am glad you were able to share with her everything you were feeling and experiencing. OP. She needs to understand that she broke you and she ruined everything. The fog needs to be gone from her so she can truly know and understand the utter reprehensibility of her actions. It seemed like she hoped if she could wait you out that she could slide back into a normal life with you. Yes, that is crazy to think about, but clearly she has not been in her right mind for 4 years. It seems to be a total cake eater mentality, and it seems that maybe she was hoping you would not force her to go to her sister's house now that she had no reason to be away. Vile indeed. Now she knows what she has done to you and the family and knows the depth of betrayal. I would not text her. Why would you? If you are worried, call her dad and tell her dad so he can check up on her. You sit where you are and take care of your children. She isn't and won't at this time. I continue to support and pray for you. Keep us updated and take care of your own mental health. User Hanamalu said, experience has taught me that people who are successful in creating long-term relationships have one thing in common, the capacity for self-revelation. The way you acted today tells me that you have this capacity. The way she has acted tells me lacks this capacity. Do not feel bad about the way you opened your emotional levees. That is part of who you are and it is always an asset. On the other hand, a characteristic that is prevalent in most WW is the ability to compartmentalize. Your wife displayed this tonight. Her question to you reveals what she thinks of the situation. She wanted to know if this is the way you will treat her because she is not ready to talk about her affair. In her mind, your behavior is the result of her not talking, and not with the affair itself. She is capable of separating these two, focusing on one and ignoring the other. It seems that your emotional display made her realize the extent of the damage she has caused. Perhaps now she will be able the degree of hurt you and your daughters are living because of her actions. The next update is titled, It's been an awful week. I know many of you have reached out to me and I do appreciate the concern. Most of you were correct. Things aren't great and I haven't had the chance to get online at all. I wanted to maybe take a break from the internet, but this week has me backpedaling horribly. It's just been awful. My wife hasn't really left me alone all week, being overly nice and continually apologizing for her affair, sobbing and then smothering me, knocking on my door at night wanting to talk. I've ignored her some, but talked when I was in the mood. I finally snapped at her Wednesday night, telling her to leave me alone, and then last night it happened. Just over a month since my STBX came back home after her affair blew up, and now as things have entered this uncomfortable cohabitating routine, she came into my room after the girls went to bed and asked to talk with me in private. Differently than she'd been approaching me all week. I fought it at first, but eventually we actually went to the garage and sat in my car so as not to make the mistake of confrontation in front of the kids again. This is lengthy. Apologies. She told me everything according to her. We were out there for almost 3 hours. I don't know how much to share. I was up all night, listened to her sobbing again for several hours and couldn't sleep. I cried too, and then I'd get super angry and have to resist going in to scream at her, then cry, then anger, and on and on. Forgive me if I take a day or so to respond to anyone, but I need to get this off my chest and then try to sleep. It hasn't helped having my WW constantly apologizing and begging me for another chance all evening tonight too. I had to leave for a few hours just to get away from her. It is just so painful to be around her. Anyway, she was introduced to her AP by her sister well before COVID, dating back about 5 years, apparently with zero romantic intentions, but he was a higher up at a company she wanted to work for and currently does, and he gave her an in. So her desire to change jobs was not based on her affair, but once she did change jobs, obviously she had extra incentive. Once she got the job, the AP began flirting with her. It started out as texting, then pictures and more texting, then became physical just before COVID hit. She confessed to her sister and wanted to come clean to me then, but decided to bury it and say nothing, of course. My wife said she went NC with her AP soon after, but as lockdowns and restrictions were lifted, he reached back out to her and she resumed talking to him until the physical side of the affair started up again once businesses went back to work. She claims to have ended the affair a couple of times out of guilt, but kept going back to him, so it never ended essentially. She actually included a lot of details, had a 5-page packet of handwritten notes of her affair timeline, and read off the entire thing, answering questions along the way. She lied about weekend trips with the girls, she lied about traveling for work, she lied about traffic jams, about issues with her parents, about shopping trips, etc., just as I suspected, and the list was extensive. So many lies that I just trusted her every word, never questioned anything, but they were just a front to be with him. Hearing it all just made me feel worse. Everyone was correct about that. But her affection never really dipped while all of this was going on. She never got distant like I read so often. Intimacy did change, but not enough to where I'd see red flags. Anyway, she admits falling in love with the AP and wanting a life with him. He was older, divorced, and single, and promised her expensive things, vacations, and all the things he could dote on her with. She started fantasizing about escaping her responsibilities with the family and claimed the thrill of being with him was too much to resist. Talked about how bored she got with the daily routines of family life. She was incredibly candid, very emotional, and seemingly honest. I lost my composure and began crying midway through. It hurt to hear it all, as you'd expect. Of course, once she was finished with her confession, she told me how much she loved me and always has, and that she was willing to do anything and everything to try and save the marriage. A lot of you predicted this would happen, but it all just seemed so disingenuous to me, like it was rehearsed. I've been with this woman for well over half my life, and I can just tell when she's full of it. Maybe I'm wrong, I guess it doesn't matter, but I composed myself better than last week, still got angry and said a few not so nice things, including getting a jab in about how her AP was seeing multiple women and she was just one of many that he was willing to toss aside. That seemed to really upset her. A million things have gone through my brain when thinking about this moment when she'd finally confess. All the one-liners I might throw at her or things I could say to hurt her back. Hundreds of responses that I couldn't think of in the emotional moment the other night. But one thing I knew I would ask, and that was if the AP was still alive and she had to choose between him and me, who would she choose? She hesitated and then mumbled, "That's not fair." I pressed the issue and then she eventually said she'd of course pick me. My response was that her hesitation was the reason I was divorcing her because she was lying again. She started sobbing and that was the last she spoke. We sat in the car a while. She just kept sobbing, but I was tired, so I just told her that we were divorcing, and we owe it to the girls to get along in a civil way, to be great parents and be present in their lives. I also added that after all the pain she'd put me through, I hoped she was a good enough person to divorce fairly and amicably. That would prove she actually loved me. The last thing I said to her, I stole from somewhere else online. Please understand that I'm not a petty person, and I did not purposely want to cause her pain. It just seemed a fitting end to it all. But I did 100% mean what I said and did. I leaned over and kissed her on the forehead and told her that I would have loved her forever, then got out of the car and went to bed. That was it. Of course, I didn't sleep last night, and here I am unable to sleep once again tonight. Don't know what happens now. Her opportunity to contest the divorce has come and gone, so I guess that's one good thing, but I haven't talked to my lawyer yet. I find myself crying again and sinking back into those depression and anger phases. It was very hard hearing everything last night, and in reality, I could have done without it all, now that I know. She could have lied and made it all up too, who knows, but it seemed to fit perfectly with everything I'd put together in the past month. So that's it for now. This is just never ending, it seems. I have a few good days, start feeling strong again, and then something else happens. It feels like it's been months and yet only days at the same time, but I'm going to try and sleep. Imagine the love of your life, the only woman you've ever loved, ever kissed, tells you she cheated on you for over 4 years because she was bored. Didn't fall out of love, didn't grow apart, didn't have any relationship issues or a dead bedroom, nothing like that. Just because she was bored. Don't know if that makes it worse or better. Thanks for reading and helping along the way. Bad couple of nights, very bad. I promise to make an effort to respond tomorrow after I get a chance to sleep. This woman is so pitiful. She literally said she doesn't want to be an adult and deal with her responsibilities. I'm just shaking my head, and I haven't mentioned it yet, but this affair is not only a betrayal of her husband, but her children as well. I know it sucks that the kids have to be involved, but at the very least that they aren't brainwashed into siding with the wife. Anyway, this woman made the choice of going down a path that meant she wished OP and her kids were not in her life. She is utter garbage. The final update is titled, "It Takes All I Have Just to Get Up in the Morning," and it was made 9 months ago. So many of you have reached out to me in the past weeks. There has been so much support from strangers to a stranger like me. I do appreciate it all and apologize for not responding. I've been trying to stay off social media. There's just been this bombardment of well wishes on one side, regrets, sadness, and even some hate from a select few. But suddenly now it's just silence. The house is so silent. The reality of the last few months of my my life has set in. I feel like Andy Dufresne from The Shawshank Redemption. I've just been in the path of the tornado, hoping that the storm eventually ends. I know that's just a movie, but that's what life feels like right now. There's just no joy, no hope, nothing but this massive crater where my soul used to be. I've been trying very, very hard to put on the strong face for my girls since learning of my wife's affair, then the tormenting weeks to follow, the cohabitating, then the eventual heart-to-heart talks, and now, just like that, she's gone. I find that I can't put on a strong face anymore. I can hardly get out of bed in the morning, but I know that I have to press on for my daughter's sake, so I do. I replay our last conversation like a horror film in my head, regretting every word, wishing I could go back and say something else, anything else. The last thing I said to her was that I loved her and that I always would, but that I wished I never had to see her again. I was hurting and vulnerable, just trying to be honest. I was tired of the conversations about the same things, tired of her desperation and apologies. I was just tired, and now, life, seemingly like part of some terrible joke, has granted my wish. Considering they'll be without their mother for the remainder of their days, my daughters are doing okay, I suppose. My oldest continues to take care of me, forces me to eat, and will sit and watch movies with me on weekends. I'm very thankful for her. The other two girls have kind of resumed life as normal lately with school and sports and such, which I'm very glad for. My mom and brother have been a huge help, but each day is such a massive struggle. Everyone is in therapy, the girls seem to enjoy it. For me, I can't buy into it yet. There's too much guilt, too much sadness, it's just too much. I only go because my oldest forces me to. I'm a Christian and I keep reading the book of Job, trying to stay strong in faith despite it all. But I'll admit I'm failing at this. I just want to scream "it's not fair" 1,000 times at the top of my lungs. I thought I was a good husband and father. I thought I'd done right by people. I thought I was a moral man. But I've been dealt this horrible hand suddenly and I can't climb out of my pit of despair. I feel weak, pathetic, sorry for myself, and horribly empty inside. Life isn't fair, life is hard. I get it. I'm just not sure I have the fight to weather this storm. What do all of you do when you're at your very lowest point? This story was created in the Cheating Exposed subreddit by user LacedUp561 in 2023. The post is titled, "My soon-to-be ex-wife cheated on me, ruining our 6+ year relationship. Her life is in shambles now, and I'm happy about it. This is a long story, but I'll try my best to make it short. I will have to make multiple parts though to get the full picture through. My soon-to-be ex-wife, whom we will call Y, and I got married in January 2020. I was 22 years old at the time, and Y was 21. We got married in secret. Only our close friends knew. At this time, we were living on campus at our university in Miami, both coming from 2 counties away where our families lived as well. As soon as we got married, it was a toxic nightmare. For starters, she was secretly texting her ex-boyfriend from high school, whom we will call Jay. She stated that they were just friends now, but this didn't sit right with me as this person was also her first. I'm not the type of person to go into someone's phone as I wanted to trust her. However, she started trying her hardest to hide her phone screen from my point of view, and whenever I touched her phone, she would go crazy. At some point, I was able to figure out her passcode and check her messages. However, I wasn't able to find any proof to follow up on this. Fast forward to March 2020. The pandemic hits and everyone is forced to move back home. We were in a weird position as we still hadn't told our families, so we wore our rings in secret. Everything was seemingly okay until the first week of April 2020, when she just randomly stated she wanted a divorce. It shattered my heart to hear that, as I cried and begged her to stay. I tried asking where I went wrong or if I wasn't doing enough for her. She just stated she didn't love me anymore and that she wasn't the one for me. For about a week, I tried my best to save our marriage. I was at her mercy to try to make things work out, but she's extremely stubborn. At the end of that rough week, I decided to finally accept that she didn't want to be with me anymore. It was hard to accept, but I figured we shouldn't drag this along anymore. I only asked for her to return the wedding rings I gave her. However, she refused to give them back, stating it was a gift from her and she was entitled to keep them. Legally speaking, she may have been right. However, I didn't feel like she deserved to keep them as we were no longer going to be together. The rings were real and I was only on a payment plan for them for about 3 years, with only 4 months in so far. We argued about this over the phone to the point where I hung up and cried to myself in bed. My mother asked what was going on. I confessed everything to her and she held me in her arms and told me everything was going to be okay. The next day, we both went to Y's home, where we confronted her mother and told the truth to her as well. It became an argument between our mothers, with Y still upstairs, refusing to see me but texting me, asking what the hell was going through my mind to get our families involved. It was then agreed by our mothers that the rings would be given back to me, but on another day. About 2 days later, I got a call while at work from Y. She was crying, stating that her mother was kicking her out because she got married in secret. She stated she still loved me and was willing to give us another try, agreeing to cut off Jay, and that we should move in together and live as a married couple. Being the idiot who was in love at the time, I rushed out of work to meet up with her, and then we immediately started looking into apartments in the area. I was able to get us an apartment that was fairly cheap due to the pandemic, and the move-in date was within 3 days. When I got home, I told my parents the news, and my mother was not happy about this. She explained that I was making a mistake and that I needed to rethink all this. My father was disappointed, but stated it was my life, my choice. For the next few days, my friends helped me move things from my place, and I barely talked to my parents during those days. It was heartbreaking for my mother the most, and it hurt me to see my mother upset as well. On the first day in, I felt like our marriage was finally moving in the right direction, and I was finally feeling that happiness I had felt before she told me she wanted to divorce me. However, that happiness did not last long. A few weeks after moving in, we got invited out for some drinks, and when we got back home, I went through her phone to find conversations between her and a different ex, whom we will call E. The messages went as far back as around the time she asked for a divorce, and this made my legs crumble. She was passed out on the bed. However, I woke her up by splashing water on her and started screaming at her. She was confused as she was still tipsy, but I was very furious and yelled at her for over 2 to 3 hours. At one point, I demanded that she leave as she was starting to come back to her senses. She began swinging at me and chasing me around the apartment, actually punching me a few times and clawing at me. I'm not a violent person at all. I took the abuse and just locked myself in the room to keep her away from me. She started crying and begging me to forgive her, to the point where she was on her knees and stated she would do anything to make up for it. We just began arguing and then slowly talking about this situation through the bedroom door. Eventually, we both calmed down and went to bed as it was 4 a.m. when this was happening. I didn't sleep, however, and when 7 a.m. came around, she woke up with only half the memory of what happened overnight. I yelled everything back to her again, but this time she was sober enough to know what was going on and again pleaded for me to stay. She cried, stating she had nowhere else to go. In that moment, I hated her very much, as I felt she stole me from my family, my friends, and my life. About what I saw in the messages, there was nothing that stated that they had done anything physical, at least from what was texted. However, there were conversations that had tension, such as her calling E sexy and E stating they should make a video together, which I still consider cheating. After further arguing, I told her that as long as she promised nothing happened between her and E, I better not see her talking to E ever again, or I would leave her this time. She pleaded that nothing ever happened, but during the same conversation, I asked if anything had happened between her and Jay. She paused and said no. It was at that moment that made me want to investigate this further. My gut told me this was only the beginning of what was to come next and would turn my world upside down. I'll explain more on this another day. Right from the start, I knew that OP's partner was bad news. His mother was right. Anyone who keeps secrets from their partner is not someone you want to be associated with, let alone married to. The very next day, OP gave us an update. Following my previous post, we are now in May 2020 when I asked if anything happened between her and Jay, to which Y reluctantly responded no. The way she answered made me suspicious. To add a little more context, when we first moved in April 2020, I was working at a call center about an hour away from our apartment from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. She was not working due to her job being closed, so I had to start doing Uber Eats, Postmates, and DoorDash, which would usually be from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. after work or whenever on my days off. Also, after the first night we moved in, I received the cold shoulder from her every night. While I was at work, she would text me cute things, such as repeatedly saying she loved me and waiting for me to come home to cuddle. However, once I got home, she would barely touch me or look at me, which led to my discovery about her and E. Anyways, now we're in June 2020, weeks after the incident. At this point, I'm keeping my distance from her, maintaining my same work routine while also trying to finish college classes online. She was not working yet, but whenever I came home, it was never cleaned unless I did it. Around this time, she also adopted a mini golden doodle, but when we moved in, I brought my Malshi along with us, who she loved dearly dearly until our doodle came around, also giving him the cold shoulder. For the next few months, it's been nothing but the same routine. We tried to talk and go out on dates, but it always ended in silence. I tried to break the ice and see if we could work it out, but she never wanted to express herself. Little by little, I felt my love for her fading away as I became numb to her treatment toward me. That was until October 2020, when she finally opened up to me. She apologized for her treatment toward me over the past few months. We felt like we were both ready to leave the past behind and just focus on us now. It was us against the world. This felt even more powerful when I caught COVID the following month, where she cared for me the way a wife should. She ended up catching it from me once I recovered, and I returned the favor. After that, we started acting more like husband and wife. She finally began getting into my hobbies, such as video games, anime, art, and photography, even coming along with me during my late night deliveries, where we would vibe out to music and she would help as well. We discovered new things about each other, went on dates, and honestly, it felt heartwarming being in her presence again. That spark between us was finally coming back, but I still held a secret grudge against her actions, as it was hard to move on from them. Everything was going well until a few days before Valentine's Day 2021, when I made another discovery. These past months, I still secretly went through her phone every now and then, but honestly, never found anything between her and E besides what I already knew. However, I decided this time to take it a step further and look at messages between her and her best friend, to whom Y would constantly send all the gossip with long messages and screenshots. Going through the messages made my heart sink even more when I found more details about her and J. It turns out that Y and J slept together a few days before she asked me for a divorce, and this was actually the true reason for her asking me for the divorce. As I kept reading, I discovered that Y and J had a conversation sometime in October 2020, I guess for some closure between them, which is why she finally decided to give us a shot. Oddly enough, I was not surprised this time. I woke her up from her nap and just straight up confronted her about what I had just read in a surprisingly calm tone. She started crying and apologizing, and then I just stepped out and went for a drive to clear my mind. Many dark thoughts were going through my head, and I felt like I had no one to turn to. For the next few days, I avoided her as much as possible. We still slept in the same bed, but there was no physical touch between us. On Valentine's Day morning, I received a couple of nudges from her in a cutesy tone, asking what I had planned for her that day. Keep in mind that I was extremely exhausted from work and my deliveries for the whole week, and obviously I was still heartbroken. She started crying, saying that I hadn't planned anything for her. Once I heard that, I jumped out of bed and began scolding her about how crazy she was to think I would do anything for her after what I had just discovered. I yelled at her about how she did not deserve anything from me and how our marriage was a total disaster. Now, you may be wondering why I was still with her. At this point in my life, I honestly did not have the energy for anything. I was completely blank, a complete 180 from the person I used to be. I used to be creative, making drawings and paintings, doing photography and videography, and always looking forward to the next adventure. But I felt hollow, wondering what the point of life was. I know I'm stupid for this, but I felt like it was just easier to hide it from the world. We were already so deep into married life that it felt like there was no going back. If I did, then what would I do? It was a dead end for me, and I blame myself for relying on her to make me happy, despite her also making me the saddest. It doesn't mean I forgave her or anything, I just became more numb. So after this discovery, we again entered another period of keeping our distance. Around April 2021, she took a trip to Peru with her grandmother, and honestly, I was a little excited to have the place to myself for a change. I told my friends the news, and they began showing up at my place frequently while she was away, not knowing what I knew. They made me feel like my old self again, doing our old late night shenanigans and activities like game nights, watching movies, or just hanging out. I loved the happiness I was getting back, even if it was just for a moment. At the same time, the lease on our apartment was up by the end of May 2021, and I had been speaking to my father about my options. That same month, my mother went to Chicago to spend time with family members for the remainder of the year, and my dad came up with the idea of letting me and Y stay at their home while he followed her to Chicago. I agreed, but Y wasn't so enthusiastic about it. However, I didn't need her approval. It was either this or paying rent twice the price for another year. I moved back in with my parents in June 2021. Y was still in Peru but was returning in the next few weeks. I finally felt at home again, moving back into my old room and seeing the layout that represented my spirited youth. I enjoyed my last few weeks of freedom, but I knew this happiness wasn't going to last forever as Y finally returned from her trip to Peru. The next part of this story is where things really hit the fan, almost costing me my life. The following is now the third update in this story, so now it's June/July 2021, and Y and I are living at my parents' home. I started a new job in sales and was able to advance pretty quickly to a supervisor role within 2-3 months, which paid well enough to afford my dream car. As for my marriage, we had a steady relationship for the remainder of the year. We had our good and bad moments, but overall it was still a blank feeling I had. I didn't know what I felt toward Y, whether it was anger, sadness, or depression. I just felt like the marriage was existing for no reason. By the start of 2022, there was a bit of reconciliation between us, enough for us to start going out on dates again. We opened up more, but we were still wondering where our marriage stood. Everything seemed okay until May 2022 when my life flashed before my eyes. I invited my friends over for a hangout at my parents' place to watch a boxing match. I told Y about it and stated that it would only be for a few hours and to expect some yelling as we got passionate about sports, and she was okay with it. As the fight went on, we kept getting louder and louder, to the point where she was angrily texting me to keep the noise down. She would come out to grab snacks or use the bathroom only to keep slamming the door back to the room. After the fight, one of my friend's trucks had a dead battery, so I used my car to jump it. While we were jumping it, the four of us kept conversing for about another half hour. During our conversation, Y demanded that I come inside repeatedly through text, to which I replied that we were finishing up. Just as I was about to head inside, Y stormed out of the house and headed to her car. I asked if everything was okay, but she had a very serious look on her face and angrily pushed me aside. Before leaving for Chicago, my dad installed outdoor solar lights in the front yard. The way Y's car was positioned, her only way out was through a grassy area that had one of these lights. She revved up her car, and before she took off, I tried to stop her from running over the light and asked what was wrong. She paused for about 5 seconds, then stepped hard on the gas and almost ran me over. I jumped out of the way as fast as I could, getting grazed on my knee. She drove off quickly, dragging the light beneath her car and scraping the road. I sat on the ground with a surprised look on my face, thinking about how she had just almost run me over. My friends helped me up and asked if I was okay. I just looked at them in shock and they offered their help. I told them to go home while I went back inside, shaken up from the moment. I kept calling Y's phone to see why she did what she did. I went inside our room to find her phone unlocked on the ground. I went through the phone for the first time in months, and it turned out there were still secrets to find out about Y. It turns out Y and J actually had a continuous affair for months, ranging from March 2020 to October 2020. I finally felt something in my heart and brain telling me to do what needed to be done a long time ago. It was about 2 a.m. and I was still freaking out about this incident. I repeatedly called my sister, who lives down the road from me, about what had just happened, but there was no response. Y returned and tried to enter the home, but I managed to lock the door with an additional lock. I snuck out to the back and drove over to my sister's house while hyperventilating as Y pursued me. I got to my sister's house and knocked, but as Y pulled up in the driveway, I began knocking frantically as my sister and her husband finally opened the door. This caused Y to back off and drive away. I explained the situation to my sister and cried to her about what had just happened. I finally opened up about how Y had cheated on me in the past. It was a hard pill to swallow, but I was ready to finally let this marriage go. I asked her to accompany me back home to make sure Y didn't try to hurt me again. When we got there, Y was already packing up her belongings. I kept my distance for about 5 minutes, then asked her to give me back the rings and the keys. She already expected this as she had them in her pocket and she handed them to me. She grabbed her suitcase and took our golden doodle with her. My sister and I talked a bit longer and then she finally went home. That night was a long one for me. I slept at about 6 a.m. only to be woken up at about 7 a.m. by knocking on my window from Y. She spent the remainder of the night in her car and asked if I could at least take the golden doodle inside. As much as I wanted to, I ignored her knocking. This went on for about 30 minutes. Later on, I reached out and met up with her to talk about the situation. I finally told her everything I knew and decided it would be better for us to separate. She cried and begged me to let us work this out, but I was tired of the emotional and physical abuse over the years, the lies, the heartbreaks, everything. As toxic as it sounds, what followed for Y was actually satisfying, as I felt like it was karma for everything she had put me through. I know I will sound like a jerk in the next part, but I believe I deserve a genuine laugh for once. User DecentBeat5522 said, "You bought a car rather than getting your own place. The point is, she never respected you. She didn't see you as her rock and treated you as such. She sounds crazy, but you also have some flaws that need to be addressed. The best we can do is to live and learn every day. Learn from the mistakes we all make." Under this comment, OP said the following: "My parents actually talked me into staying with them since rent is high down here, $2,000 plus for a small apartment. They supported me getting my car since I started saving money for it when I was 17. User illnewt4010 said, "Feel bad for you, bruh, but how blind could you be to stick up with that for years?" In part 4, OP said the following: Y moved back in with her mother, but not for long, as she does not get along with her stepfather and has too much pride to live under her mother's roof again. She ended up finding her own place in August 2022, stating that if I ever wanted to make it work out, I was always welcome to move back in with her. My parents came back from Chicago about a week after we separated. The majority of the furniture in our bedroom was hers, as she made me throw out my items, such as my bed and drawers, and replace them with hers because it looked more classy. Besides the bedroom, we had a couch, tables, kitchen appliances, etc., all boxed away in another room in the house. The day she told me she was coming to take her belongings, my father and I left everything out in the driveway, but did not bother to help them move anything into the truck. She brought along her mother, stepfather, her uncle, and her 2 aunts, who I would say are not all physically strong people. Her grandma was also there to mostly watch, but helped with little things to move. What took my father and me about 30 minutes to maneuver out of the house took them 3 hours to load into a truck. We peeked through the window, having a few drinks, and laughed about how they were struggling while they were all talking badly about me and my family. I don't know why they included my family, but then again, they're a family that talks badly about everyone and everything. When Y moved into her apartment, she was working a new job she got through her field of study, which paid well by the hour but didn't provide enough hours. She had too much pride to work a second job, as she felt that this was beneath her. Because of this, she struggled to keep up with her rent, electricity, water bills, car payments, insurance, etc. She reached out to me a couple of times asking for money, but I refused to help her as I felt like her financial problems had nothing to do with me. Y would try to gaslight me into giving her money, saying I shouldn't let our golden doodle suffer along with her, to which I replied that she should go ask her lover for money. I was surprised to learn later on that she told her mother the truth, and her mother took my side and stated she would not be giving her money either. The rest of her family still hated me for not wanting to work it out after she cheated, but their opinions didn't matter because none of them are married themselves. Months went by, we were still legally married. Y agreed to go half on the divorce fees, but did not have the money. During these discussions, she admitted she still had hope for us to work it out, as she still had love for me and believed I still loved her back. Call me stupid, but I did love her back. I just knew I couldn't keep playing this game anymore. Despite everything she's done to me, it was still hard for me to hate her, as this is someone I grew close to in high school who helped me when I was at my lowest point in life and made me happier than anyone else ever could. Yet she still managed to break me and made me feel like I would never be good enough for anyone ever again. We still had each other on social media, and even though she claims to be struggling with money, she always seems to be out every weekend at the clubs. This usually ends up with her drunk texting or calling me, stating she was wrong for how she treated me. Whenever I post on my Instagram or Snapchat stories about being out late at night, she's usually the first to see my posts, often within a minute. She acknowledges that I look happier without her. As of now, I wouldn't say I'm happy, but I do feel like this is freedom. Since moving out, she's gotten into 2 car accidents just a few months apart. We're no longer on the same insurance together, but she still called me asking if I could financially help her, which I refused, telling her she was on her own now. I still had her on my phone plan a few months later, but I decided to disconnect her line without letting her know. Once reconnected, she angrily texted me days later about how she lost her number and had to get a new phone because her current phone was still locked with my carrier and she couldn't call to unlock it since I was the account holder. She called me a jerk and I couldn't help but laugh about it. I have this ex-girlfriend that I ended on good terms with. We were friends until Y and I got married, during which she forced me to cut off my friendship with her out of fear that my ex would try to get with me again. We started hanging out again, and when Y found out, she swore that I only divorced her to get back with my ex. I had no interest in her after the breakup, only seeing her as a friend at this point even after Y and I separated. From what I heard from a mutual friend, she tried to get back with E, who now has a girlfriend and a child. She also tried again with J, who now has a girlfriend. Y would sometimes reach out to me about how she's still behind on certain bills, would barely eat, almost got evicted twice, and can't afford to care for the golden doodle. If I had to guess, she's most likely getting money from her grandmother. We would still text from time to time to figure out a court date or days when I still had to give her some leftover stuff from home. She would always say she would never find a guy like me and how much she wishes we could try again and regrets her actions. Part of this made me feel happy for karma. The other part made me feel sad about how everything led up to this moment. Around March 2023, we went to court to finally file for our divorce. While waiting for our turn, she stepped out into the hall to cry her eyes out, while I just sat there not knowing what to think. After about 10 minutes, it was finally our turn and we began signing away. Ever since then, we now just talk with a few texts once every 2 weeks, saying what we have left to say. As for myself, I was promoted to manager a month after we separated. I stayed in this position until November 2022 as I was overworked to the point of getting no sleep. I was able to find a better paying job, one that I continue to work for to this day. During the marriage, I gained weight from overeating to help cope with my depression. I've been going back to the gym but need to work on getting a routine. I have big plans with my friends for the summer and for myself later this year. It's now June 2023. I wouldn't say life is perfect, but whenever I'm having a bad day, I think about how Y's life is basically falling apart now ever since we parted ways. It makes me feel like she deserves to feel what I felt for over 6 years. I'm an asshole for thinking this way about her, but at least my life is finally going in the right direction and hopefully it continues that way and she can see how happy I can be without her. User Diligent Persimmon 3 said, sometimes it takes time to grow a pair and stand up to confront the situation head on, which is what you did after you struggled for a while. You seemed to be the stable one while she was going through changes with J and E. From what you said, she tried reaching out to both J and E, but they were already gainfully involved in other more stable relationships. So she reaches out to you from time to time. It's nice to see you make the right decision. Keep moving forward, bro. I hope you find the right person to make you happy and keep hitting the gym to stay in shape. Under this comment, OP said the following: it seems like she's just happy to have anyone. While I would be happy to have someone who is faithful, life goes on, just got to keep on living and hope for the best. User White Ninja said, you're not the asshole for feeling that way. It's perfectly normal. Just remember to never go back. No matter how convincing she seems or how much time has passed, she lost you and you should always stick to your guns. To her, you'll be the one that she lets slip away due to her dumb actions, and she'll be the one who made you the best version of yourself through all the pain despite and because of her own actions. It's great that you get to her fall apart while your life gets better. Just remember everything has a time and she may meet someone else. Things may get better for her, and regardless of how things seem in her life, never tie your life to hers again in any way physical or even emotionally in how her life seems to be going. A lot of people do this without even realizing it. It's really awesome to read your story because there are a few of these that I feel really show the happy ever after ending, but it seems like you're getting there. If not already there, I'm happy for you really. All the best on this road ahead and all that life has to offer. Under this comment, OP said the following: I wouldn't say I had a happy ending, but it's a fresh start. I can now focus on doing what makes me happy. Thank you for reading along. I'm going to keep on pushing and become the person I should have been years ago. I don't want to victim blame too much because I understand that love can make you do stupid things or ignore issues that you would otherwise be irritated by. I feel like OP went through exactly that. He was blinded by love or just ignorant. Or maybe he just couldn't come to terms that life was not going to go as he planned. And unfortunately, his ex is one of those toxic people that somehow wiggle back into your life even after you leave them. The following is the final part of the saga, as OP titled it the epilogue. This is my last post about this, just to clarify a few things. I had to cut this section out of part 4 to be able to post it. If there are any other questions, I can try to answer them as well. The history of Y and me dates back to our high school days. There are more details about how Y and I first met up to the point where we got married. Looking back on it, we always had a toxic relationship, but that's not to say it was all bad, as we had our great moments as well. As for how our boyfriend-girlfriend relationship went and why I married her, I'll explain that another time, if necessary. I appreciate the feedback, both good and bad. Like I said before, I was a dumbass who thought everything would magically work out. I don't know if I would call this outcome a win for me, but at least I can finally start over now. To the readers who think this is made up, I don't have the time or capability to come up with a story like this. I'm posting my experience as a way to get this off my chest. I'm not the best when it comes to expressing myself in person, and Reddit probably isn't the best place to do it, but posting here with other people who have had similar experiences made it easier for me. But thanks for still actually reading all these long posts. Sadly, this isn't my first rodeo. There's a relationship I had before this that broke me and made me who I am today. It sounds dramatic, but that's the best way to put it. I'm open to talking about it one day. Just like I said earlier, that was the final update in the main story, but there are actually about another 5 or 6 additional posts in this story. If you find this story interesting, let me know in the comments that you want part 2, and I'll get to work on getting that out to you all. This story was created in the Confessions subreddit by a user named AdvantageMammoth9660 toward the beginning of 2024. The post is titled, "I left my wife because she got pregnant with her sister's husband." This story will be in several parts. I still don't know how many, but I was encouraged to write it after seeing a video on social media, TikTok, about a story that was very similar to mine. Without further ado, I decided to share my own story. I shared this story in another subreddit, but I would like to know your opinion. This profile is new. I just created it because my old profile was not working. It all began in 2014. My wife, Elena, was 27 years old at the time, while I, Luis, was 26. We had been in a relationship for 5 years and married for 2. We met in college. She was studying accounting and I was studying mechanical engineering. Our meeting took place at a party for a mutual friend, and we quickly connected. After a few dates, we became boyfriend and girlfriend and got married the following year. Elena had an older sister named Adriana who was married to a friend of Elena's named Ariel. Elena's mother, Valentina, never accepted me. She made many excuses to separate us, and I can say that she really discriminated against me and humiliated me at every opportunity. She always said that Elena deserved something better. I thought my life was perfect. Elena was incredibly beautiful, the most stunning woman I had ever met. At that time, my salary as a mechanical engineer was decent. We had agreed not to have children soon. First, we wanted to travel to some countries and finish paying for a house. Elena agreed with me. She became interested in studying for a master's degree, and I offered to pay for it. I always wanted her to feel comfortable with me, so you could say that I tended to give in to my wife's requests. A year after we got married, Elena's mother suffered a fall that left her hospitalized for a couple of days. The doctors reported that it was nothing serious, but they recommended bed rest. Elena was distraught about her mother and stayed with her. Time passed, and during the 30th wedding anniversary party of Elena's parents, 2 shocking announcements were made. Adriana had been struggling for 5 long years to have children, visiting fertility clinics without success. It was a heartbreaking situation for her to suffer in silence due to that inability. Valentina's confession was the second shocking announcement. With a trembling voice and tears in her eyes, she expressed that she longed to become a grandmother. Her words, full of urgency, resonated deeply. A fall could be the end of me, and who knows when it could happen. I watched as Elena broke down emotionally upon hearing her mother's words. Upon returning home, my wife was noticeably affected by the weight of what had happened. I chose to ignore the situation, which was a mistake of mine that I did not want to face. Months passed without further news until I received an urgent call from Elena. Her voice reflected anguish as she explained that she was in the hospital. I was alarmed. "Are you okay?" I asked with fear. She replied that she was, but that she was there because Adriana had attempted suicide. Adriana's inability to have children had plunged her into a deep depression, and Valentina's words, with her longing to be a grandmother, had been the trigger. Despair had led her to try to end her life. As soon as I got off work, I rushed to the hospital to support my wife. I found Valentina there, her gaze cold and somewhat accusatory. Ariel, Julio, Valentina's husband, and my wife were also there. I tried to understand the situation, and to some extent, Valentina blamed me for Adriana's suicide attempt. According to her, her desire to be a grandmother and Adriana's inability to give her a grandchild had led Adriana to try to take her own life. The doctors released Adriana from the hospital 2 days later and prescribed her antidepressants. That same day, we had a family meeting where we revisited the topic of grandchildren concerning Adriana's infertility. I proposed the idea of adoption as a viable alternative. Both Adriana and Ariel could adopt without any difficulty, as they were adults with good incomes. There was an uncomfortable silence in the room. Valentina looked at me fixedly and rejected the idea, arguing that adopting a child was not the same as having a grandchild of their own blood. The conversation did not progress, and we returned home with a tense atmosphere. The weeks after that meeting became strange. Adriana and Ariel started visiting my house more often. I often heard them talking, but when they entered, they kept quiet. It seemed like strange behavior, although I decided not to pay much attention to it. Perhaps Adriana was simply going through a bad time and needed to be with her sister. On the other hand, Elena's behavior changed. She became more reserved with her phone and distant from me. When I came home and tried to get close to her, she would pull away. In addition, our intimate life decreased. On July 5th, a day that I remember clearly, I came home from work and saw several cars parked in front of my house. I feared the worst. When I entered, I found my in-laws, my sister-in-law with her husband, and my wife in the living room. Their expressions indicated seriousness. Elena told me, "Sit down, we need to talk." I nodded and sat down. I tried to ask what was happening, but my mother-in-law interrupted me by asking, "What solution can you give us?" I remained silent. I did not understand what she was referring to. Then she added, "About my grandchildren." I tried to suggest in vitro fertilization, explaining how it worked, but I only found disgust on Valentina's face. In her expression, I noticed that she rejected my proposal and said, "I have another solution." The following is from OP's first update. As I said that, I looked at Elena confused, but she didn't look back at me. Instead, she looked at her sister and then her mother. I saw Adriana smiling while Ariel showed a haughty attitude. His smile turned mocking as he looked at me with superiority. I kept silent and waited for Elena to say something, but she didn't speak, prolonging the silence. Suddenly, Elena shouted at me, "Idiot, say something." I didn't understand and remained silent. Then my mother-in-law tried to calm Elena down, speaking with a certain elegance. "As you know, dear, Adriana has been cursed with the impossibility of giving us grandchildren, that joy of motherhood that she cannot experience." Elena interrupted and explained that they had analyzed options, mentioning the risks of surrogacy and the possible genetic and hereditary problems that could arise generations later. Then Ariel added that surrogacy was expensive and that they could not afford it, in addition to the expenses that the baby would require. "So, what do you propose?" I asked. My mother-in-law's evil answer left me speechless. "Since you refuse to have children, Elena will become pregnant with Ariel." I swallowed hard, unable to utter a word, hoping it was a joke. However, my mother-in-law continued speaking. "We understand that you don't want to take care of the baby. Don't worry, when it is born, we will register it in the name of Adriana and Ariel." Then she mentioned, "Children are not products. They are not made in a laboratory. They must be conceived with love, the fruit of a couple. In other words, through coitus." She explained a series of religious arguments, citing the church's prohibition and her desire to prevent her grandchild from being condemned to hell. Before my mother-in-law could continue, I stood up abruptly and shouted, "No way." I don't usually raise my voice, but I did on this occasion. "Elena, what do you want to tell me?" I asked my wife. I saw her expression change between confusion and fear. My mother-in-law looked at me defiantly, trying to explain, apparently thinking that I would not react this way. Ariel approached me, trying to put his hand on my shoulder, and I said, "Don't touch me." I was really upset. My mother-in-law insisted that she wanted a grandchild. It was then that I added, "Fine, I'll give her a grandchild. We'll try to conceive next week." My mother-in-law intervened again. "We respect your decision not to have children yet. I understand that you are young and still have the urge to explore. Therefore, Ariel will be the one to take care of it. Adriana agrees that her son be conceived in the act of love. Therefore, it will be between Elena and Ariel." At these words, I shouted again, "You're crazy, old witch." Everyone was surprised by my response. My mother-in-law shed crocodile tears, and Julio approached her, as did Adriana. Elena looked at me and shouted, asking how I could say that. Ariel approached me, and I remember he said, "Come on, it will be fun." At that moment, I landed a punch so hard on Ariel's face that he fell to the ground. Then we got part 3. Adriana screamed and Elena did too. I shouted at them to leave my house and locked myself in the bedroom. I could hear some shouting and saw them leaving through the window. Minutes later, Elena entered, quite upset, complaining to me for having offended her mother. She ignored the simple fact that they were trying to convince me that my wife should have sex with another man. Elena did not speak to me all day. When I woke up, I found her in the kitchen. She looked like she had been crying. She called me immature for not understanding the situation and mentioned that my mother-in-law was in critical condition. I decided to ignore her and did not take her to the hospital. I told her to take a taxi and left. I returned home at night after spending the day with my best friend Abraham. He agreed with me, saying it was a form of deception and that my mother-in-law was to blame. He suggested that it would be a good idea to leave the city with my wife so we would not be so close to her family. When I arrived home, I saw Elena looking sad. She had been crying. She told me that her mother was hospitalized and in critical condition. I told her that I cared little, and she collapsed. I felt sad and apologized. It was not my intention to hurt her. She only told me that her mother just wanted a grandchild. I mentioned that she could wait a year more, but she said, "You don't understand. Adriana is still depressed. I fear she will attempt again." I kept silent and said, "Okay, we can try to have a child soon." That decision could take me out of my own ideas. Don't get me wrong, I know that a child brings joy and happiness, but I was still young and wanted to travel. A child is a responsibility and can limit you when you don't have enough maturity. In my opinion, being an adult is not the same as being mature. She looked at me happily, smiled, told me it was okay, that we would try, and left. The days passed without incident except for a change in Elena's attitude. Now she didn't hide her phone and looked at me happily. Her mother apologized to me, saying she understood my decision. According to medical orders, she should not be stressed or angry. I was surprised. I didn't expect that from her. Elena became more affectionate with me. I recognized that those months were quite interesting, but there was something I found strange. I didn't know what it was, but it felt odd. 6 months later, I can say that I was more in love with Elena. I didn't know how, but somehow I managed to give her what she asked for. If Elena wanted a new TV, I bought it for her. If she asked for a day at the spa, I gave it to her. Somehow, at that time, everything Elena did or said became my priority, and I did it to see her happy. I knew that my words and my attitude had hurt her, and I wanted to see her happy. Valentina no longer insisted on having grandchildren, and Adriana seemed to be doing better. I was happy for them, and I also had a surprise planned, something I had been organizing. I had been saving up enough money for a long vacation in Canada. I wanted to take Elena on vacation. All those previous stressful situations had been a lot, and I wanted to surprise her. I returned home from work on March 6th. I had the tickets ready to travel in 2 weeks. I arrived home and found the house empty. I went upstairs to the bedroom and found a note from Elena that said, "Luis, you see that nothing in our relationship changes. I love you more than ever, and I know you do too. My mother has become more affectionate with you. She appreciates you in her own way. However, Adriana cannot be happy, and I know that the guilt of giving her a grandchild is destroying her. I hadn't told you, but I know you're going to understand. You've changed a lot in these months, and I know you're mature enough and that you love me too much. My parents, Adriana and Ariel, will do what we planned 6 months ago. Today, we are leaving town. I will get pregnant by Ariel. I will not tell you where we are because I know you, and I should not suffer stressful situations, and neither should Ariel. Adriana told me that he gets nervous and maybe we can't conceive on the first try. That's why we'll be gone for a month. Don't bother looking for us. I will return when I'm pregnant. This does not change our relationship. We will pretend that nothing happened. No one in the family knows, and that's how it will stay, just between us." As for part 4, OP said the following: "When I finished reading the note, I felt sadness and humiliation. I cried. I won't deny it, it had hurt me, but I believe that in a marriage, there must be a mutual agreement, and trust must be the foundation. Elena didn't care and walked all over me, along with her mother. The sadness I felt turned into indifference 2 days later. I understood one thing that I hadn't known: the persuasion techniques of some people. Both Elena and her mother tried to persuade me to see myself as the husband who obeys everything and forgives, but even that I would not do. I would not let them walk all over me. I drove to Elena's parents' house, and as the note said, they were not there. I returned home annoyed and humiliated. I told Abraham about the situation. He gave me his support. We had a couple of beers and he asked me what I would do. I didn't know how to answer and just said nothing. I tried to call Elena and was surprised to discover that she had left her phone at home. I knew she had done it on purpose. She always charged it. I checked the cell phone and the conversations and messages with her family were normal. There was nothing unusual. That weekend did nothing but increase my hatred for her and her family. In short, my wife was cheating on me with her brother-in-law repeatedly because he was nervous and could not conceive, which is nonsense in my opinion. I came up with a plan. I bought tickets to go to Canada and packed all of my things. I had enough money saved to live for 3 months. In addition to that, I sold my car and asked Abraham for a loan. I told him I was going to Canada and that I would never come back. He said it was okay. I just asked him to keep me in touch about what happened. I took Elena's phone and left. Something I haven't told you is that I speak 2 languages well besides my own. Spanish. I also understand English and German well, so understanding the language was not a problem. I quit my job and asked that they not contact me again, including my wife. In my 3rd week in Canada, there was a WhatsApp notification on Elena's phone. I opened the message and saw that they were from Elena's relatives. Her sister, her mother, her father, and Ariel were in a group chat named Baby. Adriana had sent a message that said, "It was achieved, family. After more than 20 attempts, we will finally have a grandchild." Adriana shared a photo of Ariel smiling. That face of victory I will never forget. My wife Elena was next to him in bed. I could see that she was in her underwear. After that, there was a photo of a pregnancy test. Seeing my wife with Ariel filled me with sadness, but I was too far away and I didn't want to see her again. Several messages from the family arrived, congratulating them on the news. 4 days later, I was looking for a job in Canada. Fortunately, my engineering knowledge and ability to speak 2 languages gave me the opportunity to start working in a small factory as a warehouseman. It was not much, but it paid well enough to survive. In fact, if you can get a job in Canada, don't let that opportunity pass you by. And part 5 is the final installment we got from OP. It said, a week after that, on a Sunday morning, I received a message from Elena on my phone that said, "Love, I'm home. Everything went well. I'm pregnant. Come soon. I have something to tell you." I didn't respond to the message. I decided to ignore it. I spent the day in Toronto, walking in the park, until I received another message from Elena. "Darling, come home. We need to talk about this." I ignored Elena's message again. The messages continued to arrive, as well as calls that, of course, I did not answer. All afternoon, I received messages and calls from Elena, Adriana, Ariel, and that evil witch. This situation escalated and involved my father. I received a call from him, quite worried, asking me where I was and if I was okay. I hadn't told him anything, so I simply responded by asking him who was calling. He told me that Elena was worried and had contacted him to see if I was with him. I explained the situation to my father. He seemed incredulous at first, but in the end, he ended up believing me. I told my father that I would bring him with me as soon as I could and asked him to block my wife. My phone continued to be flooded with voicemails and calls. In one of those voicemail messages, Elena could be heard crying, "Love, Luis, please answer. Where are you? Come back. We need to talk about this for real." I simply ignored the messages. I believed that my act of ignoring her was a message in itself. I turned off my phone for 15 days and got a new one in Canada. Technology can be cheap if you find good deals. I set my social media to private without removing Elena or her family, just hid them. I acquired another phone to communicate with Abraham. He told me that Elena had gone to see him, but he didn't let her in. When she asked him where I was, he replied, "You could have asked him while you were fooling around with your brother-in-law," and closed the door, threatening to call the police. He asked about me, and I told him I was fine, that Canada was a peaceful and prosperous country, thankfully not too cold. When I turned on my phone, I found over 100 messages on social media and calls from Elena and her family. Most were from Elena begging for forgiveness. "Luis, please, I still love you. This means nothing. I want to give you your first child. This is for my sister. Luis, don't ignore me. Please answer me. I love you." Her messages were filled with pleas and audio messages of her crying, begging for forgiveness. There were also messages from my mother-in-law reproaching my attitude, saying I was irresponsible and that my behavior could affect her grandchild. Elena was losing weight due to worry, and doctors had to hospitalize her for a nervous breakdown. I simply blocked my mother-in-law's number. That was during the first year. My father came to live with me, and he's doing well. Fortunately, I got a better job and things are going well. Obtaining permanent residency in Canada was an achievement after hiring a good lawyer. Elena keeps sending messages. It turns out that, fortunately, the illegitimate child with her brother-in-law had no health issues, and I'm glad the baby is fine. He's not to blame for what happened, and I sincerely wish for him to grow up healthy and happy. Elena cut ties with her family, blaming them for persuading and forcing her to have a child with Ariel. Despite everything, she keeps trying to find out where I am. I decided to break the silence. Every time she sends me messages, I simply respond with happy emojis in the face of her desperation. Although she tells me she still loves me, I believe that if she really loved me, she wouldn't have acted this way. She's tried in many ways to find out where I am, but only my friend Abraham knows. I decided to answer a video call from Elena that I received. I suppose I did it to know how she was. However, I kept my camera off. I didn't want her to see me. She was no longer that beautiful woman. She looked worn out and aged. She tried to apologize, but I told her it would be brief. The sum of your actions defines who you are. You made a decision by overriding me, something you knew I didn't agree with. You confused my love with obedience, and that's something I won't allow. I'm living what I promised you, traveling, but I'm doing it alone. Maybe by this time we would be expecting a child because patience is a virtue that is cultivated. Valentina has not passed away, and I doubt she will anytime soon. I won't give you the divorce even if you try. You'll carry that on your conscience forever. As for me, I haven't met anyone, nor will I. I guess actions have consequences. You reap what you sow. I am reaping mine, and you are reaping yours. After that, I heard Elena break down in tears, and I ended the call. Currently, I live in Montreal, recovering from my past life. Since then, I haven't heard from her again. That was around 2019. By 2020, the world shut down and dates blurred. It sounds like fiction, but I wish it weren't so. I apologize for the lengthy story. I'd like to know your opinion. Thank you. The post is titled, I, 25M, think my wife, 23F, is starting to resent me. The title says, I think my wife, let's call her Amy, hates me. We've been together since 2018 and married since 2022. We had twins last January, and since then, she has changed so much. When she and I first started going out, she was very clear that she never wanted children. She had a copper IUD in and said she intended to get her tubes removed once it expired. But the day came and she had the IUD removed and was told that they wouldn't allow her to get her tubes tied because she was too young. She asked me to get snipped, but I didn't have medical insurance at the time, so I couldn't afford to do so. A few months later, she said she changed her mind and wanted to try for children, so we did. She had 2 miscarriages before she got pregnant with our identical twin boys. I was extremely happy, and despite her being sick constantly, she seemed happy too. She gave birth when she was 32 weeks, and the boys spent 7 weeks in the NICU. My wife took this really hard. She constantly blamed herself because she worked up until she had to give birth and says that had she done the bed rest like her doctor suggested, our boys would have stayed in longer. She also beat herself up a lot over not being able to breastfeed. She never established a milk supply because she was so stressed after birth and ended up with some kind of infection and was told any milk she pumped after antibiotics would have needed to be dumped. After that point, she was extremely distant from me and our kids. While I was on paternity leave, I was the main caretaker of the boys. I changed all their diapers, fed them, bathed them, everything. I took them to all their doctor's appointments by myself, and my wife just lay in bed, completely shut out. My wife was supposed to start back up work remotely, but her job decided to not allow remote work. This sent her into a spiral because they ended up terminating her position. Without her working, we couldn't afford childcare, so she just stayed home all day with the boys. She didn't cook or clean and talked about how she hated being home all day and how she missed working. We fought constantly because I felt like it was unfair. I wanted to be home all day doing nothing. I wanted to be a stay-at-home dad, and she was taking it all for granted. Well, now the boys are a year old, and I feel like nothing has changed. She still just sits and stares blankly, barely talking to me or engaging with our boys. I constantly ask her to help around the house or to do literally anything besides sit and stare. She looks like she's lost 30 pounds since giving birth, and she's so pale. But whenever I mention anything to her, she just yells at me to leave her alone. Our sex life is almost non-existent, and when we are having sex, she just lies there, not making any sounds or moving. I feel like she hates me, hates our kids, and hates the life we've built. How do I talk to her? I am close to taking the boys and asking for a divorce because I am tired of talking to a wall. Edit/update. I wanted to jump on here and give clarification for the word choices I made while in the heat of the moment. I posted this right after an argument with my wife because I was just so hurt, angry, and confused. I said I wanted to be able to be a stay-at-home dad and do nothing all day. I worded it this way because many times, including yesterday, I have come home from work and my boys are in their cribs, wearing dirty diapers with rashes, while my wife is either sleeping or completely zoned out in the rocking chair. It has felt like she has done nothing all day, but it isn't true, and I know that. Are you completely unaware of postpartum depression is a question I was asked a lot. And the truth is, yes. I live in Texas where sex education doesn't really exist. I was never taught anything about pregnancy, labor and delivery, or the fourth trimester, postpartum. Doctors never gave us information on it. It was mentioned once in the beginning of her pregnancy by a doctor in passing, but I neglected to ask for clarification or do any research on my own. I also failed my wife by not bothering to Google her symptoms, which could have easily shown me postpartum depression. How did you let this go on for a year without asking for help or advice? This is not a good excuse, but I didn't know that this was a hormonal issue at all. I genuinely believed my wife was just being neglectful and emotionally distant because she hated me and hated being a mom. I work almost daily, usually 12-hour shifts on a construction site, so coming home to a messy house, fussy babies, and having to clean everything and make dinner just resulted in anger on my side. I let that frustration build rather than try to understand her. Do you have any friends or family who can help? Unfortunately, we don't. My mom is out of the picture and my father is dead. My wife's family was abusive to her growing up, and our friends abandoned us due to rumors my mom spread online, where she was telling everyone my wife had 2 abortions rather than 2 miscarriages. You have been having sex with her when she isn't emotionally involved. I should have added more details here, and I can see why a lot of people were angry at my comment about our sex life. I honestly thought it was important to add that it has been non-existent, and when we had sex, she was uninvolved. My wife after birth was the only one to initiate intimacy, and I believe now it was out of guilt. We haven't had sex in months because I don't say yes anymore and I don't ask for it. I shouldn't have said yes previously, and I know it was wrong of me. Do you even love your wife? Of course, I love her. I posted this out of anger and frustration because I believed that it was she who didn't love me anymore, and I thought I was the main problem. I made it all about me when it isn't me at all. It's this disgusting and awful disorder that comes after giving birth. I was just so angry because I had asked her to get help so many times, and she had either yelled at me to leave her alone or just stayed quiet. About 5 days later, OP provided us with an update. Edit, thank you everyone for all of the support for my wife and me. We received so many messages with resources and guides for navigating through this rough course in our lives, and I will forever be grateful that I posted on this subreddit. Everyone helped me open my eyes to everything that was going on, things I never would have even considered had I not come here for help. My wife watches Too Hot Takes sometimes, and I usually listen with her while I do the dishes or sweep mop. I thought that maybe this subreddit would be a great go-to for advice on my marriage because on Reddit and in the YouTube comments, you all are so brutally honest and to the point, and I knew I needed that to get this sorted. You all were so quick to point out my wife's postpartum depression and directed me in ways that I have fallen short with my wife. Thank you everyone for the constructive criticism and the honesty. I would not have been able to get to this point of reality if I had been coddled and pampered. My wife actually laughed for the first time today when our boys started laughing at the word booty. Boys will be boys, haha. It was the most beautiful sound I have ever heard, and I haven't gotten to listen to it in so long. She seems to be in much better spirits, which I will keep an eye on, as I know sometimes that can be a red flag for suicidal ideation or intentions. My wife has been trying to be more honest with me about how she is feeling in the moment, and we have her established with group therapy starting Monday with orientation. I wish I could say thank you to everyone personally and individually for hopefully helping us save our marriage and potentially for saving my wife's life. I genuinely couldn't have done it without this subreddit. Thank you, Too Hot Takes, for having such a huge and wonderful platform where people can come and receive advice and honesty. It's a beautiful thing you have here. I'm going to go and start making my wife's favorite dinner and watch the Hunger Games for a movie marathon, something we haven't done in over a year. This will hopefully be my last update and last post in this subreddit if everything goes well. Thank you. End of edit. It's been a day or so since I added an update on my original post, but I thought this update needed its own post if it's allowed. I scrolled through this subreddit to see how others posted their updates and saw a few. Hopefully this is allowed. So after begging for several days, my wife finally gave in and agreed to online therapy. We picked a program we thought would benefit her best and got it situated. She has an intake phone call tomorrow that will organize her hours, what group she is assigned to, and who her personal therapist is. It's an intensive outpatient group therapy program that lasts about 12 weeks. I have also reduced my hours at work by request, asking for 6 hours on shift during the weekdays, and I am on call during weekends for callouts. It is temporary until my wife is better. I have also hired cleaning services to come weekly. She is the wife of a co-worker of mine, and she has 3 kids of her own. I spoke to her directly, and she offered to help my wife with the boys if my wife ever asked for help with no extra charge. My wife and I are openly discussing breaking up temporarily. During our discussion last night, my wife opened up about how she hasn't been happy and how she has had an ongoing online affair with someone. I don't blame her for the affair. I can't imagine how alone she has felt this last year with me working constantly and always putting the boys first. She texted him in front of me saying it was over, that she wanted to prioritize our marriage and her mental health, and then blocked him on every platform she had him added on, which gave me a lot of reassurance. My wife was the one who suggested a temporary breakup. I don't think it would be appropriate given her mental health at the moment, and I asked that we just work on her getting better before discussing any marriage issues we have. She also opened up to me and let me know she has been self-harming and showed me where, and it's awful. I had no words to say except to apologize profusely for my negligence. I didn't notice anything for months. She said she started hurting herself after we stopped being intimate. She didn't have a reason why. Once she is halfway through her outpatient program, we decided that's when we will start marriage counseling, so she has time to develop some healthy coping mechanisms. We know there is a chance that marriage counseling could bring out a lot of the worst in us as individuals, and we wanted her to be as prepared as possible while still getting individual help in her program. I will also be starting individual therapy once marriage counseling is set up, so I have a healthy outlet. Not the update I wanted to provide, but I hope that in the future I can give a better one. I'm honestly just glad my wife agreed to therapy and is willing to work things out with us together. I will never be able to make up for the last 12 months I haven't been by her side, but I will try for the rest of my life with her to make amends for it. I'm honestly pretty shocked that OP didn't suspect that his wife had PPD, and it's not my place to say, but I don't think being so relaxed about her having an affair is the quote-unquote right reaction. I'm also not a huge fan of OP blaming himself for his wife harming herself. I understand that he loves and cares for her, but it's not healthy to confuse that love with enabling. Again, maybe it's not my place to say, but I don't think depression is an excuse to have an affair, regardless if it's over or not. The fact that she wants to take some time away from OP after an affair makes me think that this relationship is chalked. It's over. I want to make it clear that I respect OP for being a loving partner, but again, all of this really feels like enabling. The couple needs therapy ASAP, especially the wife. After writing that, I feel that I may have come across as rather harsh on OP's wife. PPD is a shitty thing, and based on what I heard, it can last for years. It's okay to take time to yourself. It's okay to spend an entire day crying, but she's an adult. At some point, she needs to step up as not only a wife, but as a parent as well. OP gave us examples such as his wife leaving one of their kids in a soiled diaper all day. Neglecting your kids like that is straight up not okay. I don't care how depressed you are. User Purple Gimp said, I remember your original post, so I'm super glad to see that you've stepped up to make sure your wife gets the support she desperately needs. Just understand that through her healing process, she may take 2 steps forward and 3 steps back, which includes how she feels about your marriage. Just keep being patient with her. I spent my first 31 years in Texas, so I totally get how backwards things are there still in many ways, which ultimately boils down to a lack of education in a lot of places when it comes to things like PPD. There's a huge Southern societal pressure on women to be the perfect moms and wives without complaint. I often think about Andrea Yates roommates from Houston who had severe postpartum psychosis after their 4th child, with her husband ignoring the doctor's strong recommendation that she never get pregnant again because of the certainty of another postpartum psychotic break. But she got pregnant a 5th time because her husband felt like it was God's plan for them to have as many children as nature allowed, which ultimately led to yet another postpartum psychotic break and the horrific murder of her 5 children. He ignored all the signs and every medical expert who tried to warn them, and like many traditional Southern wives and mothers, Andrea also felt like it was her duty to procreate and serve God's will. It was a terrible case, and the societal pressure placed on Andrea to be perfect and carry out God's plan didn't include any room for messy things like PPD or schizophrenia. I can't say all that much has changed there, as evidenced by your wife's friends cutting her out of their lives because her mom claimed her miscarriages were in fact abortions. There's still so much judgment and so little compassion and grace for women struggling to conceive or for women who struggle after they conceive. I've never regretted leaving the state 20 years ago, and it's been my experience that healthcare and attitudes surrounding mental health are light years ahead of Texas here in the Pacific Northwest. Nowhere is perfect, but it's so nice not to feel the same judgment here. Your wife definitely needs friends, and I know it's really tough to conjure them out of thin air right now, but just understand that the isolation she's been experiencing most likely directly relates to her need to self-harm. It's really good that you're trying to get her out of the house more and bringing in someone kind to help her around the house who can also hopefully try to lend some female companionship will definitely help too. You're also correct to gently suggest that you stay in the home for now. She shouldn't be alone for multiple reasons, and I hope you can talk to her psychiatrist about that situation and get their opinion. Is the lady who's coming to help with the house able to be there all day while you're at work? You mentioned that she was willing to help with the boys too if your wife asked for help, but I want to point out that your wife may not be capable right now of asking her for help, so it's important to gently find out if having an extra pair of hands to help with them too would also take some of the stress off of her. I mentioned in your original post that our best friend has a wife with severe PPD and bipolar disorder, and like you, he had to work, so he added cameras at home after talking to his wife and her psychiatrist about it. He was able to keep an eye on things at home during the workday and could call his wife to check in with her or leave work if he noticed that she was really struggling or wasn't being responsive to their son. It also made her feel less alone during the day, and that was a big relief to her. He really felt terrible about feeling like he was spying on her, but ultimately everyone agreed that it was another layer of support and safety that really needed to be there while she was having such a difficult time. He had family taking turns being with her during the day while he worked, but ultimately everyone ran out of PTO, and quitting his job and losing health benefits wasn't a feasible option. Being able to keep a concerned eye out while he worked ultimately led to him being able to respond swiftly when she had some really hard days emotionally. It's not the ideal situation, but sometimes you have to use the tools you have to work with to keep things moving in a safe and positive direction. I'm glad your wife seems receptive to medication. Finding a good regimen for our friend's wife has really made a huge difference in the quality of her life. But it was a ton of trial and error until they found a combination that worked well for her. So just understand it may take time to find the right meds to help her start feeling better and to help her body and mind by boosting things like serotonin. All in all, it sounds like you're doing what you can to be there for her now, but understand there was a whole year where she felt alone and hopeless without your emotional support, and even if you didn't realize what was happening, she's still gonna have feelings about that, which may include anger. Again, just be patient with her and with yourself, and try to remind her and yourself that you're going to take things one day at a time for now and focus on getting through each new day the very best you both can together. I'll continue to keep you both in my thoughts of health and healing, and I'm sending lots of invisible hugs to all of you. Take care. User Neutral Reason said, I'm appalled that the doctors didn't mention it before they leave the hospital. My doctor specifically told my husband, and she said, for example, not showering. He said, that would be a big red flag about her. Thank God it didn't happen to me. OP, I wish you the best of luck to you and your family. Under this comment, OP said the following. Thank you. I wish the doctors or nurses mentioned anything to us. I think they were rushing to get her out of her room because there was another person waiting in that room with twins who didn't need an ICU time. So her discharge in general felt very rushed. They didn't explain much to us, just handed her paperwork and said to look for signs of more infections and sent her to me in the NICU with our boys. The hospital was not great, but it was the closest one to our home. User ARTiger20 said, I think your wife resents you too. You've taken a good first step to making things better. It's going to be a very long, hard road, but you can do it. I think you're being very mature about her emotional affair. You're absolutely right on that. It's likely the reason she still exists in this world. The way she showed you and blocked everything is a pretty good indicator that she wasn't invested in it for the other person, but for her own sanity. Seeing it as the lifeline it likely was is a giant leap towards getting her better. I know in your other post you talked about her doing nothing all day and then explained yourself. Please keep on yourself with that. For some reason, it's extremely easy for the working parent to be blind to how hard it is to be the SAH parent. Don't let yourself fall into that trap. She very likely works harder than you, and I saw that you have a physical hard job. Don't forget your own mental health in all this. There's the question of why you didn't see something was extremely wrong. That's some selfishness there, and I know you admit that. Now you've got to work through it. There's going to be guilt to deal with, anger, jealousy, and basically a lot of emotions that many people simply aren't equipped to deal with. Take care, OP. It isn't going to be easy, but you can do it. Baby steps. User Dark Mode Knows Wind said, depression is no excuse for cheating. Under this comment, OP said, in any other scenario I would agree, but I think PPD has some exceptions. My wife hasn't been the same since she gave birth to our twin boys. She has been a shadow of her former self, and I am kind of thinking the affair is what has kept her alive in some sense because she had someone looking out for her when I didn't realize something was wrong, outside of being selfish and thinking I was the sole problem. So after reading the comments under this update, pretty much every single one that said something similar to what I said earlier was massively downvoted. This really interested me because I didn't think the concept of looking down on an affair due to depression was that bad. I do think that OP is very kind for absolutely not holding any grudges against his wife. That's certainly not something I would be capable of. I would of course be understanding and help my partner through something like PPD. But if I were to learn that she had an affair on top of all of the other stuff that OP shared, I can say with 99% certainty that I would be incredibly disappointed. But again, it seems that this entire comment thread is against that kind of opinion. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Some have said that it's a matter of maturity, but I'm not sure. Keep in mind, OP said that his wife probably had PPD for like over a year. But something I think we can all agree on is that the medical professionals really f***ed up here. OP said that he had no idea what PPD was prior to making his Reddit post. The doctors should have informed him and his wife that PPD may be an issue, and if she starts showing signs of PPD, to get her medication and professional help. About a month later, OP gave us another update, this one being titled, How to Care for Twin Toddlers as a Single Dad. Edit, I have posted in the subreddit twice before regarding my situation if anyone wants context to this. I honestly don't have the energy to answer questions in my messages or in the comments. This is going to be very jumbled and might not make sense. My mind is everywhere right now. I went to work 2 days ago only for 4 hours because I had booked a flight for my wife and our twin boys that evening to go to northern Washington state to look at houses with our realtor. I had packed everyone's suitcases the night before and I was so excited to take the trip. I took a week off work and planned to take us up the Space Needle and explore the ocean up there as we have never seen the ocean before. I got home from work that afternoon and my wife was gone. My coworker's wife was there by herself, crying and trying to care for my boys, who were also crying. When I asked her where my wife was and if she was okay, she told me my wife left a folder in our room and that she was gone. I of course called her, but it said, the number you are trying to reach is inactive or unavailable, or some crap along those lines. The folder had divorce papers, some already signed by her. She left a note and basically explained what was happening and what she did. She left me for the man she had an affair with. I guess he was an old co-worker of hers. She fell in love and didn't want me anymore. She asked for 25% custody of the kids and left her number for her lawyer. What the f*** is 25% custody? Weekends only, every other weekend? She asked that I didn't try to call or text her as she has a new phone number. I don't know what I did wrong anymore. We were, I thought, on the right track. We started marriage counseling. We were going on dates regularly, communicating, laughing, and enjoying each other. I thought everything was starting to improve. She was smiling and laughing so much more. She seemed genuinely happier. She was even playing with our boys, something she never did before. How does someone seem so much better and then turn around to do this? I know I had messed up before. I neglected her and ignored all the red flags in her mental health. I acknowledged them and took full accountability. I told her it was all my fault, and I know it is. She has every right to leave me, but why did she pretend to be happy if she wasn't? If she wanted a divorce, why didn't she ask? I told her if that was what she needed and wanted, we could, but I thought we had something to fight for, and she agreed with me. She told me she didn't want a divorce. She said she wanted to grow old and get married. She wanted to be with me. Now she doesn't. She says she has never been happy with me, that she felt forced to have kids when she didn't want any. I never forced her. I asked one time, and when she declined, I kept to myself. I was okay not having kids if she didn't want to go through having them. I was never going to force her into anything. I loved and respected her wishes, and I will respect her wishes now. In her note, she even asked me to Venmo her money to start her off. I sent it to her. I know she will need money for her prescriptions and for food, but I am so heartbroken and honestly pissed off. I am so mad. How does one even go about finding daycare? What do I need to research and look into? Do I need to look for any red flags in daycares? How much does daycare even cost for twins? Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Dude, like, come on. In the last post, everyone was saying how OP was making the right decision and how leaving his wife would be the worst thing he could do. Well, now she left him. I wanted to give the wife as much leeway as I could because I understand PPD sucks. She neglected the kids, she cheated on OP, and then she blamed her self-harm on OP, and she has the audacity to demand some level of custody. How can anybody support this woman at this point? At what point do we cut off the excuse of her having PPD? This sucks so much for OP. 99% of people in the world, myself included, would not have had the patience to put up with everything that his wife was dishing out. Yet she spat in his face and served him divorce papers. Actually, scratch that. She couldn't even spit on OP's face in person. She had to leave and spat in his home in the form of those divorce papers. User AMDone4093 said, so I might get some hate for bringing this up, but how long was she having an affair for? I think my first step would be to make sure those are your kids. Secondly, I would contact a divorce lawyer and explain things. As far as daycares, I would physically go tour them before deciding. I'm so sorry that she blindsided you like this. Are you still planning on moving and trying for a fresh start? I have lived in northern Washington state my whole life and love it here. Highly recommend Skagit County. Good luck. Under this comment, OP said she started talking to him either shortly before she gave birth or right after, so probably a little over a year. I honestly am not sure I can right now. I really want to. The school system by us has incredibly low ratings, and having grown up in that school system, I know teachers and students don't care about education. Kids are there because they legally have to, and teachers are there for paychecks. I only passed high school because I just asked my teachers for good grades, but right now I don't know how I would travel across the US alone with twin infants. I don't have anyone else, and if we do partial custody, I would need permission to move, wouldn't I? Unless that's just something that happens in movies and TV shows. After that post, OP disappeared for several months before making a post titled, "My ex-wife is stalking me." I posted some months ago about my wife Amy and our twin sons. I was asking for advice on her behaviors, which turned out to be postpartum depression. She and I started therapy, and then she told me she had been having an affair for months and left me for that affair partner. It's been a few months now, and just as things started dying down, my wife shows up at my doorstep. This was on Monday. I legally had to give her our new address, and since we had moved from Texas to Washington, I didn't expect her to come up here. I knew she had been stalking me, not full-on creepy stalking, but she was checking out my Instagram stories on random accounts. I had her blocked. She would message me on these accounts to brag about her new life. She would talk about how good sex is with whatever STD-ridden guy she was with that week. She would send photos of herself in different beds, doing various inappropriate acts with different people. She would send photos of dime bags and booze bottles. Whatever she could send, she did, no matter how many accounts I blocked. 2 weeks ago, I just deleted my Instagram because I was fed up, and I guess she took it upon herself to show up in person to harass me. I saw her first on my doorbell camera as I was not home and my nanny was there. She looked like she was high or something, picking at her face, and she looked like a twig. She had lost so much more weight than I thought. I told my nanny not to open the door and to ignore her. I had to leave work early to get home to convince her to leave. She said she was there to pick up our boys and started accusing me of abusing them or beating them, and said she had proof of whatever she was convinced I was doing. She told me she had to convince her boyfriend to drive her to Washington just to grab the kids. She didn't even have car seats in his car for them. His back seats were full of bottles, cans, just garbage. I didn't even know how to react to her nonsense, so I called the cops and had her removed from the property. I just don't know what to do anymore. She has nothing in Texas, so I'm sure she's going to find some shelter or tent to camp out in nearby so she can come harass me. I doubt I can get a restraining order, and I spent all my money buying this house. My boys don't deserve to be forced to go through this. They are only a year old, but I don't want this for them. I don't want her around as they grow up. I don't want them to see who she has become because she has never been like this. She used to be so sweet, funny, and loving. She always had a smile on her face, and yeah, she was a little crazy from her trauma, but that crazy was nothing compared to whatever she is now. The Amy I knew would never touch hard substances. She barely drank. She hated the idea of sleeping around. Now she's a drug addict and homeless. Do I get a wellness check on her? Do I try to fight for a restraining order? I don't know what to do anymore. I want to give some long commentary here, but honestly, I don't even know what to say at this point. User more like guidelines said, OP, I am a lawyer. I am not your lawyer, and this is really not legal advice. You need to get a lawyer like yesterday. And I mean a good lawyer. I had a client who dealt with a very similar situation to yours. We got emergency custody and an RO that extended to his children. This argument is about the children's best interest, and she is a danger to them. And her being a danger to you, their primary caretaker, is also a danger to your children. A good attorney will be able to help with this. The debt you take on for a good attorney will be well worth the price for your peace of mind and the safety of your children. And who knows, if you do get the RO and your wife breaks it, you may be able to get her arrested and she can finally detox from whatever substances she's on. Good luck. User Fluffy Lotus 606 said, it sucks that giving addresses is always mandatory because it's not always the safest route. My stepkid's bio mom literally tried to kill them and the judge wouldn't completely stop visitation, and we had to share address info when we moved. A wellness check may work in your favor to prove she's not right, but if she's on drugs, it won't be long before the Narcan calls start rolling in. Record your doorbell videos and download them in case she tries to break it one day. I'd still file every police report possible, try to get an RO, and do my best to afford an attorney. Most will do a free consultation. It might seem like a lot, but it won't be when you look back and she burns your house down, gets your kids taken by CPS for false sexual abuse claims, also happened with my stepkids, or ends up hurting your kids or using them for drug money. Do not underestimate crazy. You will regret it. For your kids' sake, treat this as the highest threat level possible. User Nana Holly said, I read the previous post and the comments on this one. No one seems to have asked who is the man she's with. From what you've said, it certainly seems like she's gone down the drug abyss, and if he's with her, he's dangerous too. He thinks there are drugs or money at the end of this road trip. He may have warrants. She might have warrants too. You had the police respond to your house. Get the police report and find out who he is. Be safe. As everyone else has said, get a lawyer ASAP. Put the guilt behind you. Take care of yourself and your babies. You seem like a good person and we are all wishing you the best. Under this comment, OP said the following. The man she is with now isn't the man she was having a long-term affair with. She has been with no less than a dozen men since the original affair partner. He was her old co-worker. I'm assuming he dumped her when she started going off the deep end and she resorted to drugs. I honestly have zero idea. This story was created in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The first post is titled, I am 41M, my wife 41F kissed another man on a night out. I wasn't bothered and now she's causing issues over it. Sorry if the title doesn't make much sense, I didn't know how to word it. Also, I'm on a throwaway account as I don't want this on my main. Context. We've been together since we were 18. We've never had a great life after the first year. maybe once or twice a year at most since then. At the moment, it's going on 3 years without much intimacy, and although it bothers me, I love her and I love our kids, so I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. I know plenty of friends in the same situation. Another bit of context is that I've always been mildly overweight but generally fit, as I played a lot of sports until about 10 years ago when I got really ill. A mixture of medications and comfort eating caused me to balloon up to nearly 300 pounds. Well, 2 years ago, I decided to do something about it. I'm now around 200 pounds, which at 6'2" is the lightest I've been as an adult. I've actually enjoyed using weights, and for the first time in my life, I have a bit of abs and some muscle. My wife, having always been far hotter, is pretty obviously insecure about the fact that, for the first time since we've been together, women are starting to look at me and message me on my baking pages on social media. For the record, I've never even looked at another woman in that way. On to the night in question. My wife went out with some friends, a mix of singles and those in relationships. She looked stunning and I told her so. I even updated my phone's home screen to a picture of her, LOL. One of the friends she was out with messaged me about 3 months ago, and the gist was that she knows I get no sex. My wife doesn't realize how lucky she is, and basically, does I want to hook up? I obviously instantly took a screenshot and sent it to my wife. Around 4 a.m., my wife got home and woke me up as she got into bed. I was half awake but could tell something was wrong, so I asked what the matter was. She didn't say anything for a few seconds, and as I went to grab her hand, she pulled away. I asked if she wanted me to get her a drink and she said no. Then she just blurted it out. I met a guy tonight, he kissed me. I didn't kiss back at first, then I did. For the next half hour, we were dancing and constantly kissing. She kept saying sorry and begging me not to leave her. My honest first reaction was, so what? It's only kissing and dancing. I didn't say that, I just hugged her and tried to calm her down. An hour or so later, once I got the right words in my head, I said, I know you feel really guilty, but please don't. I'm not going to leave you and break up our family over some kissing and dancing, and I don't love you any less than I did yesterday. This isn't something that's going to grow and cause resentment. More or less right on cue, my phone went off, and it was that friend of hers with a picture and a video of what my wife was doing. This set my wife off again, but my feelings still haven't changed, and a month later, that remains the case. In the month since then, my wife has accused me of not loving her because I didn't care. She's accused me of kissing other people and more, suggesting that I didn't care because I was covering up my own indiscretions. She's even accused me of being gay multiple times, which doesn't make sense. She keeps asking me why I haven't initiated anything with her, even though in the past, she's told me she hates being touched and not to ever try it with her, which I have respected. She's basically projecting, and it's annoying me as it's putting a strain on us, which she is 100% causing. How do I get through to her that she needs to stop feeling guilty and just move on because I have, as it's not a big deal? I was genuinely more annoyed when she broke my baking bowl and tried to blame it on the cat. TLDR, my wife kissed another man, I don't care, and now she's causing problems because she's guilty and projecting. How do I stop this? Edit, hi all, just wanted to say thank you all so much for taking the time to respond to me. I really do appreciate it, and I'm overwhelmed that you all took the time. I keep getting asked a few questions, so I thought I'd address them here. Over the years, we have been to a few different couples, counselors, and therapists, the latest being last September for both. My wife always feels like she's being victimized by them, and we stop going. Nearly all have said they think she is asexual, and 2 even said she is displaying a lot of signs of being a closeted lesbian, which I have brought up to her before, and she is adamant she's not. On that note, I've had a lot of messages saying she wants to feel wanted and for me to be more forward with her. This is not true. In all our sessions, she said she doesn't want me trying it on with her. She doesn't even want me to initiate hugs, and just bringing up makes her feel under pressure. She let me and our therapist know that if she ever has sex without her initiating, it will be no more than pity sex. As for people saying I don't love her, I buy her flowers every Friday on the way home from work. I bake her favorite cookies or cupcakes every weekend. I send her voice notes of songs I'm listening to that remind me of her. I tell her I love her every day, and I run her a bath every night. This isn't me showing off, this is how I was brought up to show love for those saying I must have been brought up in an unloving home. People have said that if I don't get jealous, I don't love her. If she told me she was having an emotional affair, spent hours on the phone with someone else laughing and joking, snuggled on a sofa eating chocolates and watching TV with someone, etc., I'd be devastated. A dance and a kiss aren't a big deal to me and not even close to divorce. Thank you all again for reading. Second edit, sorry for these. It's 7 a.m. here now, the day after I posted this. I've been talking to my wife since 6, and I said she's got a week to agree to go back to couples counseling and that she's got to stick it out this time and not just accuse them of taking sides and refuse to go back. She said no. She said they all bully her and make her out to be the bad guy. She said I went back on my word that I forgive her and won't resent her. I said this isn't about the kiss. It's about her reaction since the kiss and that it feels like she's purposely trying to drive me away and make me leave her. She just got up and stormed out of the room. She then got dressed and said she was going out until I went to work. Even though kissing isn't as bad as outright fucking each other, I wouldn't brush this off so easily like how OP did. When OP's wife started accusing him of cheating, I got a sense of dread that she was projecting. This feeling was made worse when OP said that she made it clear that she doesn't like it when he initiates. This woman is dealing with a deep sense of insecurity and is in need of professional therapy. I'm not a huge fan of the saying, but if you're not the one giving it, she's getting it from someone else. Of course, we don't know all of the details, but OP cannot be without any blame. If he is improving his physical appearance and receiving interest from other women, he needs to make sure that his wife understands that he wouldn't cheat on her. But overall, I still feel that the wife is mostly in the wrong here. I sort of get the feeling that she is dealing with guilt that she kissed another man and is now struggling to deal with it even though it's out in the open. It really feels like she just doesn't like that she is no longer the undisputed more attractive one in the relationship. User Lazoo said, she's trying to sabotage the relationship and she's getting mad that you won't let her. Under this comment, OP said the following, that's the conclusion I'm heartbreakingly coming to. This hurts infinitely more than seeing her kiss someone else. Then under OP's comment, user Thrillium19 said, this is my immediate thought too. I had a relationship end this way. I was with a woman for over a year and it was one of the best relationships I had ever been in. We were great together and one day she asked me to move in with her. I was more than happy to. Then after about a month, she realized that she regretted her decision, but instead of telling me, she just became a completely different person and totally sabotaged our relationship to force me to be the one who ended it. We went from having sex daily to not at all. She went grocery shopping while I was at work, but only for herself. She went out with friends almost every night and never invited me along. Whenever I tried to talk to her about her behavior, she would say I wasn't trying hard enough, and if I didn't like it, I should just leave. I figured out what she was doing when she purposely left a bottle of cologne she had bought on our dresser. It was the same kind she bought for me, but I still had a lot left. When I asked her about it, she said it was for a friend. I left the next day. The kicker, she still got mad at me when I left because she couldn't afford rent on her own, and she was mad that she would also have to move. User The Great Honu said, did I read that correctly? She doesn't like being touched, but lets a man kiss her multiple times, and she reciprocates. They were also dancing, so I doubt there was any daylight between them. I imagine his hands were all over her, and she didn't mind. It sounds like she doesn't like to be touched by you, but is perfectly fine with being touched by someone else. Give her what she wants. Go talk to a lawyer, get your ducks in a row, then tell her you've done what she was looking for a reaction. Then, if you want to fix things, tell her you want to go to marriage counseling to see what her reaction is. Even without the lawyer thing, if you want this marriage to continue, you both need to go and see someone, as it doesn't sound like she is going to move past this anytime soon, and who knows why she is doing what she is doing. A throwaway account under this comment said the following, yeah, I get the vibe that maybe she was just never physically attracted to him and settled with him at the time because it was convenient in a way, and since he was less attractive compared to her, she felt superior and as if she were the prize. But now that he has become more attractive and is getting attention, she is feeling jealous and not as special as before and is insecure. Now she's trying to provoke a reaction just to see proof of his love and feel the sense of superiority she felt at first. Either way, I don't think she is really in love, even if she loves him. Part of why she felt more comfortable in the past is cause she felt like she never stood to lose him or the relationship because she was more attractive than him, so he would value her more, plus other women wouldn't be checking for him as much. Now that comfort has been taken from her and she doesn't know what to do with herself. It's very concerning. User Helios said, what in the actual hell? Your wife kisses another guy and you have no feelings about it? I have to say, the fact that your wife turned it against you is brilliant. So instead of her apologizing profusely, she throws it back to you and say you don't care enough? Wow, maybe it's my caveman DNA talking, but I would have blown a lid if my wife told me she kissed another guy. I know some people have open relationships, but you never mentioned it, so I'm assuming you don't. Maybe she is right, maybe you don't care. About 2 weeks later, OP provided an update. It's been nearly 2 weeks since I made the post, and the short update is that we are getting divorced. I mentioned in my last post that I wanted us to go back to couples counseling and sex therapy. She said no to both as we went before, and she felt bullied. She said at sex therapy that unless she initiates touching, not just sex, but any touching like hugs or hand holding, it will be against her will and will be forced/pity affection from her. The sex therapist said that's very unreasonable, and that's why she felt bullied there. I tried to ask her a few questions too. Are you a lesbian or at least bi? Don't be stupid. Are you asexual? I'm not a teenager with a stupid label. What did he have that I don't? Nothing, I just wanted to do it. Why don't you ever want to do that with me? Don't know. What can I do to make you want to do that with me? Don't know. Do you want me to take the initiative and try it on with you more? No, I'll tell you when I want it, don't guess. So she refused the therapy and gave me no straight answers. She has also said I've gone back on my word about not letting the kiss split us up because now it is. I said it's not the kiss, it's your behavior since then that has caused me to want a divorce. She said since it's my decision to divorce and it's all my fault, then I should be the one to tell our kids, and she will have no part of it. That was hard. As soon as they were told, my wife left for her sister's, and in the 3 days since, I haven't heard anything from her. I've tried speaking to her about the kids as they miss her, but she reads my messages and ignores me. A lot of people asked about the friend and why they still talk after she tried it on with me. How I understand it is my wife tried to get the friend group to cut the friend out, but they all pretty much refused, so my wife just chose to ignore her in group settings. On the night in question, the friend approached my wife and told her if she didn't tell me, she would send me the video, so my wife didn't tell me because she felt guilty, but because she was forced. I've also spoken to a couple of other friends in the group and asked what's been going on that I'm not privy to. Apparently, my wife was sexting her friend's boyfriend a couple of years ago. My wife has also been boasting about how she has me under her thumb and that she gets away with giving me nothing, and I'm too scared to ask. The friend apparently saw me out shopping one day and decided I was now more and thought she'd try and exact some revenge on my wife. So she didn't really want me. I was just a pawn in this weird friend group, one of many internal beefs with each other, which I found out about in the last few days. Basically, they all seem to hate each other and mess with each other's partners. I'll be honest now, and I feel incredibly guilty about it, but when she left, my body and soul seemed to take a massive sigh of relief. It was like a black cloud that was dripping eggshells on the floor for me to constantly avoid has gone. I feel terrible for feeling this way, but I feel like I'm my 6'2" height now rather than a browbeaten 3-foot person who was scared to even say anything for fear of being told I'm wrong or insulted or ridiculed. It's like the blinkers have been taken off. I spent the day-to-day baking with my kids, eating Easter eggs, and watching cartoons, and I haven't stopped smiling all day. I haven't winced or broken out in a sweat, worrying I'm about to be told off about being too noisy or watching the wrong thing on TV, or there's a wrapper on the floor, etc. Thank you everyone for your support on my last post. I appreciate you all. I'm just so confused right now. Some people commented that OP's wife is trying to manipulate OP into ending the relationship himself, which right now might make the most sense because everything else makes zero sense. In therapy, OP's wife said that she didn't want OP to end the relationship because she kissed another man. OP made it clear that he wouldn't, but based on all the signals she's sending, it feels like she wants the relationship to end. She clearly doesn't want to have sex with the guy, and depending on the partners involved, I understand isn't the end all be all of a relationship, but it's still a major part of connecting with each other. I really have no idea what is going through this woman's mind. She doesn't want OP to see other women, yet she said she doesn't want the relationship to end, but then she goes and acts like she actually does want a divorce. User Fighting Keelbossa13 said she doesn't want to take responsibility and is trying to manipulate you into the bad guy. You want to improve the situation and improve yourself from outside help. She wants the status quo to remain and is blaming the medical professionals for making her confront the way she treats you. Covert narcissists. Look it up so you don't fall into that trap again. It may suck now, but your sanity should come back to you. You've been living in her mind games for a long time. User Throwaway Work said, she seemed to want a divorce without the responsibility of initiating one. Be careful, OP. I'm calling it now. She will be blaming you for your split to everyone who will listen. She's going through full cognitive dissonance and will become a horrible ex to justify her actions. I recommend you speak your truth honestly to people you care about and want to keep in your life so that if she attempts anything, people will back you up, not having heard some dramatic lies first from her. Also, it's important for people in your life to know what is going on so they can support you. User Icy Independence 2410 said, your wife kept saying people bullying her, but the fact that she is the bully here and playing the victim card. Don't let her do that to you anymore. Don't let her stomp on you anymore. You should leave this abusive relationship. User Eyepatch Kitten said, I remember how in the first week after separating from my husband, I had a sudden realization in the grocery store that I will be going home and no one will berate me for choosing to buy this or that. The relief and sense of freedom was a bit shocking because I had never before realized exactly the pressure I was under, many other small things as well, and bigger things towards the end. When you are past it, you see it so clearly that it's a wonder you put up with it for so long. Under this comment, OP said the following, that's so strange you say that. On Saturday, I bought some stuff to do some baking, and I must normally look like a right weirdo at the shop as I stand there arguing with myself if buying it is worth the hour-long berating and name-calling I'll get when I get home. I put some stuff in my basket, and as I walked away, I just stopped. I didn't feel right as I just put it in my basket without thinking. Then I thought, this is my life now. About a week later, OP gave us another update. Sorry for updating here. I'm only allowed to make one update on RA. I also want to thank everyone again for the concern and kindness they've shown me on my 2 posts. And thank you to everyone on Boru who made some lovely comments after my post was shared there. Unfortunately, the post was locked before I found out, so I couldn't thank you all personally. After my last update, a lot of people commented and messaged me to ask if I was sure my kids are mine. This thought never entered my head until I read what people said. Last Thursday, I ordered a paternity test, sent it Friday, and am awaiting the results. At this point, I don't really care. It won't change my love for them, but I'm terrified that if they come back as not biologically mine, I'll lose them. I discussed this with my lawyer last week, who said if they aren't mine, it will be much, much harder to get any kind of custody. I told him if it comes to that, then I'll keep fighting until the end. Blood or not, they are my boys. Speaking of the boys, my STB ex has seen them a couple of times with her mom, who is genuinely a nice person, and the kids have been fine. I can't say the same about my baking equipment though. She came into the house last Friday when she knew I was out and took a lot of it, purposely breaking some items she knew had sentimental value to me that came from my grandma and my mum. I can't prove she did anything, and she brought the stuff back on Sunday, claiming she just borrowed the items, but I love baking, and she is slowly ruining it for me. I'd already deleted my Instagram page because she was insecure about the women who followed me, and this time she must have remembered I was making a cake for my niece's birthday and tried to sabotage it. I've made notes and screenshots of everything. As a lot of you rightly predicted, she had also been cheating on me a lot, although there's no evidence of it being physical yet from what I can tell. Her friend, who is also in this WhatsApp group where women basically just post nudes and men comment, I still need to get the details of this group so I can finally see some boobs again, sent me a lot more screenshots of photos she's taken all around our house, blatantly in her bedroom in some of them, and one even stood against my car. Also, a few of these friends are single, and when they hook up with someone, my wife will add the guy on Facebook and has basically been offering herself to them. One of the friends messaged one of the guys who still had the chats in his Facebook messages and sent the friend a load of screenshots to send to me. All in all, I must have over 100 screenshots of stuff she's been saying and sending to people, and all of that is within the last couple of years, so it probably goes on further. As for the divorce, we are still in the early stages. One day I want to fight. The next I want to give her everything, materially, not the kids, and walk away to start again so I can get this finished and done. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them. It's nearly midnight here, but I'll try to stay up. User Jello Cup Conti said, sounds like she just liked you for the control she had. It seems as though in every aspect of her life, she wants control and is getting pleasure through knowing she can sleep with others and keep you on a leash. Glad you're going through with the divorce because that behavior doesn't change without a lot of individual and couples counseling. I'd say once the divorce goes through, sleep with that friend. It'll act as both a confidence boost and one last act of rebellion against her control. User Melodic Bath 7660 said, always stay strong OP. You should find some private space to put your personal things and, if possible, have security cameras in your house. So if he breaks in again, it will be recorded and hopefully it will help you in the divorce. You are a good person who is married to a malevolent witch. I hope you and your children can move forward and that you can take therapy to help your self-esteem. User Hot Echo in your area said, dude, how did you even endure this BS this long? From what I read, you were like the perfect husband. You did all that stuff and I am guessing she didn't appreciate or reciprocate anything. Please correct me if I'm wrong here. Or if she did show you some love, how was it so that it made you stay and show unconditional love to her? From reading that she was cheating on you that bad, I doubt it though. Fast forward another few days and we got another update, but before that OP did share that the test results said the kids are his. This update is titled, It's 6 a.m. here. My ex-wife had the kids last night and I'm drunk and lonely. The first night I'd had to myself in maybe 20 odd years and I didn't know what to do. I thought about getting someone around so I could finally have some physical interaction. Instead, I just sat on my own and drank for the first time in years too. Sorry for the boring post, I'm just lonely and wanted some affection. User RedsRach said, totally here if you need to chat. It must be very daunting facing time alone for the first time in a long time, but it might get easier if you make a plan rather than finding yourself at a loose end. For example, you could try to rediscover things you've loved but lost along the way just because life is so busy. Are there things you used to love but no longer had time for? For me, it was horses and Lego, but they're kind of niche. Is there any music you particularly enjoy? Make a list of old stuff you used to enjoy and new stuff you'd like to try, and hit Amazon to make sure you've got anything you might need. Sooner than you think, hopefully, you'll start to look forward to these times as something just for you to recharge your batteries. Self-care is important. You're clearly a good guy, and taking this time for yourself will help you be even better for your kids. Sending lots of good wishes. User Mango Torn said, you got this. I have read your posts and you are a good man. What your ex did is not something that can be blamed on you. You can't control other people's behavior. What you can do is to focus on you and your kid, to give yourself the best possible conditions for a good life, and from my perspective, you are doing that. Just skip the drinking because it won't help anyway and is not good for your health. The best revenge against your ex is to live your life to the fullest, not have any outbursts, and show her that you can move on. Don't put yourself on her very low level. You are better than that. Let her make her own life miserable. You can live without her toxic behavior. You are a good man and you have a long, promising life ahead. Grow and become the best version of yourself. Make the best out of it. I know you can, I know you will. 1 month later, OP took to the relationship subreddit to make a new post. It's titled, I, 41M, haven't touched a woman since I became single. Last night, I thought I was having a movie night with a woman, 47F, but she wanted more, and I couldn't perform. How do I apologize for making her feel bad about herself? If you read my profile, you'll see that around 6 weeks ago, I left my abusive wife after realizing how bad she was. Prior to this, we hadn't had sex for 3 years, and when we did, there was no foreplay. I hadn't received or given oral in close to 20 years. It was always me on top and her telling me to go as fast as I could so I could climax quickly. There was also zero affection, no holding hands, no kissing, no hugging, no snuggling, nothing. We didn't even share a bed. Since becoming single, I have realized how much I missed this. I had basically suppressed this desire with my ex because I knew it was never going to happen. Since becoming single, it's like a switch has flipped and I realized there's a world of women out there. Some might want me to bake them some cakes and then we can snuggle up and watch some rubbish TV and I can play with their hair or stroke their back or whatever. After my original post on here, a woman started talking to me who seems lovely and I expressed these desires. She said she'd love to do that with no implications of anything more happening. She arranged to come around last night and we picked a movie. I made her a cake she said she'd like and I was all set. She arrived and it was the first time I'd really seen her. She was very beautiful and the couple of photos I'd seen hadn't done her justice. She told me she didn't drink alcohol, so I offered her tea, which she accepted, along with a slice of cake. The cake went over a treat, and she asked for seconds and then thirds, which was fine by me, LOL. After that, she suggested pushing my sofas together, getting a duvet, and getting under to watch a film. Then she said, or if you've got a TV in your bedroom, let's just go up there. Me being terrible at hints, I thought that was just a good idea, so I said yes. As soon as we got into the room, she just stripped off and got into bed, saying she felt bloated from the cake. She wanted me to sit up and she would lay with her head on my lap while I stroked her back and played with her hair. I'll spare you the details, but I imagine you can guess what she tried to do pretty quickly in that position. My body wasn't up for it nor expecting it still at that time, which was stupid of me. Nothing happened. She then said maybe I was just nervous and started kissing me and rubbing herself against me. I felt terrible for her because she was really trying, but my body just wouldn't play along. She then got upset and said I'd made her feel ugly, and that crushed me, as that's exactly how my ex-wife always made me feel. She ended up getting dressed and leaving. I tried messaging her straight away to say sorry, but she must have blocked me as soon as she got in her car. Is this my life now? Can I not even have sex with someone? I'll be honest, I've only slept with 3 people before and they were all relationships. I've never done no string stuff. If she unblocks me, how do I apologize to her for making her feel bad? TLDR, was supposed to have a movie night, she wanted more, I couldn't perform, and I hurt her feelings. User, this could be massive, said 6 weeks is not enough time to process that amount of trauma. Be patient with yourself. It gets better, but you have to give yourself some time. Be upfront and say you just got out of a bad marriage and you need to take things slow. User Big Fire Truck 11 said, she not only crossed your boundary, but manipulated you into thinking she was the victim. You did nothing wrong, and it is more than acceptable to not be ready for 6 weeks after leaving your ex, and it is totally normal to not be able to perform, given the circumstances. You likely need to move on more before being ready to be intimate with another. Here are my 2 cents from my own experiences. When I left my previous long-term relationship and entered the dating pool, I was also uncomfortable and not ready to get intimate with someone else, but I wanted a connection. I communicated this and it was respected by almost all women. Some did feel ugly or unattractive, which I understand. Ideally, you don't want to have these types of Netflix and chill style dates. They attract a certain type of person and suggest that you're open to those implications. Try and have more public dates, meals, drinks, activities such as mini golf or arcade, outdoor picnic, etc. It is not a bad thing to go out with people for the sake of building connections, finding your feet, etc. This is all part of the process. There'll be experiences that are less than ideal, but you will find someone who respects your boundaries and or eventually someone that can help you become intimate once again. 1 month later, we got another update. I have moved back to my hometown and given my ex the house. I know people won't be happy with that, but I just wanted a clean break and no ties to her or that city. The kids are with me and see their mom at weekends, provided I make the 5-hour round trip to drop them off on a Saturday morning and then make the same trip on Sunday afternoon to pick them up. I know, again, people will say I'm doing what she wants, but if it makes my kids happy, it makes me happy. She seems okay with this arrangement, although she has flaked twice already. Once the kids say they no longer want to go, I won't take them. The divorce is still going through, but won't be done for a few more months yet, according to my lawyer. I'm baking a lot more now and loving it. Thank you to everyone who has thought about me. You are all so great. Another month later, OP made another post in the relationship advice subreddit. It's titled, My Ex 41F messaged me yesterday saying she no longer wants to see our 2 kids and is happy to give them away in our divorce. How to navigate mixed emotions. I posted here a few months ago. If you want to look at my profile, you can read about my wife kissing another man on a night out, despite not having had sex with me for years. I wasn't bothered and was willing to ignore it and carry on, but she kept making issues over it, and eventually we split up. I moved back to my home city about 2 hours away, and the kids came with me. My ex-wife said it was too far for her to travel to have them on weekends, so every Saturday morning I've been driving them up to her and then picking them back up Sunday evening so they get to see their mom. We'd make fun trips out of it and would take snacks, play audiobooks, have sing-alongs, etc. But I'd noticed they always seemed happier to be picked up than taken there. I just always assumed it was because all their stuff and their main home were with me. My ex has started to cancel these weekends a bit recently. She's canceled 3 of the last 5. She started to say things like, they don't like me anyway, and you've poisoned them, which is not true. I have never said anything bad about their mom to them or in front of them and never would. Plus, I make 2 4-hour round trips every weekend so she can see them and they can see her. I'll be honest, every Saturday after I drop them off, I cry all the way home. I miss them so much. They are my little best mates. Every night after dinner, we all do our chores and then a different activity. Sometimes it's a walk in the woods behind my house, or we bake, have movie nights, or read books together. I'm quite good with my hands and love making and fixing things, whether it's baking, cooking, DIY, or car repairs, and they have started to take an interest too. So we have a couple of projects on the go, like building a kind of Wendy house for them, but it will have game consoles, a fridge for their drinks and snacks, etc. Plus, we are also building a couple of petrol go-karts from scratch for them to race at a nearby track when they are done, which they are designing themselves and we are building together. Basically, my life is taken up with them during the week, and then at the weekends, I feel like a lost zombie until it's time to go get them. Then yesterday, I received a short text from her saying she no longer wants to see them. All they do is ask for me anyway, they don't have fun there, and they basically get in the way. I was absolutely heartbroken for my boys, and I rang her straight away. I'll be honest, I started crying as I felt so bad for them, and she genuinely acted like I was annoying her for wanting to get to the bottom of it. She then said, "Sounds like you don't want them either and are just trying to palm them off at the weekends," and hung up on me. I don't even know how I'm gonna tell them this. Do I just say she's canceled for a few weeks and see how it goes? Do I tell them the truth? How do I say it in a way that kids will understand and won't absolutely crush them? Then I've got the conflicted, selfish emotion of pure joy that I'll have the whole weekend with them. It's so selfish of me, I know, as they are going to be sad while I'm happy. Has anyone been in a similar situation from my side or the kids' side? How do I handle this? TLDR, ex-wife said she no longer wants to see the kids. I'm sad for them and happy for me. How do I handle this? User Zealous Ideal Rip 630 said, "Don't forget child support. I hope you're receiving it and getting it adjusted based on the new custody agreement." Under this comment, user Helga the Viking 21 said, "Don't forget getting your kids into counseling. I know two boys who a very similar thing happened to, and despite having a happy life with their dad and his new partner, the pain of being deserted by their mom never left. It's still there and they're in their 30s now." User Bravado Fire said, "Lock that in quick. Talk to a lawyer and have her give up her parental rights." User Seekanet said the following under this comment: "I'd also be rethinking giving her the house, time to sell, and split the proceeds. Also, she can pay you child support, or you get a bigger slice of the house if you agree to her terminating parental rights, because the money is for your kids. The second order of business is therapy for you and the kids. Again, lawyer up so that there's money from the house for paying for this." User I La Luna said, "I grew up with a single mother and a pretty absent father. It took me a while to get where I'm at, but I'm actually really grateful for it. My mom is amazing. She truly made us her priority and was mom, dad, confidant, and best friend all in one. I didn't understand how much she'd given up for us, 3 daughters, until later in life, but I wouldn't have had it any other way. I learned to expect very little from my dad. I start from the assumption that I'm getting zero attention from him, and if he ever remembers we exist, that's a tiny little plus. It's a way to avoid disappointment by not expecting him to be someone he's not. So this is all to say, you're already setting the strongest foundations of love and support for those boys, and they will only be more solid with time and consistency. In my opinion, it's better to have only one amazing parent than to give half of your heart to one who will always make you feel a little bit unloved. Last thing, we've always had a policy of telling hard truths to each other in our household. My mom never badmouthed my dad in front of us, but she also didn't sugarcoat or hide reality from us. So if he canceled our weekends, she told us just that, without adding toxicity to it. We moved on and did something fun together instead. The honesty goes both ways, and to this day, I know the three of us trust her immensely. Sending hugs, you'll get through this." The most recent update was made just 4 days from the time of this recording. Quick recap. I split up with my wife a few months ago after she cheated on me on a night out. I was willing to stay, but she got upset that I wasn't more upset, and I had enough and left. I moved 2 hours away to my hometown and let her have the house. Our 2 sons came with me. I drive them to and from her house every weekend to see them, but she started canceling. Then one day she texted me saying she no longer wanted to see them and was happy to give them up in the divorce. As far as her giving up her rights as a parent, it's a lot harder than I thought. Both my lawyer and hers have told me that it's difficult to do this in the UK, and neither of them has seen a judge allow it unless there is a physical or chance of harm to the children. However, they have both also said they've never presented a case like this to a judge where both parties agree to it fully. They've drafted an agreement where we both agree that my ex-wife will no longer have responsibilities towards my children, including financially. Let's see what happens with that. I'm just waiting now to get a court date, but they said that can be months away. On to the hardest part, telling my kids. I'll be honest, I haven't. The first couple of weeks, I just said mom had canceled again when they asked, and the eldest in particular seemed pretty relieved at this both times. Last weekend, they didn't even ask. It's been over a month now since they've seen her. The eldest has also told me that he doesn't like going there anyway, as all she does is sleep and shout. He also told me the other day that he prefers his new house and feels more relaxed. I feel terrible, as I was obviously missing signs before that he wasn't fully happy when we were together as a family. At least he's more comfortable now. I had a bit of a wobble last night with my youngest though. He was watching The Land Before Time, and then he started saying he missed his mom and began crying. It was full-blown tears and breaking down, and it was awful to see. While I was holding him, I started crying, but I made sure he couldn't see. I didn't say anything bad about his mom or tell him she didn't want to see him anymore. I just hugged him, stroked his hair, and told him I'd always be here for him. He can always come to me if he's upset, happy, or just wants to be silly, and I'll never push him away. Once they were in bed, I was in pieces, blaming myself for leaving their mum. I questioned why I couldn't be stronger and live with it for a few more years until they were adults. It was me who left. It's me who's made them drive up and down the country every weekend. I've unsettled them and uprooted their lives. At 2 a.m. this morning, I drafted a text to my wife asking her to get back together and to be a mum again. Luckily, I didn't send it. I had about 3 hours of sleep, but feel better this morning. None of her family has been in touch either to try and maintain a relationship with the boys. It's horrible to be honest, but they are the ones missing out on these two amazing kids. One of her cousins messages me every so often, but she asks more about me than the kids, so that either feels like an ulterior motive or a trap, which I'm not falling into. As for my divorce, my lawyer has said it should hopefully be finalized before Christmas. Not that it'll make much difference. I don't wear my ring, and she has a new 20-year-old boyfriend, not the guy she cheated with. It will be nice though to finally be able to say ex-wife and have it be official. TLDR, not much success with the kid's mum dropping responsibilities officially. The kids seem a bit happier. User Fjordgard said, the kids need therapy to help them work through this. Maybe telling them together with a therapist that their mom won't see them again might be the best approach. That said, it feels like your ex already basically did tell them in a show don't tell way. It sounds like their stays with her weren't exactly fun, and she didn't try to engage with them at all. She already made them feel not wanted. Still, hearing it and making it a finality will hit them very, very hard, and that's why therapy is so important. Nevertheless, it will be good when it's over, not just for you, but also for the kids. Seeing their mother so rarely with her canceling and disappointing them over and over is a lot worse than no contact at all. It will be very hard in the beginning, but they will settle into their new normal once it becomes truly the norm, and there won't be any more disruptions by them having to spend time with a mother who doesn't want them. User Jay the Ford Man said she'll be back. After she's had her fun with toy boys and playing the fun single stuff, she'll start to miss her kids. And that's when your hard work will really start. You will have to prepare yourself to make the hard decisions and decide if a deadbeat mom is entitled to just come waltz back into your kid's life at some point in the future after all the hard work repairing her wreckage. User Silly Man Billy said, just want to say that you're a great dad. It's absolutely heartbreaking how someone can parent their kids for years and then do this. If you think that she's going through a tumultuous phase and there's a chance that she will grow the hell up and become a bit more stable and show interest in being a mom again later in the future, you could carefully and slowly work with her to reintroduce her. But after what she said and done, to me, it would really require a lot of effort on her end. She should be the one driving really far to reestablish the relationship, not you if she does wake up and grow up. Sick situation, brother. Hope it gets better for you and all involved. Your kids are lucky to have you though.